Chapter 1 Transmigratingen to Throli off Villainous Ancestor. Duetto Banken find in Asmal Darkroom, the previous text the Zundergani significant trevisions. Alaumatori iteri tetheriums. Thirlistagisser body refinement realm, innate realm, foundation establishment realm, spirit pill realm, spirit infant realm yuaning, heavenly origin realm transformation off spirit, and heavenly wheel realm. Thepasingen Thirla chapter smabsimi waslo. And I hoppy owl steamed reader will persist until chapter 100. If it fails to please, feel free to criticize him. Ancestor. Umus Divingi Young Sect Master and Elder 13. What a tremendous humiliation. What an utter disgrace. For so many years as Insathi establishment to for Wuji sect, when have Weaver suffered so kind dignities? Weaver shemes against her Wuji sect, by through mountain soft bladed source of soft flames, shall pursue a thate individual to theen soft the earth. Ancestor, please giveth the command. Let us all depart from the sect and bring back those audacious kundrels. Int the grand Halaf Wuji sect, located in Qingming Prefecture. As countless furious roar seko eden hezers. Chunli gradual emerged from astatov confusion. Before him Nultag group off middle idmin dressed in attire, incessantly cursing and muttering something. Etap hered to were reporting to him about something. Beside these men lay 2 stretcher-like contraptions, upon which rest at one individuals. Upon witnessing this scene, Chun-Li felt somewhat dazed. Woe my, where am I? What in the world is this place? The surrounding sex suited an ancient charm could it be it for historical drama? Strangely enough, Washinote just asleepeth home? How did Wakeuffer? As Chun lippendered whether he was still dreaming. In the next moment, a sudden pain pierced his mind. As Saturn Toffist Memoria surged into his consciousness. At that moment, Chun-Li was stupid. Chun-Li soon realized he found himself in this completely unfamiliar environment. It turned out that he had transmigrated. In his past life, Chun-Li had a profound fondness for reading online novels. Before his transmigration, he had been playteen grossed in a novel titled The One Reigns Supreme. The main plot revolved around the destined protagonist, Etion, who, with the divine artifact, rise against adversity, slaying God Sandbud Hasalike Yalong. Although has storyline nuasomi wakleaked, it did not detract from the enjoyment tight provided. Tobonist, for Chun-Li, having transmigrate into a world off his favorite novel matter of great delight. Not to mention, these world was filled with beautiful maidens. And a cultivator, Hekud soar through Heskies and traverse a thirth, wielding control over the cosmos. Wasn't that far more exhilarating than being an ordinary person in his past life? Transmigrating into a world teeming with cultivators wasn't deniably splendid, especially owned from a novel headed. Yet what left Chun-Li exasperated was the identity Ada, some Japan transmigration. Damn it! How could he have been to pin the badiof Chun-Li, Thevelananus ancestor of Wuji sect? Was it mere libby cause that they shared the same name? These wastrel cruel twist off fate. There's an fortune Liaslaman Tovaris new identity was noten founded. For that character had become was, in the original text, a notorious villain. He had a solesa named Chen Qian. Perhaps Duetto having gone Leon chilled, the previous incarnation had indulged excessively. Moreover, being born with the tight Leo Fiunk sect master of Wujizek naturally, fostered a ho tai and arrogant disposition in Kingsuan. Not long ago, the young sect master had ventured out for leisure. While passing through a small city, he encountered a stunning maiden. This girl was exceedingly beautiful, captivating beyond compare. With just a glance, Chun Zuan was subtly smitten. To his astonishment, even in Ermoda corner, Hekud encounters celestial beauty. Immediately, he entertained improper thoughts torture. Before long, he had inquired into the girl's family background. And thus, Chen Xian, in his capacity as young sect master, personally visited her family. At this point, many readers may have already guessed the identity of this young woman. Indeed, she was known as Thirthan Suchingyan, the most beautiful lady of Liang City. Furthermore, Shibori an additional identitas the betrothed adopted esteemed protagonist Titan. Chapter 2 A 3-year warning? The Su family, being a prominent clan in Liang City, was not inferior in strength to the family. Yet, as they hailed from Asmaler locale, they cooed hard like compared to formidable Wuji sect. Thus, upon learning that young sect master of Wuji sect thad kamipavisit, the entire Sufamalu was abuzz with excitement. The prompt lie extended higher yet most hospitality and warmth to Chenchen. During the banquet, Chunzuan wasted no time. He direct liar articulated disintentions, stating that the Hayden advertently passed through Hisitian had taken Alakington. He inquired whether Sufamali would be willing to marry her on. Upon hearing this, the Sufamalimbears were momentarily taken aback. They had never anticipated that the young sect master would visit Therum for the sake of their daughter. However, after a brief moment of shock, the Sufamalimbears erupted with excitement. How is Chenxian? He was the young sect master of Wuji sect. And his father, Chunlai, was a renowned figure throughout Qingming Prefecture, a top-tier powerhouse. A being of heavenly origin realm. Thought their daughter had a betrothal, compared to the young sect master from Wuji sect, the Yefamilyan their connection paled significance. People strive for higher grounds, and water flows to lower levels. Tolin with a premier sect such as Wuji sect weighs a contostroke of fortune for the Sufamali. Therefore, the unfortunate destined protagonistic swift lie cast aside in the face of such overwhelming temptation. Noten Lithilder soft Sufamali rejoiced. But Hevery Suchingyan, Theparty involved, Wazel Sostaned Bethisidin surprise. Thought they had grown up together, Su Kinjian had never developed head feelings, for Yitayan after all, his appearance so remarkable. Previously, he had at least boasted a tight leaf cultivation genius, which spared him from her disdain. Yet now, having fallen into ethereal mof mediocrity, he had lost even that last glimmer of merit. In contrast, Chinsuan was strikingly handsome, charming, and possessed an illustrious background fair exceeding ons. One who was an nondescript child who'd friend avoid a fannery deeming qualities. While at Heather was a prestigious second generation cultivator from my Alpha family. In such a scenario, how many young women would choose the former? Being gun attractive was anything, but Su Kinjian was quite confident in her own beauty. Thus, when the opportunity arose, she cold not resist. Having long harbored dissatisfaction with the betrothal, and no with young sect master of Wuji sect Makingan appearance, was this net perfect? This was the position of young sect master Swifehau Kudinyam Bishajia Ungwaman resists such allure? Hence, after reaching a consensus with her family, Su Kinjian direct listoff to the Yefamalit tounder taking momentous task. Yi Tian. With the our previous cultivation talent, we may have a been simu, compatible. Yet now, with a favor of young Master Chin, and the opportunity to bekomimum barof Wuji sect, do I not think it appropriatito bind a stogather with this betrothal? Thuff me words smabe harsh, the true three main swear in a longer of tisum world. I hope you can recognize a thigh sour family is betrothal a share be dissolved. Of course, our Sufamali is not in itabuli others these foundation establishment pill shall serve your compensation for the annulment. Accept this bill, and please refrain from referring to Mijirfi and Saint future. Regarding the annulment, Yitayan understood. Yeto part ways in such a manner was a blatant humiliation. In Aphido fridge, Yitian immediately uttered the classic 3-year warning. He vowed to remember this humiliation. And Thrurshenshins, he'll certainly confront Wuji sect, making Su Kinjian realize a thought missing in him was the greatest mistake of her life. A sitter doubt, in Thermo feel-good narratives, the protagonist indeed possesses invincibility. 3 years later, Yitian successfully achieved his goal of avenging his humiliation. Whether Su Kinjian felt in remorse upon witnessing Yitian's extraordinary transformation as Sanothermateral Togather. For the previous incarnation had indeed fallen in a misfortune. While Yitian revelled in the company of numerous admirers, the previous incarnation had become Immereskeleton beneath the feet of the protagonist Embarkingon, hispeth to invincibility. Onimus ponder cold Chun Li find joy in being transmigrate into such character, destined for subjugation by the protagonist? However, perhaps the situation was not as Rishi initially perceived. At that moment, Chun Lias gaze a shiftedo that one individual easily and gaunt the stretchers. Upon these two stretchers rest at wo people, one is Chun Xian, and Theater is an elder of Tuji sect, tasked with ensuring safety. How why sit that these two find themselves lying gone stretchers, ensconced in an unresponsive estate. This matterissal sointricate liling keto the protagonistikov destini. Athasinio theant, Chunzuan accompanied them. In Aphidofridge, Yitianatonli hor led insult satsu kinjian budal sotram plet the foundation alixa beneath his foot. This act, indeed, incensed his antinoant. His desire toad su kinjian stimed fromagenuity infatuation at first sight. Hayden vision that after the annulment, Hueld take su kinjian back to sect, and upon reporting to Chenlai, Huud have his father preside over their union. Although Huding had yeto take place, and there had been no substantial interaction with Su Qingyan, in Shinzuan chart, Shua Sao really regarded as she's woman. His thoughts were a straightforward if mu woman seek stoanal the engagement, Idasio your honoraudery, continued O Pratalian. Thus, Shinsuan resolved within Yimzulf toad liver a thorough reckoning to it on. Chapter 3. The terrifying support behind Yi Tian, Chenlai, possessing the formidable cultivation of the heavenly origin realm, stands atop the pyramid of power within the entirety of Qimingzhou. In stark contrast, Yi Tian is merely at the meager level of body refinement. Yet within a mere 3 years, he has ascended to a level that can rival Chenlai. One can only imagine the immense advantages the original author has bestowed upon him in this narrative. Not only does he possess a golden finger, but he is also backed by an invincible force. Theo be candid. Should Chenlai confront Yi Tian directly, a single slap could very well end his life. So why does he feel an overwhelming sense of frustration? The answer lies in the so-called support behind Yi Tian. Yi Tanner, ostensibly Yi Tian's cousin, is in fact the daughter of a terrifyingly powerful family. She is perpetually accompanied by a formidable guardian whose strength rivals that of the former. What truly instills dread in Chenlai is precisely this fact. Following the annulment of the engagement, Chen Xian sought to teach Yi Tian a lesson and discreetly dispatched the 13th elder to the Yi family. However, within 2 days, not only was the 13th elder's cultivation rendered null, but he and Chen Xian were also hung from the gates of Liang City. Both suffered grievous injuries and remain in a state of unconsciousness to this day. This incident has incited a fervor among the elders in the sect hall. For it is customary for the Wujizong to bully others. They have never before faced such audacity. Moreover, the injured party is none other than the young sect master. Regardless of the cost, they must locate those responsible for the assault on the young master and enact a brutal revenge to assuage their wrath. In Chenlai's perspective, this incident may serve as a turning point. The injuries suffered by Chen Xian and the 13th elder are a warning from Jiang Tanner to the Wujizong. In the original narrative, the protagonist was oblivious to the identity of Chen Xian's assailant and sent another elder to Liang City to investigate the true culprit. Given Yi Tanner's guardian's prowess, that elder would undoubtedly uncover nothing. However, this elder is quite astute and, from certain clues, deduces that the young master had previously clashed with Yi Tian. Regardless of whether Yi Tian was involved, it was prudent to teach a lesson first. This very incident has thus irrevocably bound the Wujizong and Yi Tian, the destined protagonist, in a relentless enmity. What will unfold next is all too predictable. It's merely a matter of a hero saving their grandfather. And eventually, when there are no more allies to call upon, Yi Tian will possess the strength to stand boldly before the gates of the Wujizong. Yi Tanner is indeed formidable. However, Chenlai is at a loss as to how to deal with her. Perhaps he could alter the course of the original narrative. After all, no one knows who harmed Chen Xian. As long as he refrains from sending an elder to investigate, he could avoid conflict with Yi Tian altogether. If he does not deepen the conflict, the worst that could happen would be a humiliating annulment of the engagement. Such a minor grievance should not lead to the annihilation of the Wujizong. Right? He might even find a way to establish a good rapport with Yi Tian, and when Yi Tian rises, might he not also bask in his glory? The mere thought of this nearly made Chenlai feel nauseous. After all the effort he exerted to traverse into this world, was it merely to serve as a dog for the destined protagonist? It was utterly revolting. Chenlai felt that even death would be preferable to such a fate. And without a moment's hesitation, he decisively crushed this scheme beneath his feet. To grovel at the feet of the destined protagonist was simply out of the question. If all else failed, he would have to pursue a different path, one where he steadfastly embraced his role as the ultimate villain. According to his understanding of the original narrative, as long as he refrained from acting foolishly, he might very well be able to eliminate Yi Tian outright. Why Yi Tanner is formidable, but in the original narrative, she was not constantly by his side, was she? This seemed to be the perfect opportunity to act. However, Qinlai also had to consider the potential for Yi Tanner's ruthless retaliation. While he had little concern for her guardian, what if she summoned more powerful experts from her family? If a top-tier powerhouse were to arrive, annihilating the entirety of Qingmingsu would be a matter of moments. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate Yi Tian without revealing his hand to Yi Tanner. That would be the most prudent approach. Such opportunities should exist, but he needed to contemplate thoroughly. Just as Qinlai was mulling over when Yi Tian might be alone, a data panel suddenly materialized before him. Ding. Detection indicates the host is a transmigrator. You have successfully acquired the ultimate family-building system. Chapter 4. System Activation. The system, named the Ultimate Family-Building System, was designed to assist him in creating the most powerful family across myriad realms. What does it take to become the most powerful family? Not only strength but also a flourishing lineage. Thus, the system's functionality is rather simple. By expanding the family population, one can earn rewards. Marrying or bearing children both qualify. By the heavens, this system is extraordinary, so straightforward and unyielding. With his invincible cultivation, marrying and siring offspring would be a trivial endeavor. However, the system does impose stringent criteria for marriage. Only women with a score of 90 or above are deemed worthy to join his family. This score of 90 leaves Qinlai momentarily perplexed as to how to gauge it. But in the next instant, he recalls a method of assessment. His gaze briefly flits over the injured and unconscious Qian Xian before settling on one of the elders present. Third elder. Who brought back Xianer and the others? Reporting to the ancestor, it was the young lady from the Su family in Liang City who returned the young master and the others. This aligns perfectly with the original narrative. Chen Xian and the 13th elder had just visited the Su family when they were subsequently attacked and rendered unconscious. Fearing retribution from the Wuzhizong, the Su family hastily returned the two to the sect, with Su Qingyin being the one to deliver them, hoping to clarify to the Wuzhizong's supreme ancestor that Chen Xian's injuries were not their family's doing. Upon hearing the third elder's response, Qinlai refrains from further elaboration. Xianer and the 13th elder are gravely injured. Take them away for medical treatment. As for who harmed them, you need not concern yourselves with that. I shall investigate this matter personally. Seeing the ancestor's determination to investigate himself, the elders present dared not press further. Indeed, the ancestor's intent to personally handle the matter indicated genuine anger. However, unbeknownst to these elders, Qinlai harbored no intention of uncovering the truth or even of rescuing Chen Xian. The trouble was caused by the previous host's foolish offspring, and he was not his father. Why should he save him? In the original narrative, Chen Xian had suffered grave injuries, and the previous host had expended considerable resources to heal him. Now, Qinlai saw no reason to intervene. It was likely that Chen Xian would remain unconscious for a significant duration. For now, he could simply let him lie there. Chen Xian's plight was inconsequential. What mattered next was his own agenda. The next moment, Qinlai commanded, "Regarding who injured the 13th elder and the others, I will handle it myself. You may all withdraw for now. I shall return to my quarters. And when you leave, inform that young lady from the Su family to come to my quarters. I have some matters to discuss with her." Upon receiving Qinlai's orders, the elders quickly withdrew. Back in his quarters, it wasn't long before he was greeted by the renowned young lady of the Su family, Su Qingyan. "I am Su Qingyan, here to pay my respects to the ancestor." Upon entering Qinlai's quarters, the pale Su Qingyan hastily knelt, respectfully bowing before him. As Qinlai gazed upon her once, she lifted her head. He was struck by her beauty. No wonder she is one of the destined heroines in the original narrative, and the catalyst for all ensuing events, the betrothed of the destined protagonist Yi Tian. Her beauty is truly breathtaking. In that moment, Qinlai was undeniably captivated. Chapter 5. The captivating beauty of the destined heroine. Exquisite, one might even say world-shattering. Is this the singular charm that belongs exclusively to the destined heroine? Yet, what leaves Qinlai speechless is that despite Su Qingyan's unparalleled beauty, the system only rates her at a mere 90 points. Such a stunning visage could only garner a score of 90 from the system. Qinlai shudders to think what those rated even higher could possibly look like. Achieving a passing score is already quite remarkable. The system's high standards are indeed beneficial, are they not? Although expanding his family is his goal, Chunlai does not wish for his companions to be mere facades. Only those of true beauty and exceptional quality are worthy of becoming one's companion. With the assistance of the system now at hand, I need no longer fear the threats posed by the protagonist of fate. As for why Chunlai summoned Su Qingyan alone at this juncture, isn't his intention blatantly evident? You are indeed the esteemed eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qingyan, are you not? Since kneeling down, Su Qingyan has not dared to rise, her complexion as pale as death. For it was Chen Xian, the young master, who encountered misfortune while at her family's residence. Given this situation, how could she not feel anxious and unsettled? In the presence of an ancestor-level figure, the Su family is but an insignificant ant. It is precisely because she fears that Chunlai may direct his ire towards her and the Su family due to Chen Xian's incident that she is so filled with trepidation. As the ancestor begins to speak, Su Qingyan, not daring to delay, bites her lip briefly before quickly responding in a hushed tone. Reporting to the ancestor, I am Su Qingyan. In the next moment, Chunlai continues, do you know why I have summoned you here? I understand. The ancestor wishes to inquire about the matter of the young master's injury. Perhaps she is also afraid that Chunlai will blame her and the Su family for this incident. Without waiting for Chunlai to continue, Su Qingyan hastily adds in a state of urgency, Ancestor, the incident involving the young master has absolutely nothing to do with my Su family. We do not know who harmed the young master, and I implore the ancestor to see reason and not to hold my Su family accountable. Seeing Su Qingyan kneeling before him, her face ashen as she explains her ignorance of the matter, Chunlai's expression suddenly reveals a hint of mockery. Is it genuine ignorance or feigned ignorance? What does the ancestor mean by that? Could it be that the ancestor knows something? Yet, how could that be possible? That incident was so covert that the ancestor should not be aware of it. Just as countless thoughts swirl within Su Qingyan's mind, Chunlai slams his palm down on the table, causing the massive stone surface to disintegrate into dust. Then, with gritted teeth and filled with fury, he declares, What a fine daughter of the Su family! You come before me, yet still attempt to hide your intentions. Do you think to deceive me? The ancestor's wishes, I have not, do not speak further. Before Su Qingyan can desperately articulate her thoughts, Chunlai coldly interrupts her, then proceeds to recount the events. Xianer and his companions must have been injured by the Yi family. Correct? Do you truly dare to claim ignorance of this matter? What? The ancestor actually knows that the young master was harmed by the Yi family. In that moment, Su Qingyan is utterly stunned, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief. This matter, only a few were privy to it. How could the ancestor possibly know? In the original narrative, Su Qingyan was aware that Chen Xian intended to teach Yi Tian a lesson, in a bid to garner favor from the handsome young man and to demonstrate her own worth. Chen Xian had informed Su Qingyan of this plan before dispatching Elder 13. Why Yi Tian was unworthy of her, so what was wrong with seeking to annul their engagement? Yet, Yi Tian had the audacity to make a scene, threatening that she would regret it in the future. Faced with this, Su Qingyan was understandably furious and tacitly approved of the plan, as long as it did not endanger Yi Tian's life. Teaching him a lesson would suffice, allowing him to truly feel just how inconsequential he was in her eyes. Indeed, Chen Xian had sent someone to take action, but the ensuing developments were entirely unforeseen for Su Qingyan. Elder 13 did not return, and that very night, the young Master Chun also encountered trouble. The incident involving the young master of the Wuzhizong at the Su family was no trivial matter. And fearing that the ancestor would blame the Su family, Su Qingyan hurriedly brought the two to clarify the situation. Chapter 6. The fear of Su Qingyan. Elder 13 possessed formidable cultivation. Initially, Su Qingyan had not connected their injuries to the Yi family, as the Su and Yi families were of comparable strength, and it was inconceivable that anyone from their family could best Elder 13. However, an incident soon revealed the Yi family's extraordinary nature. Smack. While transporting the injured Chen Xian and others to the Wuzhizong, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her face veiled, struck Su Qingyan sharply across the face. Su Qingyan, the greatest mistake of your life was humiliating Yi Tian. I shall spare you today, for Yi Tian has declared that he will personally seek you out at Wuzhizong in 3 years. At that time, you will understand what you have truly missed in your life. Su Qingyan dared not retaliate, for the veiled woman not only surpassed her in cultivation but was accompanied by an invincible powerhouse. In that moment, Su Qingyan realized who had harmed Qin Xian and his companions. Afraid that expressing her suspicions would lead that woman to pursue her later, she refrained from divulging this matter to Qin Lai. Yet now, seeing that Qin Lai was not present, she had already inferred that the Yi family was behind it, and how could she not feel alarmed? Could it be that the ancestor had long been aware of the Yi family's significance? As Su Qingyan gazed at Qin Lai with disbelief and unease, he suddenly reached out, gently caressing the left side of her face. Does that slap still sting? The fact that the ancestor knew she had been struck by that woman left Su Qingyan utterly speechless. Biting her lip in confusion, Su Qingyan. The young master's injury, to put it plainly, is also due to your Su family. However, he is ultimately a victim of his own infatuation, and for this, I shall not hold you or your family accountable. Yet even without my ire, you likely have no idea just how grave a trouble you have stirred. Seeing the mixture of anxiety and confusion in Su Qingyan's eyes, Qin Lai decided to be direct. Do you know the origins of the Yi family? The origins of the Yi family? In the past, faced with such a question, Su Qingyan would have simply answered that the Yi family was just the Yi family. However, after experiencing that slap, she no longer dared to utter such words. Moreover, Qin Lai did not keep her waiting long, swiftly elucidating the Yi family's background and connections. On the Tianqiong continent, there are a total of 8 major states. To put it plainly, compared to those affluent states, Qingming State is merely a remote and insignificant place. Yet there exists a race that even the most prosperous powers of the Destiny State do not dare to provoke lightly. This mysterious race is known as the Primordial Immortal Clan. The Primordial Immortal Clan consists of 36 branches, nearly every one of which boasts a demigod-level powerhouse. Qingyan, do you think that being targeted by such a formidable force would lead to a favorable outcome? In Qingming State, those of Tianyuan-level cultivation are already considered invincible. Su Qingyan, knowing nothing of the subsequent cultivation realms, could hardly fathom the legendary demigod realm. It was evident that the Primordial Immortal Clan represented an exceedingly terrifying power. And the ancestor would not speak of such matters without reason. Su Qingyan was no fool. At this moment, she began to piece things together. The next instant, she looked pale as she directed her gaze towards Qin Lai, ancestor. Do you mean to say that the Yi family has some connection to this Primordial Immortal Clan? It is not merely a connection. The Yi family is, in fact, one of the 36 branches of the Primordial Immortal Clan. Having existed for millions of years, the clan has indeed encountered changes over time. Presently, 3 branches have fallen into decline, one of which is the Yi family to which Yi Tian belongs. Otherwise, they would not be struggling for survival in this mere Liang city. Fallen into decline. That is somewhat reassuring, Su Qingyan thought, her previously ashen complexion regaining some color. Yet before she could fully rejoice, Qin Lai's subsequent words plunged her emotions back into despair. Indeed, the Yi family has declined. But Yi Tian's cousin, Yi Tanner, is not so simple. Yi Tanner, whose birth name is Jiang, also belongs to one of the 36 branches of the Primordial Immortal Clan. Compared to the fallen Yi family, the Jiang family is currently thriving, its overall strength ranking among the top 3 within the 36 branches. Why has Yi Tanner lived in the Yi family since childhood? I will not elaborate on that matter with you. What I wish to emphasize is that when you went to the Yi family to annul your engagement, you must have witnessed the profound bond between Yi Tanner and Yi Tian. The 13th elder met his demise at the hands of the guardian behind Yi Tanner, as she sheltered Yi Tian's safety. Setting aside Yi Tanner as a protective shield, it is worth noting that the Yi family still harbors a few exceedingly powerful ancestors who are currently trapped in several secret realms. Sooner or later, those individuals will break free. In the eyes of these beings, the entirety of Qingming Prefecture is insignificant. With such a formidable background and numerous allies, do you truly believe Yi Tian's future will be limited? Chapter 7. The elder's temptation. Qin Lai had articulated his thoughts so plainly that, in this moment, Su Qingyan, with her keen intellect, could hardly fail to deduce who had given her a slap that day. It turned out to be Yi Tanner herself. Although she had encountered her numerous times before, she had never witnessed her display her true cultivation. It seems that the other party had indeed concealed her abilities, and the figure who had struck her that day bore a striking resemblance to Yi Tanner. Why does she possess such a terrifying lineage? At this moment, Su Qingyin's complexion had turned ashen. She genuinely did not anticipate that the seemingly useless Yi Tian would possess such a formidable background. Was her decision to annul the engagement truly misplaced? As a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within Su Qingyin, Chunlai continued his relentless assault on her psyche. The next moment, he stated, "In your eyes, Yi Tian has become a useless being, which is why you felt no qualms about annulling your engagement with him. Correct? But have you ever pondered why Yi Tian, who faced no danger, suddenly transformed into a waste? In truth, he has not become a waste. Rather, Yi Tian has encountered a tremendous opportunity, which has led to his stagnant cultivation over the past few years. You might consider it as a period of accumulation before a remarkable outburst. Based on my judgment, it will likely only be a matter of days before his cultivation begins to soar. I am aware that your talent for cultivation is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to Yi Tian's. Have you not agreed to hold a contest in 3 years? Let me be candid. If you do not possess any extraordinary opportunities, in 3 years, you will only meet with a dismal fate. That is, you will suffer a crushing defeat at Yi Tian's hands, perhaps even losing your life. You will become merely a stepping stone in Yi Tian's ascent. Do you believe it? What a jest! Su Qingyin is the destined heroine, and in the future, she shall find herself filled with regret, desperately pleading for Yi Tian's forgiveness. How could the original author allow such a stunning beauty to perish at Yi Tian's hands? Yet why is Chunlai conveying such words to Su Qingyin? Indeed, Chunlai is attempting to intimidate her, igniting within her a sense of fear. Only through such fear can a young beauty yearn for a sense of reliance. Am I right? As it turns out, Chunlai's strategy proved exceptionally successful. In Su Qingyin's perception, an elder of his stature would not deceive her, suggesting that she would indeed meet her demise at Yi Tian's hands in 3 years? No. Her journey as a cultivator has only just begun. How could she possibly face such an end? At this moment, panic washed over Su Qingyin as she fervently pleaded, "Elder, is there truly no way to alter this fate?" A method, you ask? Naturally, there is, however. It hinges upon whether you, Qingyin, are willing to pay the price. A price. Upon learning of the terrifying background behind Yi Tian, Su Qingyin's heart was already gripped by an overwhelming sense of unease and dread. She did not wish to die, nor to become a mere stepping stone for another. If she could defy fate and alter her destiny, what concern could she have for the cost? Thus, in this moment, kneeling before Chunlai, Su Qingyin hastily implored, "Elder, if it means changing all of this, I am willing to pay any price. Therefore, I humbly request that the elder guide me on the path forward." A path forward, you say? At that moment, Chunlai's face bore a smile laden with profound meaning. The next instant, he gazed at Su Qingyin and spoke with a hint of significance. "Do not be so hasty in your words. It would be wise for you to first understand what price you must pay before responding. Due to certain special circumstances, even with Yi Tanner's unwavering support, her family cannot provide Yi Tian with too much assistance. Even crossing into Qingming Prefecture is no simple feat. Yet, despite this, the resources Yi Tian currently possesses are sufficient for him to achieve a meteoric rise. What I previously stated was not an attempt to deceive you. If you continue to cultivate in this manner, 3 years hence, you will undoubtedly be no match for Yi Tian. Death at his hands is your only fate. However, should you receive the unwavering support of my Wuji sect, then the outcome would be entirely different. Having established roots in Qingming Prefecture for many years, my Wuji sect commands respect and is not easily manipulated. Moreover, I possess resources that rival Yi Tian's. If these resources were to be invested in you, I can assure you that there is at least a 99% chance you would easily crush Yi Tian in 3 years. However, you are merely the young lady of the Su family from Liang City, with no ties to our Wuji sect. You are not even a disciple of our sect. Tell me, why should I allocate the resources of the sect to nurture your growth?" Hearing Chunlai's words, Su Qingyin's face turned pale. Indeed, she realized that in the end, she was merely an outsider. The elder had already shown leniency by not holding her accountable for the incident involving the young Master Chen. Why should he extend his support to such an insignificant outsider? Perhaps the title of the Su family's young lady held some weight in Liang City, but before the elder, Su Qingyan truly could not fathom what she could offer in exchange for the elder's support. Chapter 8. A direct conquest? Nevertheless, Su Qingyan was indeed a clever girl. She quickly realized that if the elder had no ulterior motives, he would have already dismissed her, rather than deliberately engaging her in conversation. Considering the elder's earlier mention of the price to be paid, it became evident that he harbored other intentions. After biting her lip in contemplation, Su Qingyan raised her gaze to Chenlai. Elder, what must I do to earn your substantial support? At this moment, Chenlai no longer beat around the bush. He reached out to caress Su Qingyan's delicate face once more. Not long ago, by a fortunate turn of events, I acquired a dual cultivation technique. This technique is formidable, yet it requires a woman of exceptional quality to serve as a vessel, enabling my cultivation to continue to ascend rapidly. Observing you, Qingyan, you fit this criterion perfectly, therefore, I have deliberately brought this matter to your attention today. I believe you understand my intentions. As for your choice, that is entirely up to you. If you decline, I will not force you. The price you must pay is to become the elder's dual cultivation partner. Though she had mentally prepared herself for certain possibilities, Su Qingyan was still taken aback that the price demanded by the elder was such. Feeling slightly startled, she nevertheless understood the situation. After all, the elder's offer was the unwavering support of the entire sect, and beyond her youthful beauty, she had little else of value that could attract the elder's favor. With no choice but to immediately agree, nor the option to turn and leave, Su Qingyan remained kneeling before Chenlai. The next moment, she softly spoke. Elder, I have heard from an elder in my family that most dual cultivation techniques originate from demonic sects. Relying on the absorption of women's cultivation and essence to nourish oneself, before Su Qingyan could finish her sentence, Chenlai, understanding the source of her unease, gently interrupted her after a slight smile. Dual cultivation techniques are not solely about the exchange of yin and yang. There also exist types that complement each other. The former may indeed be considered sinister, yet the latter aligns with the principles of righteousness. Should you choose to follow me, I would never treat you merely as a vessel. I could take you as a concubine. You may view this as a transaction. I have never been one to impose my will upon others. Should you disagree, I will not compel you. However, should you choose to refuse, you may now opt to leave. Upon hearing Chenlai's words, Su Qingyan's body trembled slightly. Although she did not choose to leave, Chenlai could discern that the girl was undoubtedly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Should she turn and walk away, or should she cling to the ancestral figure before her? Observing the pale complexion of Su Qingyan as she weighed the pros and cons, Chenlai had, unbeknownst to her, risen from his seat and silently approached her side. Leaning close to her delicate earlobe, he softly began to entice her. If you are willing to follow me, I shall undoubtedly extend my full support to you. From this day forth, all the resources of the sect shall be at your disposal. With me as your backing and the sect's resources as your foundation, even if that Yi Tian possesses an astonishing background. What of it? Before you, he is but an ant, and 3 years hence, he shall still be nothing more than an ant groveling at your feet. Hawk, does he think it easy to seek revenge and rise against you? With me here, I shall never allow Qingyan to suffer the slightest grievance. Moreover, the benefits of following me extend far beyond these. Your Su family will also receive the robust support of my Wuji sect. Your family has nurtured and cared for you so well. Surely you wish to fight for their interests as well? Choose to follow me, and trust me, you will not regret your decision today. Not only will you behold greater vistas, but with diligence, it is entirely possible to secure a place high above the 9 heavens in the future. Furthermore, you shall never forget that slap from Jiang Tanner. Will you? Do you not wish to one day retaliate with an even loftier stance? To return that slap? Although, under the pressure of Yi Tanner, Su Qingyan dared not resist at that moment. Could it be that her heart held no resentment? Setting aside the matter of survival, becoming the beloved concubine of the ancestral figure should already be considered a privilege, should it not? It is uncertain what thoughts surged within Su Qingyan's mind at that moment. Yet she ultimately reached a resolute decision in her heart. Closing her beautiful eyes, with a deep breath, She opened them once more, and in that instant, Su Qingyin transformed completely, her enchanting gaze filled with allure. The next moment, she spoke in an unprecedentedly delicate voice. It is indeed a blessing for Qingyin to be favored by the ancestral figure. How could I dare to disobey? However, there are many things I do not comprehend, and I humbly request your guidance in the future. Upon hearing such words, how could Qinlai remain oblivious to Su Qingyin's choice? In the next moment, he said no more particularly profound words. Instead, embracing Su Qingyin in his arms, rest assured, since you are willing to serve me, I shall certainly treat you well in the days to come. What is Yi Tian? Does he think he can seek vengeance? It shall not be so easy. With my careful nurturing, I assure you that 3 years from now, you will possess the power to shatter Yi Tian's very skull. Moreover, that slap from Yi Tanner, you shall certainly reclaim in the future. Chapter 9. Heavenly Rewards, the Great Chaotic Yin-Yang Sacred Body. According to the rules of the system, to obtain the rewards bestowed by the system, 2 conditions must be met. One is to achieve a beauty rating of 90, and the other is to willingly follow oneself. Su Qingyin, after all, is one of the destined protagonists in the original narrative, so she certainly meets the first condition regarding beauty. To satisfy the second condition, however, one must employ some subtle tactics. In this regard, Qinlai utilized a dual approach of both grace and intimidation. The specific means he employed were of little importance. What truly mattered was that at this juncture, Su Qingyin, lacking any background, had no real choice before him. Thus, on that very day, Qinlai brought Su Qingyin to his bed, and she willingly offered herself. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, the Great Chaotic Yin-Yang Sacred Body. It must be said, Su Qingyin's physique is truly remarkable. Even Qinlai found himself savoring the experience. However, with a 3-year warning looming overhead, Qinlai would not permit himself to be enraptured by a woman's charms for too long. After several days spent in close company with Su Qingyin, he compelled himself to emerge from his chambers and subsequently made his way to his dedicated training room. His purpose in the training room was to assess the rewards gained from taking Su Qingyin as a concubine. To his astonishment, truth be told, even after several days had passed, Qinlai had yet to fully digest the excitement within him. For he had not anticipated such incredible fortune. His first reward was the Great Chaotic Yin-Yang Sacred Body, a truly astonishing prize. The special physiques of the world can be broadly categorized into 2 types: acquired physiques and innate physiques. Acquired physiques refer to those that a cultivator does not possess from the outset but gains through fortuitous circumstances, thereby forming a unique constitution. Innate physiques, on the other hand, are those one is born with. In terms of strength, there is little difference between the two. For instance, the destined protagonist Yi Tian initially possessed no particular physique and only acquired a formidable one through extraordinary opportunities later on. Regardless of whether a physique is innate or acquired, the distinction in strength is not substantial. However, there is a strict hierarchy of classification concerning the physiques themselves, according to the settings in the novel Only I Am Supreme. There are 4 levels of physiques: spirit body, immortal body, sacred body, and the legendary supreme body. Su Qingyin's water spirit body qualifies as a spirit body level physique, which is superior to cultivators without any physique, yet pales in comparison to the latter 3 levels. The supreme body is a legend and cannot possibly manifest in the early stages of the novel. Thus, the sacred body level physique is already the most formidable type encountered in the early to mid-narrative. Qinlai's acquisition of the Great Chaotic Yin-Yang body places him among the upper echelons of sacred bodies. Immune to all poisons, impervious to all evils, and capable of countering all aberrations, he stands invincible among peers. All forms of offensive and defensive techniques birthed from chaos are greatly suppressed beneath the Great Chaotic Yin-Yang body. Tio put it plainly, previously, with a combat power equivalent to the first level of the Tianyuan realm. Even when employing secret techniques, he could barely contend with a second-level expert. Yet now, possessing the Great Chaotic Yin-Yang body, even a third-level master of the Tianyuan realm would be effortlessly crushed by him. And he could even hold his ground against 4th and 5th-level experts. Yi Tian's physique, known as the Everlasting Life Body, is also a notable contender among sacred bodies. However, when did Yi Tian fully acquire the Everlasting Life Body? It was only in the mid-narrative that he attained it, and it was not until the latter part of the story that he perfected it, evolving into the eternal and indestructible supreme body by the tale's conclusion. Yet here he was, starting with the already perfected great chaotic yin-yang body. How could that not be extraordinary? Take, for instance, the protector behind Yi Tanner. Before he obtained the great chaotic yin-yang body, he and that figure were both first-level cultivators of the Tianyuan realm, and he could only match the opponent in strength. But now, facing him, Chunlai felt that finishing the battle in a minute would be an insult to his own fighting prowess, of course. From the beginning, he had never truly feared the protector behind Yi Tanner. What truly concerned him was the Jiang family, a member of the ancient celestial race. However, such worries were trivial. They were merely temporary. Having received such an astonishing first reward, what if he could acquire even more rewards? What if he were granted more time to develop? He chuckled. One day, even the Jiang family would have to grovel at his feet. And he was certain that day would not be far off. Nevertheless, even with the great chaotic yin-yang body, a divine physique of immense caliber, it merely signified that his cultivation starting point had risen. To truly achieve invincibility and stand atop the myriad worlds, one must diligently cultivate. Chunlai muttered to himself, fully aware that innate talent alone does not suffice. Only when talent is combined with hard work can one attain true greatness. Thus, at that moment, he commenced his cultivation. With the sacred body, not only would his combat strength see a monumental increase, but his cultivation speed would also accelerate significantly. Chunlai attempted to cultivate for a while, and quickly discerned the profound difference in his cultivation speed compared to before. It had increased by at least fivefold. Based on his previous cultivation rate, he would have required 3 years to hope for a breakthrough to the second level of the Tianyuan realm. But unfortunately, he had not even had the chance to break through before being struck down to the depths by Yi Tian. Now, however, he anticipated that he would only need a few months to successfully reach the second level of the Tianyuan realm. At that time, coupled with the great chaotic yin-yang body, his combat power would undergo another tremendous enhancement. Having realized all this, Chunlai adjusted his breathing and immediately began his cultivation. Only by continuously growing stronger can one possess everything they desire. Thus, the journey towards self-advancement shall commence right now. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, several months have elapsed. In the city of Liang, there exists a place known as Zhuji Tofu Stall, which typically offers but a single delicacy, douhua, tofu pudding. Due to its exquisite flavor, countless patrons frequent this establishment daily. Those who have savored the douhua are well aware that the stall is run by a charming grandfather-granddaughter duo. As dawn breaks, as is customary, Zhuji Tofu Stall opens its doors once again. A remarkably beautiful young maiden, Qingzhu, is diligently attending to the stall. Qingzhu, you're out with your grandfather so early again today. Recently, the two have been setting up shop much earlier than usual. Are you hoping to earn some extra money? What do you mean by extra money, Sister Wang? Don't you know Qingzhu's character? In my opinion, she is simply eager to see that young Master Chen. Chapter 10. The Tofu Fairy. The full name of the girl is Nye Qingzhu, whose pure and enchanting beauty is undeniable. Even her coarse attire cannot mask her captivating visage. Due to her partnership with her grandfather in running the douhua stall, she is often hailed as the Tofu Fairy of Liang City. Naturally, her striking appearance has attracted the attention of many suitors. Just half a month ago, an incident of harassment occurred at the stall when several young masters from prominent families attempted to flirt with Nye Qingzhu. Fortunately, a young Master Chen intervened, driving off the ruffians, allowing Qingzhu to remain unharmed. Such heroic acts tend to evoke admiration. Following the incident, young Master Chen began to visit the stall each morning for a bowl of douhua, and it was evident that he was not only handsome but also engaged in pleasant conversation with Nye Qingzhu. This inevitably led to the nearby aunties teasing her about it. Now, seeing Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhou begin their playful jests again, Nye Qingzhu's fair complexion flushed slightly. Being naturally shy, the blush on her cheeks seemed to extend to her neck. Yet, she could not help but softly exclaim, "Aunt Wang, Aunt Zhou, what are you all talking about?" The astute aunties, seasoned in the ways of life, quickly noticed the rosy hue on Qingzhu's face. If it's not because of young Master Chen, why do you suddenly look so bashful? Aunt Wang teased. Before Aunt Wang could finish, Aunt Zhou chimed in with a smile. Oh Wang, Stop teasing Qingzhu. It's only natural for the young to be shy. But Qingzhu, as someone who has been through it all, let me remind you, don't be so easily embarrassed when it comes to matters of marriage. You're not exactly a child anymore. At your age, I see it only a matter of time before you find a partner. When I was your age, I was already expecting my little Hu. I truly believe that young Master Chun is a fine gentleman. Just look at him. He must come from a respectable family, and he treats you with utmost courtesy. Besides, he has saved your life. Truly, a fortuitous match. It seems to me that he holds you in high regard as well. So, my dear, sometimes it's better to take the initiative rather than shy away. After all, missing this opportunity may make it difficult to find another suitable match. The moment Aunt Zhou finished her remarks, Nie Qingzhu's embarrassment deepened, her face a vivid scarlet, leaving her at a loss for words as she stared at her toes. This scene did not escape her grandfather's notice, who could hardly contain his displeasure at the auntie's relentless teasing about marriage. He shot them a glare and admonished, "Enough. Stop this nonsense. Qingzhu is still young. What are you all doing discussing such matters in front of her? Why don't you take care of your own children instead? Leave my granddaughter alone." The aunties, who adored the soft-spoken Ye Qingzhu, found themselves at odds with her grandfather's fiery temperament. Upon hearing him speak, Aunt Zhou quickly retorted, "I'm merely guiding Qingyu. Is she not a good match for young Master Chen? Meanwhile, you, old man, have never shown him a warm face whenever he visits. Why must you meddle with this destined relationship?" Hearing this, Nie Qingzhu's grandfather was incensed, his beard bristling with indignation. "Aunt Zhou, what nonsense are you spouting? What destined relationship? My granddaughter is so beautiful. Why would she worry about finding a suitor?" Just as he was about to escalate the argument, Nie Qingzhu finally regained her composure and hurriedly interjected. "Grandfather, please, young Master Chun will be here shortly. We need to prepare the stall to serve our guests." Just then, a voice called out from a distance, "Grandfather Nie, Miss Qingzhu. Long time no see." Expecting it to be young Master Chun, Nie Qingzhu felt a surge of joy. Young Master Chen. However, upon turning around, she discovered it was not him, but rather a fairly ordinary-looking youth. "Oh? Is that you, Brother Yi Tian?" Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Yi Tian, the fated protagonist of the novel Wei Wudu Zun. Having grown up in Liang City, Yi Tian had developed a fondness for Neres Dohua, and due to his frequent visits since childhood, he had become quite familiar with both Nie Qingzhu and her grandfather. Their relationship could be likened to childhood sweethearts, as they had known each other for years. After a brief absence due to personal matters, Yi Tian was delighted to see Qingzhu again, greeting her with a bright smile. Seeing Qingzhu's sweet smile instantly lifted Yi Tian's spirits, even softening the previously irritable demeanor of her grandfather. "Ah, it's little Tian. It's been quite a few days since you've graced us with your presence. Have you been busy training?" Polite as ever, Yi Tian greeted the elder before responding with a smile. "Yes, I've indeed been preoccupied with my training. The moment I finished, I rushed over to enjoy your delicious dohua. I've missed it terribly." Nie Qingzhu's grandfather chuckled. "I may not have much, but there's plenty of dohua. Qingzhu, young Tian is craving our dohua. Why not whip him up a bowl?" "Of course. Just a moment, Brother Yi Tian. I'll prepare it right away." Yi Tian quickly found a spot at the stall. While Nie Qingzhu busied herself with the preparation, as Yi Tian admired her graceful figure, he couldn't help but inquire curiously, "Qingzhu, I heard your grandfather arguing with someone just now. What was it about?" Chapter 11. The protagonist's apprehension upon hearing Yi Tian's question. Nie Qingzhu couldn't help but giggle. "Oh, it's nothing. You know how my grandfather is. He can stir up a fuss over nothing." Familiar with the elder's fiery temperament, Yi Tian accepted her explanation and refrained from further inquiries. "Oh, by the way, Qingzhu, I think I heard you mention young Master Chen earlier. Who is he?" Surprised by Yi Tian's curiosity regarding young Master Chen, Nie Qingzhu smiled sweetly, ready to respond, when suddenly, a voice called out from not far away, "Qingzhu." Compared to the rather ordinary voice of Yi Tian, the male voice that resonated afterward was markedly distinct. It was not only steady and powerful, imbued with a magnetic quality, but it also exuded an aura of maturity, akin to possessing an intangible charm that struck at the very soul, effortlessly drawing one into its depths. Upon hearing someone call out Qingzhu's name, Yi Tian instinctively shifted his gaze toward the speaker, and upon doing so, he was instantly frozen in place. Before him stood a man clad in a moon-white embroidered long robe, with hair as pure and white as snow. His imposing stature, handsome features, and graceful demeanor radiated an extraordinary allure. His eyes sparkled like stars, and his elegantly arched brows resembled crescent moons, exuding a captivating magnetism with every movement. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but his gaze was also profoundly deep, and the warm, enchanting smile that adorned his face evoked an immediate sense of familiarity in those who beheld him. Yi Tian found it hard to believe that such a visage could exist in this world, having never imagined that a man could possess such remarkable looks. Yi Tian stood there, momentarily entranced by the man's striking and ethereal appearance. Nie Qingzhu also recognized the newcomer. In an instant, a glimmer of indescribable surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. Young Master Chen. With a hint of joy and excitement, Nie Qingzhu approached young Master Chen with the buoyancy of a cheerful bird, greeting him with delight. Have you come for tofu pudding again this morning? Noticing the look of surprise in Nie Qingzhu's eyes, young Master Chen did not respond to her immediately. Instead, he casually glanced at Yi Tian. Though it was merely a routine sweep of his gaze, in that moment, Yi Tian inexplicably felt a chill surge from deep within his being. As if coldness were pouring in from all directions. That instant, Yi Tian was left in a state of sheer terror, his hair standing on end. Is this the young Master Chen that Qingzhu mentioned? What on earth is happening here? Why does merely being gazed upon by him make me tremble uncontrollably, rendering my body immobile? A bead of sweat the size of a soybean trickled down Yi Tian's forehead. If anyone were to observe him closely at that moment, they would surely notice the veins on his forehead bulging ominously. He wished to move, yet his body remained unresponsive, no matter how much strength he summoned. However, the oppressive aura dissipated just as swiftly as it had come, and as young Master Chen averted his gaze, Yi Tian finally regained the ability to move. Rising from his previous state of inertia, Yi Tian, the destined protagonist, possessed an exceptional sense of alertness. With the pressure lifted, he abruptly stood up, inadvertently toppling the table and the tofu pudding before him. Who are you? Why have you come to my Liang city? The unexpected turn of events left Nie Qingzhu bewildered, and she instinctively turned to Yi Tian. Brother Yi Tian, what is happening? Qingzhu, come here. Stand behind me. This man before you is very dangerous. Dangerous? Now, Nie Qingzhu was even more confused, unable to grasp who Yi Tian was referring to. Yet before she could respond, young Master Chen, with a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze, seated himself at an empty table, unfazed. Is it forbidden for outsiders to dine in Liang City? Upon hearing young Master Chen's words and witnessing Yi Tian's tense and vigilant demeanor, Nie Qingzhu finally grasped that Yi Tian's anxiety was directed toward this individual. She found it both amusing and frustrating. Yet in the next moment, she hurriedly reassured Yi Tian. Brother Yi Tian, please don't be nervous. This is the young Master Chen I mentioned earlier. He is not a bad person. He is my savior. Not a bad person? The savior of Qingzhu? Yi Tian did not lower his guard in the slightest upon hearing this, his expression remaining vigilant as he fixed his gaze on young Master Chen. However, young Master Chen paid no heed to Yi Tian's wariness and instead turned his attention back to Nie Qingzhu, smiling gently. Qingzhu, just be yourself as always. Be myself as always. All right, I understand. Having known young Master Chen for quite some time, Nie Qingzhu was well aware of what he meant, and she quickly turned to her grandfather. Grandfather, young Master Chen would like a serving of scallion tofu pudding. Got it? Old Nie seemed rather unenthusiastic about young Master Chen, preparing a serving of tofu pudding and placing it before him, bluntly stating, Young man, finish this tofu pudding and be on your way. Before young Master Chen could respond, Nie Qingzhu, noticing her grandfather's cold demeanor, could not help but voice her discontent. Grandfather, what are you saying? Young Master Chen is my savior. How can you speak to him like that, even if he were just an ordinary guest? You shouldn't urge him to leave immediately after eating. Seeing that his granddaughter appeared smitten with young Master Chen, old Nie felt a moment of exasperation. However, he said nothing more, merely glancing at young Master Chen before snorting and returning to his work at the stall. Understanding her grandfather's temperament, Nie Qingzhu chose not to dwell on it and turned her attention back to young Master Chen, her face bright with joy. Young Master Chen, the scallion tofu pudding is ready. Please enjoy it while it's hot. Otherwise, it will lose its flavor. Thank you for the reminder, Qingzhu. Young Master Chen, undeterred by the modest stall, took a spoonful of the pudding and smiled at Nie Qingzhu. Old Nie's craftsmanship is commendable, but I still find your scallion tofu pudding to be more delectable. Upon hearing young Master Chen's words, Nie Qingzhu felt an immense surge of happiness, though she modestly replied, Young Master Chen, the scallion tofu pudding is truly my grandfather's specialty. I'm more skilled at making sweet tofu pudding. Skilled at making sweet tofu pudding, you say? Young Master Chen smiled slightly. Qingzhu, you are being too modest. Though your tofu pudding skills were taught by old Nie, in my eyes, you have already surpassed your mentor. Before Nie Qingzhu could respond, old Nie interjected with a cold snort. If you think my tofu pudding is lacking, feel free to eat elsewhere. No one is forcing you to come here every day, grandfather. Seeing her grandfather speak so curtly to young Master Chen again, Nie Qingzhu felt her temper flare, wanting to stomp her foot in frustration. Old Nie, witnessing her reaction, merely snorted again and fell silent. To diffuse the tension, Nie Qingzhu quickly turned to young Master Chen. Young Master Chen, my grandfather is just like that. He doesn't warm up to anyone. Please don't take it to heart. Do you truly enjoy my tofu pudding, young Master Chen? If you wouldn't mind, I could make you an extra serving right now. At this, young Master Chen nodded with a smile. That would be great. I would appreciate it, Qingzhu. No trouble at all. I'm genuinely happy to host you, young Master Chen. Embarrassed by her candidness, Nie Qingzhu blushed and hurried off to prepare more tofu pudding for him. What manner of person are you? And what brings you to Liang City? Moreover, what is your intention in approaching Qingzhu? As Nie Qingzhu busied herself with the tofu pudding, Yi Tian had gravitated towards young Master Chen, his expression grave. Seeing the destined protagonist from the original narrative eyeing him warily, young Master Chen smiled slightly. I am merely an ordinary guest. Is it now forbidden to enjoy a serving of tofu pudding? Ordinary guest? Yi Tian was not convinced. Do not jest. I can sense that you are no ordinary individual. I care not for your intentions, but if you dare to harm Qingzhu, I will not let you go. Truly a destined protagonist, possessing an astute perception. Young Master Chen had believed he was concealed well enough, yet he had not anticipated that Yi Tian would pick up on the slightest peculiarity. However, it was of little consequence. Did he truly think he would take this minor threat to heart? How absurd. Indeed, the young Master Chen who had recently appeared in Liang City was none other than Chen Lai himself. What could have prompted his arrival at the stronghold of the destined protagonist, Yi Tian? To begin with another matter. As the destined protagonist of a harem novel, Yi Tian naturally enjoys an abundance of romantic prospects. Setting aside other locations, even within the blazing Sun City, several women are entangled with him, among whom Nie Qingzhu stands out. With an impressive beauty scoring a remarkable 90 points, she appears to be merely an inconsequential girl selling tofu pudding. However, in truth, she is the last scion of the esteemed Tai Wang sect, the foremost righteous sect of Qingming Prefecture a century ago, harboring an astonishing opportunity within her. Chen Lai has come here precisely for this extraordinary chance. After a few months of seclusion, Chen Lai has already elevated his cultivation from the first to the second level of the Tianyuan realm. He feels that such a methodical approach to cultivation is rather sluggish. If he can seize the opportunity concealed behind Nie Qingzhu and draw her into his abode for a substantial reward, it would undoubtedly be a double triumph. Indeed, as one of the fated female leads, Nie Qingzhu does not disappoint. With her breathtaking beauty, she undoubtedly meets the criteria set by the system. Nie Qingzhu is exceptionally kind-hearted and innocent, contrasting starkly with the ambitious Su Qingyan. Therefore, employing strategies that worked on Su Qingyan to win over Nie Qingzhu would be utterly inconceivable. Nonetheless, this remains a trivial challenge for Chen Lai. A fortnight ago, a few roguish young gentlemen were teasing Nie Qingzhu at her stall, but this was no mere coincidence. It was merely a little ploy executed by Chen Lai. While the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress may seem kitsch, it is precisely the type of scenario that easily wins the affection of naive girls. Consequently, events unfolded just as Chen Lai had anticipated. And he indeed made a lasting impression on Nye Qingzhu's heart. Of course, cultivating such a high level of affection was not solely due to the act of saving her. Chunlai's striking appearance played a significant role as well. As cultivators enhance their prowess, their lifespan increases, effectively staving off the ravages of time and preserving their youth. Thus, despite having the lineage of an ancient ancestor, Chunlai's allure is simply undeniable. It is worth noting that the original text explicitly mentions he once topped the previous gentleman's list. He possesses an aesthetic reminiscent of a silver-haired anime heartthrob, coupled with an aura of mature charm. Even Chunlai himself, upon gazing into the mirror, has unconsciously mused that with such looks and charisma in his past life, he would have captivated countless beautiful maidens and enchanting young wives. With his remarkable appearance and demeanor, combined with a mature and composed presence that exudes humor, Chunlai, through his calculated guidance, managed to cultivate a semblance of sibling affection with Nye Qingzhu in merely over 10 days, while Yi Tian spent over a decade achieving a similar bond. Ah, what a difference indeed! It seems that regardless of the world, women cannot escape the allure of physical beauty. Yi Tian, do exercise caution. Your judgment is not flawed. The individual before you is indeed extraordinary. Do not provoke him. Just as Yi Tian's expression grew wary and grave while staring intently at Chunlai, the dark green jade pendant adorning his chest emitted a faint glow, followed by a voice of a mysterious woman resonating within his mind. Upon hearing the enigmatic woman's transmission, Yi Tian promptly inquired, "Master, with your keen insight, can you discern the origins and cultivation level of this person?" "I cannot ascertain that, as I am currently but a sole entity. However, based on my intuition, the individual before you possesses an aura of profound strength, akin to a dragon ascending amidst the blazing sun. He is at least a being above the Tianyuan realm." Chapter 13. A power beyond the Tianyuan realm? The shock of the destined protagonist. "Master, what did you just say? This person possesses cultivation at least above the Tianyuan realm? That is inconceivable. Our blazing sun city is merely a small town. How could it attract a being of such caliber?" The cultivation levels for practitioners in the early stages consist of 6 tiers: body refinement realm, innate realm, foundation establishment realm, spirit pill realm, spirit infant realm, and Tianyuan realm. Blazing Sun City is a remote locale, devoid of formidable experts. Among the 3 prominent families residing within, even the ancestral figures possess merely foundation establishment level cultivation. The Tianyuan realm is a level of power Yi Tian dares not even contemplate. It is known that those who reach this tier are invincible across Qingming Prefecture. Thus, hearing his master declare that Chunlai is at least a being of the Tianyuan realm truly terrifies Yi Tian. Within the dark green jade pendant, Yanji sensed Yi Tian's astonishment. The next moment, she resumed her transmission. "I, too, cannot comprehend why a being of the Tianyuan realm would arrive in Blazing Sun City. However, you may trust me when I say that I will not misjudge this matter. Although he has deliberately concealed his aura, the strength of his soul cannot be obscured. Do you recall why? When he merely glanced at you, your body became paralyzed. It was not due to any deliberate action on his part. Rather, your soul is innately sensitive, allowing you to perceive his overwhelming power, resulting in a subconscious feeling of fear, which temporarily stunned you." Upon hearing his master's explanation, Yi Tian finally understood why he felt a chill run down his spine and beads of sweat form when Chunlai simply looked at him. Initially, he believed it was due to some method employed by Chunlai, but now it appears it was merely the overwhelming strength emanating from him that elicited such fear. "Master, if he is indeed a being of the Tianyuan realm, does that mean he has ulterior motives regarding Qingzhu? I do not know. Thus, my advice is that until you ascertain his intentions, it would be wise for you to refrain from any rash actions to avoid inciting his ire." At this, Yi Tian was at a loss for words. However, simultaneously, he regarded Chunlai with heightened vigilance. "Young Master Chun, the tofu pudding is ready. Please enjoy it while it is hot." While Yi Tian was fixated on Chunlai, unbeknownst to him, Nye Qingzhu had prepared a serving of tofu pudding and eagerly presented it to Chunlai. "Thank you, Miss Qingzhu." As Chunlai savored the tofu pudding she had crafted with care, offering intermittent compliments, Nye Qingzhu's smile blossomed even brighter. accompanied by a subtle blush that crept up her neck. Observing the sweet exchange between Nie Qingzhu and young Master Chen, Yi Tian felt an inexplicable surge of irritation swell within him. At that moment, he had entirely forgotten his master's earlier admonitions, unable to contain his displeasure as he called out to Nie Qingzhu. "Qingzhu, could you come here for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." "Huh? Yi Tian, brother?" Taken aback by Yi Tian's summons, Nie Qingzhu hesitated for a moment before apologizing to Chen Lai. "Young Master Chen, please enjoy your meal. I shall see what my brother Yi Tian wants." Chen Lai nodded with a smile. "Go ahead. You need not feel obliged to attend to me. Other guests need care as well." "Other guests? Is he referring to me?" Yi Tian felt a twinge of annoyance, but refrained from voicing it. Only when Nie Qingzhu approached did he lead her to a slightly more secluded corner, whereupon he lowered his voice and spoke directly. "Qingzhu, what do you truly know about this young Master Chen? Have you inquired into his background?" Though puzzled by Yi Tian's sudden curiosity, Nie Qingzhu nodded. "I know. Young Master Chen is merely a traveler visiting Blazing Sun City. Why are you suddenly interested in him?" "Brother Yi Tian?" Yi Tian omitted any pretense, continuing to lower his voice. "Qingzhu, I believe you ought to be wary of this young Master Chen." "Wary? Why?" "Because I sense he is dangerous. His cultivation is extraordinarily high. Certainly not that of an ordinary individual. A being of his caliber would not arrive in Blazing Sun City without reason. I fear he has ulterior motives." "Ulterior motives?" It remains uncertain whether Nie Qingzhu comprehended his words. In the next moment, she blinked her beautiful eyes, filled with curiosity. "So you mean, young Master Chen is a formidable practitioner, right? How does he compare to you, brother Yi Tian?" How does he compare? Even if I were to strip myself of my bones, I would still be a mere fraction of his prowess. I am only at the peak of the body refinement realm. How could I possibly contend with a practitioner of the transformation realm?" As Yi Tian found himself at a loss for words in response to a question posed by Nie Qingzhu, she abruptly apologized, seemingly recalling something. "I am truly sorry, brother Yi Tian. I should not have asked you that. I genuinely did not mean to belittle you. That question was merely a spontaneous utterance, but upon saying it, I regretted it. After all, who in Liang City does not know that your cultivation has been stagnant for several years? Concerned for your pride, I hastily offered my apology. However, in the next moment, Yi Tian smiled and replied, "Sister Qingzhu, there is no need for apologies. I understand your intentions were innocent, so do not fret over it. In fact, I came here today not only to enjoy the delectable tofu pudding you and Grandpa Nye prepared, but also to share some good news with you." "Good news?" Nie Qingzhu inquired with curiosity. "What is it?" "It is that the issues with my health have been completely resolved, and I am now able to cultivate normally like everyone else." "What? Brother Yi Tian can cultivate normally again?" Nie Qingzhu felt a wave of joy for him. Upon hearing this, she immediately exclaimed, "Is that true, brother Yi Tian? That is indeed monumental news. Just a few years ago, you were the foremost prodigy in Liang City. Now that you can continue your cultivation, no one will dare to speak ill of you," she added. "Moreover, perhaps upon learning that you can cultivate again, Sister Qingyin might reconsider her feelings for you." Yi Tian had been happily listening to Nie Qingzhu's congratulatory remarks, but upon hearing the name Su Qingyin, his expression suddenly turned cold. The humiliation of the broken engagement and Su Qingyin's haughty demeanor on that fateful day were indelibly etched in his memory. How could he maintain a pleasant demeanor upon hearing her name? Thus, he coldly interjected, "Sister Qingzhu, please refrain from mentioning that wretched woman's name again. What else does she know besides attaching herself to the powerful? Such a woman, even if offered to me, I would not spare her a second glance. What of her beauty? In my eyes, she does not even measure up to a single strand of your hair." Sister Qingzhu, seeing Yi Tian's face contort with rage at the mere mention of Su Qingyin, Nie Qingzhu dared not broach the subject further. "All right, I understand, brother Yi Tian. I will no longer mention Sister Qingyin." Although she harbored disdain for Su Qingyin, she did not intend to unleash her anger upon Yi Tian. Remembering the matter at hand, looked directly at Nie Qingzhu and said, "The gentleman named Chen at your stall possesses formidable cultivation. My abilities have only just returned, and I am not yet his match, which is why I mentioned he is not to be underestimated. However, this is of little consequence. I too have my own opportunities, and surpassing him is merely a matter of time. The reason I share this with you is that you are too trusting and naive, so I wish to caution you. Do not get too close to this gentleman Chun. I fear he may harbor ulterior motives for coming to Liang City. Therefore, you must exercise caution. Understanding that Yi Tian's warning stemmed from concern for her, Nie Qingzhu hesitated but eventually felt compelled to defend Chen. I will heed your words, brother Yi Tian. However, I believe you may be overthinking it. Even if Gentleman Chen is a highly skilled cultivator, I am merely an ordinary girl selling tofu pudding. What could possibly attract his interest? Nie Qingzhu merely wished to convey that she did not perceive Chen as a villain, but upon expressing this sentiment, Yi Tian's countenance darkened further. He had not anticipated that despite his explicit warning, Sister Qingzhu would still speak in favor of Chen, displaying such admiration for him. Was their bond of over 10 years truly overshadowed by someone she had known for only a short time? Was it merely his superior cultivation and good looks that captivated her? As his agitation mounted, Yi Tian noticed that even while conversing with him, Nie Qingzhu occasionally stole glances at Gentleman Chen. Witnessing this, he clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves. Just as he was about to suppress his inexplicable discomfort and offer another word of advice to Nie Qingzhu, the stall became increasingly busy, prompting the elderly Nie to call out for her assistance. Qingzhu, have you finished chatting with that boy from the Yi family? If you're done, come help me. The customers are piling up, and I can hardly manage alone. All right, Grandpa, I'm coming right away. Nie Qingzhu responded promptly, then turned to Yi Tian. Brother Yi Tian, let us discuss this further once I finish helping Grandpa. Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Go assist Grandpa Nie. We can talk about this later, Danamim. Observing Nie Qingzhu's cheerful departure, Yi Tian realized that his earlier counsel seemed to have had no impact. Qingzhu had not absorbed his words. She was still engaged in lively conversation with Gentleman Chen, appearing more intimate with him than with Yi Tian himself. This realization deepened Yi Tian's frown. Due to the delightful taste of the tofu pudding, many customers frequented their stall. At some point, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, with a long sword slung across his back, took a seat at their stall. Sir, I would like a serving of savory tofu pudding. Certainly, sir. Nie Qingzhu quickly prepared a serving for the customer. After tasting it, the man offered high praise. I have sampled many tofu puddings, but I never expected to find such exquisite flavor in this humble Liang city. It is evident that the proprietor has invested considerable skill into this craft. Hearing the customer's compliments, Nie Qingzhu beamed with delight. Thank you, sir. You flatter us. In truth, we have not exerted much effort. My grandfather says this recipe has been passed down through generations. While the flavor may be exceptional, it is all thanks to our ancestors. We, the descendants, merely follow their methods to prepare it. The gray-robed customer nodded lightly. A recipe passed down through generations? No wonder it possesses such delightful flavor. However, I find one thing rather curious. Did not your ancestors originate from Tai Wang sect? When did the esteemed elders of Tai Wang sect begin to delve into the art of tofu pudding? Tai Wang sect? What is that? Just as Nie Qingzhu was trying to comprehend the customer's words, she failed to notice her grandfather, who was cooking the tofu pudding, had suddenly turned grave, and the next moment, Grandpa Nie shielded Nie Qingzhu protectively, his gaze fixed intently on the gray-robed man. Who might you be, esteemed guest? Esteemed guest is too grand a title. There are rules within our sect. We cannot disclose our true names while executing tasks outside. Thus, there is no need to press for further details. What I wish to convey is that it is no wonder no one has located your whereabouts all these years. After all, who would have anticipated that the renowned elder Nie Qingfeng of Tai Wang sect and the esteemed young lady of your clan would reside in this small corner of Liang City, running a modest tofu stall? If this were to spread, it would surely astonish all those seeking to uncover your whereabouts. After a moment of silence, Grandpa Nie ceased conversing with the gray-robed man and turned to the other customers with a forced smile. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we will not be operating our stall today. Qingzhu, let us tidy up and return home. The tofu pudding we have sold shall be my treat. No need for anyone to pay. Hearing her grandfather's words, Nie Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Return home? Grandpa, what is the matter? We have just set up. Why are we leaving so early? Qingzhu, Do not ask so many questions. If I am taking you home early, there must be a reason. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, the typically obedient Nie Qingzhu refrained from asking further questions, simply responding with a soft, "All right, I shall tidy up the stall now." It seemed that Yi Tian sensed the ominous presence of the man in the gray robe, prompting him to inquire, "Old Nie, what is the situation? Who is this person?" Old Nie shook his head, offering no answer to Yi Tian's questions, but instead remarked, "Young lad from the Yi family, it would be wise for you to refrain from asking too many questions and return home early. If you haven't had your fill of the bean curd, you may come again tomorrow for a hearty meal." Observing old Nie's stubbornness in refusing to speak, Yi Tian found himself at a loss for words. Left to watch as old Nie completed his packing and departed with Nie Qingzhu. "Grandfather, this is not the way home. Why are you taking me out of the city?" After tidying up the stall, old Nie did not lead her back home. Instead, he took her away from Liang City and into a dense forest. Hearing his granddaughter's query, old Nie spoke plainly, "We can no longer remain in Liang City. We shall relocate to another town to continue selling bean curd." "What? We can no longer stay in Liang City?" Nie Qingzhu was still bewildered, but the gray-robed man trailing behind them could not help but chuckle. "Relocating to continue the bean curd stall? Does Elder Nie truly believe he can leave here unscathed?" Old Nie raised his gaze to the gray-robed man, stating, "You mentioned earlier that you cannot reveal your true name due to the regulations of your organization. If I am not mistaken, you must be an assassin dispatched by the Divine Killing Pavilion, correct? Quite impressive indeed. To think you could find us living in such a small place as Liang City. The pavilion, renowned as the foremost in the world, is indeed not to be taken lightly. Your cultivation is commendable, at the 7th layer of the spirit infant realm. Such prowess should make you a capable assassin within the Divine Killing Pavilion. Likely among the Tian rank. May I ask your rank among them?" The gray-robed man did not hesitate to respond. "Thanks to the pavilion master's favor, I currently hold the 8th rank within the organization." 8th rank? Is it? Not too shabby. Yet, if one of your caliber can only rank 8th, the overall strength of the Divine Killing Pavilion must not be inferior to the Xintian Sword Sect. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed man chuckled. "It's difficult to say whether we are weaker than the Xintian Sword Sect, as we have yet to engage in a direct confrontation. However, compared to the Taiwan sect of a century ago, we certainly fall short." The Taiwan sect? Ah, what a memorable chapter. Old Nie sighed, but that no longer matters. No matter how powerful, it is now merely dust. Indeed, it is of little consequence now. The Taiwan sect's might is but a relic of the past. The gray-robed man smiled slightly, continuing, "Elder Nie must be aware of the purpose of my visit. Will you voluntarily hand over the items, or shall I be compelled to retrieve them myself?" Old Nie regarded the gray-robed man. "If I surrender the items, will the Divine Killing Pavilion cease its pursuit of us?" "It shall, for you will all surely perish here today, and with your deaths, the bounty on our heads will be nullified." Hearing the gray-robed man's reply, old Nie laughed. Indeed, the treasures of the Taiwan sect. Who wouldn't desire such a thing? To keep the secret, it is unlikely they would grant us a path to survival. However, it is fortunate that we, grandfather and granddaughter, have survived thus far without begging for mercy. While one dares to approach, you do exhibit some courage. Alas, it is a pity your strength is somewhat lacking. Yet, it matters not. It is just as well. I haven't had a good spar in many years. Today is perfect for a bit of exercise. At the moment he finished speaking, the once frail figure of old Nie erupted with a fierce aura. And in the next instant, he boldly launched an attack against the gray-robed man. Name: Nie Qingfeng. Title: Grand Elder of the Taiwan Sect. Cultivation Aptitude: Exceptional Special Physique, Divine Wind Body Special Talent, None Cultivation Methods, Taiching Decision, Divine Wind Secret Record, Current Realm, Spirit Infant Realm, Great Perfection. Note: due to sustaining injuries, he can only exhibit the strength of the 6th layer of the Spirit Infant Realm. Name: Tian Ba. Title: Tian Ranked Assassin of the Divine Killing Pavilion. Cultivation Aptitude: Exceptional Special Physique, Thunder Spirit Body Special Talent, None Cultivation Methods, Divine Killing Scripture, 5 Thunder Soul Refinement, Current Realm, Spirit Infant Realm, 7th Layer. Although old Nie's injuries limited him to the 6th layer of the Spirit Infant Realm, His wealth of combat experience and the top-tier techniques from the Taiwan sect allowed him to gain the upper hand over the gray-robed man in a matter of moments. Witnessing this, old Nye could not help but laugh. How delightful it is to have a master from the divine killing pavilion meet their demise at my hands. Elder Nye is indeed not as formidable as in his prime. Despite finding himself at a disadvantage, the gray-robed man's expression remained largely unchanged. Instead, he smiled. If Elder Nye were at his peak, I doubt I could withstand even half a stick of incense. The younger generation is indeed arrogant. If I were at my peak, a mere breath would suffice to bring you to your end. Yet, it matters not. Whether it is early death or late, it is all the same. I do not mind spending a little time on this. As Nye Qingfeng engaged in battle with the gray-robed man high in the air, Nye Qingzhu was utterly bewildered. Grandfather. Wasn't he just a simple bean curd seller? When did he become a practitioner? And such a powerful one at that. Just as Nye Qingzhu was lost in her thoughts, someone rushed towards her from a distance, urgently calling out, "Sister Qingzhu." Upon seeing the newcomer, Nye Qingzhu paused for a moment. "Oh, Brother Yi Tian. What brings you here?" Chapter 16. The mysterious old Nye. Yi Tian felt that the gray-robed man was no good, which is why he chose to follow discreetly. His instincts were correct. He was astonished to discover that the gray-robed man was an assassin. What on earth is happening with old Nye? Wasn't he just an ordinary bean curd seller? How did he suddenly transform into a practitioner? And why does he attract assassins? At this moment, Yi Tian was overwhelmed with questions, so upon finding Nye Qingzhu, he hurriedly spoke. "I was worried about old Nye and Sister Qingzhu, which is why I followed you." "Sister Qingzhu, what is going on? When did old Nye become a practitioner? And why is there an assassin after him?" If she had known the answers, Nye Qingzhu would not still be so confused. Hearing Yi Tian's inquiry, she bit her lip and replied softly, I don't know when grandfather became a practitioner. He never mentioned it to me." "Never mentioned it? Was it to protect Sister Qingzhu's safety that he kept it hidden?" Just as Yi Tian was about to continue his questioning, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Master Nye is not merely a practitioner. His cultivation is exceedingly profound." Profound cultivation? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "Master, did you already sense that old Nye is a practitioner?" "No." Master Nye concealed it well. "It was only due to his recent actions that I realized his status as a practitioner." "Only realized it now? How can that be? You sensed that young Master Chen was a heavenly origin realm practitioner." Seeing that Yi Tian still seemed to lack understanding, Yanji patiently explained, "Young Master Chen differs from Master Nye. It was his powerful soul that alerted me." "I see." After gaining some understanding, Yi Tian's focus shifted. After all, any doubts could be clarified later when he could ask old Nye directly in the next moment. Yi Tian posed his true concern. "Master, do you think old Nye can successfully deal with this assassin?" It should not be a problem. I observed carefully earlier. Master Nye's cultivation likely reached the great perfection of the spirit infant realm. He may have fallen to the 6th layer due to his injuries. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that he possesses a wealth of combat experience, and with Master Nye's extraordinary cultivation techniques, eliminating a junior at the 7th level of the spirit infant realm should pose no challenge. Upon hearing the master affirm that old Nye could successfully deal with the assassin, Yi Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could indulge in his relief, the next moment brought an abrupt change. It seemed that Yanji sensed something, and suddenly her voice shifted. "No, this assassin did not come alone." "What does that mean, not alone?" Before Yi Tian could fully comprehend, the situation on the battlefield transformed in an instant. Just as old Nye was on the cusp of subduing the assassin known as Tian Ba, a fierce sword light erupted from all 4 cardinal directions, striking old Nye with tremendous force. A cry of anguish rang out as old Nye plummeted to the ground from mid-air. The tasks of the Divine Assassin Pavilion have never been a one-man job. Unless a mission fails, it is always taken over by a higher-ranking assassin. What a grand display! For the sake of an old man like me, half-crippled, you have sent no less than 5 individuals. Does this not violate the rules set by your pavilion master? Caught off guard by a covert attack, old Nye was instantly injured. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, He cast a cold gaze upon the several assailants who were gradually revealing themselves. Hearing this, an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, offered a slight smile. Rules are rigid, but people are alive. After all, the opponent is the former Grand Elder of the Tai Wang sect. No one truly knows how many trump cards Old Nye possesses. Thus, it would be wise to exercise caution to ensure the mission's success. Old Nye looked towards the white-haired elder, a great perfection in the spirit infant realm. Are you also from the Divine Assassin Pavilion's Tian generation? The elder replied nonchalantly. I rank third among the old. If Old Nye does not mind, you may call me Tian Lao San. The other three assailants also introduced themselves, Tian Wu, Tian Lu, Tian Qi, together with the previously mentioned Tian Ba. Half of the 10 assassins from the Divine Assassin Pavilion's Tian generation have now gathered. Observing this scene, even Old Nye could not help but exclaim, for the sake of my Tai Wang sect's hidden treasures, the Divine Assassin Pavilion has truly spared no expense. Half of the 10 Tian generation assassins are present. What merit do I possess to warrant such attention? Tian Lao San smiled slightly and remarked, that is merely to demonstrate respect for the esteemed Old Nye. As for the matter at hand, I trust Old Nye has discerned the underlying message. So, let us return to what Old Ba said earlier. Will you willingly hand over the treasures, or shall we take matters into our own hands? Old Nye shot a frigid glance at Tian Lao San. Do you truly believe that with so many of you here, you have me at your mercy? Upon hearing this, Tian Lao San was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Old Nye still has some hidden means? Yet, before he could react, Yi Tian suddenly received a transmission from Old Nye. Yi family lad. Huh? Old Nye? Yi Tian did not expect Old Nye to contact him so suddenly. Before he could respond, Old Nye continued urgently, Yi family lad. You have consumed quite a bit of my spirit energy, and I have watched you grow. I know you are not a bad person. I understand that today's events may leave you with numerous doubts, but there is no time to explain now. I have something to entrust to you. I will find a way to hold off these assassins. You must quickly escape with Qingzhu. Run as far as you can. Do not let her return to Liang City. If you can safely take Qingzhu away, I will be forever grateful to you. Even in the afterlife, upon receiving Old Nye's transmission, before Yi Tian could process it further, he suddenly noticed that Old Nye's once pale face had turned crimson, and his vital energy surged explosively. It seemed he had made a decision, and in the next moment, Tian Lao San's expression changed drastically as he shouted in horror. Not good! This old fool intends to self-destruct. We must not let him succeed. Everyone, join me in severing this old man's head. Chapter 17. The Tai Wang sect's hidden treasures. Chun Lai takes action. Grandpa. Old Nye. Watching Old Nye prepare for self-detonation, not only was Yi Qingzhu anxious, but even Yi Tian felt a rising tide of urgency. Just as he was about to rush in to stop Old Nye, his body was suddenly immobilized. Disciple. Do not act rashly, master. Let me go. I must save Old Nye. Save Old Nye. Do you not see that the 5 assassins before us are all experts of the spirit infant realm? I know I am no match for them, but I absolutely cannot stand by and watch as Old Nye is killed. Disciple, calm down. Did you not hear Old Nye's instructions? If you recklessly charge in, you will only endanger yourself to that point. Not only will Old Nye be lost, but this young lady beside you will also perish. Upon hearing Yan Ji mention the young lady, Yi Tian suddenly remembered that Qingzhu was still by his side. Master, I know you possess great powers. Is there any way to save Old Nye? I am willing to pay any price, disciple. If there were only one assassin of the spirit infant realm, I might be able to impart a secret technique to help you rescue Old Nye. But now, with 5 assassins present, one of whom has reached great perfection in the spirit infant realm, my advice is that you should take this young lady and leave quickly, lest you squander Old Nye's final wishes. Having absorbed several years of Yi Tian's cultivation and soul power, Yan Ji had also somewhat recovered. Utilizing a soul fusion technique might allow Yi Tian to unleash a temporary surge of power. But he was still merely at the body refinement realm and could not bear too much power. Fleeing was the wisest choice. Yi Tian was at a loss for what to do, while Old Nye found himself on the brink of self-destruction. Seeing that this rascal still lingered without taking Qingzhu to safety, He let out a furious roar. "Ye family lad, what are you still hesitating for? Do you truly wish to see my sacrifice be in vain?" Overwhelmed by a deep sense of helplessness, Yi Tian felt the weight of his own insignificance once more. Watching Qingzhu attempt to rush to her grandfather, he resolutely blocked her path. "Qingzhu, I cannot let you go. We must leave immediately. Yes, old Nye is right. I cannot allow his sacrifice to be wasted. I must protect Qingzhu at all costs." Resolute, he disregarded Qingzhu's desperate struggles. Just as Yi Tian prepared to forcibly take Qingzhu away, a gentle breeze whispered past. Unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in white with flowing silver hair had silently approached old Nye from behind. With a light touch upon old Nye's back, the raging vital energy within him dissipated in an instant, the self-detonation thwarted. "Who is it?" Not having detected anyone's approach, it was only when the figure struck that old Nye became aware. In an instant, his soul felt like it had fled his body. Could it be that a master from the divine assassin pavilion had arrived? But in the next moment, he turned to look. And in that instant, old Nye was left dumbfounded. "You? Chun family's lad? How did you end up here?" The ethereal figure stood there, the breeze lifting the strands of silver hair, resembling a celestial being. Upon seeing that familiar face and the gentle spring-like smile, Yi Qingzhu, who had been struggling against the urge to stay, was instantly mesmerized. The next moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled with an indescribable surprise. Young Master Chen? Indeed, the one who had suddenly appeared behind old Nye and prevented his self-detonation was none other than Chen Lai. His presence here, much like Yi Tian's, was a deliberate following of Yi Qingzhu and old Nye. A century ago, in Qingming Prefecture, there existed a legendary sect known as the Taiwang sect, renowned for its formidable power as the leader of the righteous path. However, due to certain unforeseen events, the Taiwang sect gradually fell into decline, ultimately facing annihilation in a single night. Nye Laotu, originally named Nye Qingfeng, is the esteemed grandelder of the Taiwang sect. Nye Qingzhu is not his biological granddaughter. Rather, she is the daughter of the sect leader and his consort. On the fateful night when the mysterious forces attacked Taiwang sect, he risked his life to escape with Nye Qingzhu, and they became the sole survivors of the entire sect. However, due to the relentless pursuit by the mysterious forces, Nye Laotu took Nye Qingzhu into hiding, adopting a low profile in Liang City, where he became the proprietor of a tofu stall. Though Taiwang sect was obliterated, its treasures, known as the Taiwang sect's secret vault, still remain. Accessing it requires a specific key. Forcibly attempting to open it would lead to self-destruction. The Divine Kill Pavilion has been relentlessly seeking the whereabouts of the pair to obtain this key. Just like now, in the original narrative, the assassins from the Divine Kill Pavilion successfully located Nye Laotu, and ultimately, it was through his self-detonation that Yi Tian managed to escape safely with Nye Qingzhu. However, with my involvement now, this need not be so troublesome. I could seize the opportunity to acquire the key to the Taiwang sect's secret vault while also enhancing the favor of the destined female protagonist, a twofold gain worth pursuing. Timing my intervention at the most critical moment would maximize the favor, so I felt it was nearly time. Chen Lai acted without a hint of hesitation. Nye Laotu, with his profound cultivation, should have no problem living another 100 or 80 years. So, why entertain such despair? Self-destruction may be easy, but it leaves nothing behind, and it would surely sadden Qingzhu. Chen Lai had been frequenting Nye Laotu's stall for many days, yet why did Nye Laotu always treat him with such disdain? The answer is simple. Nye Laotu could not see through Chen Lai, leading him to harbor considerable suspicion. He could vaguely sense that Chen Lai was a cultivator, but he could never have imagined the extent of Chen Lai's formidable powers, capable of dispersing the turbulent energy within him with a single palm strike. What terrifying cultivation that was! Even the old third could not achieve such a feat. Thus, at that moment, Nye Laotu not only did not lower his guard but grew even more wary of Chen Lai. The next instant, he coldly queried, "You two have come for the Taiwang sect's secret vault?" To claim that one has no ulterior motives would indeed be disingenuous. Obtaining it would be wonderful, yet its absence would not matter. After all, to me, Qingzhu is worth 1,000,000 times more than the Taiwang sect's secret vault. Nye Laotu, If I were to say that I have come to pursue Qingzhu, would you believe me? Chapter 18. Nie Qingzhu's shyness. What? Young Master Chen claims he has come to pursue me. Since she was not far away, Nie Qingzhu naturally heard Chen Lai's words. Instantly, her fair face blushed deeply. Is young Master Chen's daily visit to the tofu stall for this reason? But young Master Chen seems to have known her for only a short time. When did he develop feelings for her? As Nie Qingzhu's face flushed and her heart raced like a startled deer, she began to ponder as she listened to Chen Lai's words, while Nie Laotu scoffed at the situation. Do you think I would believe your words? Utterly absurd. The Taiwang sect's secret vault contains countless treasures. Even the Divine Kill Pavilion has sent numerous assassins to acquire it. Stop pretending to be a good person. Your intentions are no different from those of these assassins. I know you possess formidable cultivation. I, an old man, am well aware I am no match for you. However, rest assured, even if I were to die here today, I would never reveal where the key to the vault lies. Seeing that Nie Laotu still did not believe him, Chen Lai remained unperturbed by his words and smiled. I know where the key is. You know where it is? Upon hearing this, Nie Laotu scoffed again. But before he could retort, Chen Lai continued. The small flower tattooed on Qingzhu's back must be. Before Chen Lai could finish, Nie Laotu's expression shifted drastically. He was thoroughly taken aback and exclaimed in shock. This is impossible. How do you know about the flower on Qingzhu's back? Who are you? Of course, it is because I have read the original narrative. The peony flower on Nie Qingzhu's back was not merely inked. It was imprinted as a key to the sect's secret vault by her mother before her demise. Only Nie Qingzhu herself can unlock the Taiwang sect's secret vault, though there is another method. If one were to skin her back, it would also work, but that would be too brutal. Chen Lai is a man of compassion, and how could he bear to harm such a lovely Qingzhu? At this moment, the blush on Nie Qingzhu's face had almost reached her neck. The small flower. How does young Master Chen know that I have a peony flower tattooed on my back? Could it be that young Master Chen has seen me bathing? No, that is impossible. Young Master Chen is too good to be that kind of person. But if not, how could he possibly know this? She couldn't help but spiral into wild thoughts. Just then, a cold chuckle interrupted Nie Qingzhu's fluttering thoughts. So, the key to opening the Taiwang sect's secret vault has been transformed into a floral tattoo, right? The tattoo is on this girl, isn't it? If we kill you and skin this girl, we can smoothly access the Taiwang sect's secret vault. Can't we? Perfect. What an effortless acquisition. It's not as if we sent so many assassins from the Divine Kill Pavilion for nothing. Today will indeed be a great harvest. The silver-haired old third leaned on his cane and approached with a sneer. But the next moment, Chen Lai merely smiled slightly and spoke. Do you truly believe you can take the key from me? It's not confidence, but rather strength. The Divine Kill Pavilion has never failed. Seeing old third so arrogant, Chen Lai simply smiled faintly. Then you might just experience failure today. Experience failure? How presumptuous today. Your only outcome is death, brothers. Attack directly. In Qingming Prefecture, there is a saying that goes, when the divine kill order is issued, even gods cannot escape. What does this mean? It implies that those targeted by the Divine Kill Pavilion have no fate other than death. In truth, they indeed possess the capability to enforce this. Having stood for many years, their mission success rate is 100%. This indicates just how formidable the Divine Kill Pavilion is. However, in Chen Lai's eyes, the Divine Kill Pavilion is laughable. Their purportedly perfect success rate stems from preying on the weak. Have they ever dared to challenge major powers? Among the 5 assassins present, Old Third is at the peak of the Spirit Infant Realm, while the others are at levels 7 to 9 of the Spirit Infant Realm. Taking down an old man is manageable, but to challenge someone of my Heavenly Origin Realm, that is simply a dream. With my cultivation at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Origin Realm and the Great Chaos Yin-Yang Sacred Body, even the Pavilion Master of the Divine Kill Pavilion, should he reach the 3rd level of the Heavenly Origin Realm, would not stand a chance against me. Therefore, these minor characters are no match for me. The developments indeed prove this point. No, you are a formidable Heavenly Origin expert. This technique is the famed 3 turns of the infinite mysteries from the Chen family of the Infinite Sect. I know who you are. You are the Supreme Elder Chen Lai of the Infinite Sect. This is impossible. How could you appear in such a place? What is your relationship with the remnants of Taiwang's sect? As soon as Chen-Lai made his move, he swiftly reduced Old Third and his companions to fools. In all of Qingming Prefecture, there are only so many renowned heavenly origin experts, each with their signature techniques. It is not surprising that one would be recognized upon striking. Seeing Old Third look at him with a face full of terror, Chen-Lai merely smiled slightly. You guessed correctly, but there is no reward. Now, do you still have confidence in leaving here unscathed? The chasm between the spirit infant realm and the heavenly origin realm is akin to an insurmountable gulf. Even self-detonation would inflict not the slightest harm. Such an existence belongs to the ancestral level, and only the sect master or the deputy sect master would stand a chance of vanquishing it. Tian Lao San cursed inwardly, wondering how, while merely executing a task, he could encounter an ancestral level being here. Fully aware that confrontation was utterly futile, he hastily declared, "Our divine killing pavilion is willing to forfeit this mission. We beseech Ancestor Chen to spare us." "Spare you?" Chen-Lai chuckled. "Are you jesting with me?" Chapter 19. The Divine Killing Pavilion's Assassins. A single hand suppresses. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Chen-Lai, and feeling his aura lock onto him, cold sweat began to bead on Tian Lao San's forehead. "Ancestor Chen, we acknowledge your formidable prowess, yet you must also understand that our divine killing pavilion has never been a soft target. Should you eliminate us here, it would forge a deadly enmity with our pavilion. The sect master would assuredly not let Wuji's sect go unpunished. At such a critical juncture, this minor character dares to threaten him." After a slight smile, Chen-Lai simply replied, "Not a problem if your sect master comes seeking revenge. I shall await him within the sect. It will merely require a bit more effort and a few more souls to accompany you." From Chen-Lai's words, Tian Lao San discerned the underlying meaning, prompting him to exclaim, "Run!" Everyone scattered, fleeing to ensure this matter reached their pavilion. The disparity between the spirit infant realm and the heavenly origin realm was indeed monumental, with only 5 individuals present. Even if several more were to arrive, they would stand no chance against an ancestor of the Qin family. Fleeing was the wisest course of action. One must commend Tian Lao San's astuteness. Upon witnessing the 5 assassins from the divine killing pavilion retreating at breakneck speed, Chen-Lai merely laughed. "Quick on the uptake, are we? But can you truly escape?" With his current combat prowess, even a practitioner at the 3rd level of the heavenly origin realm would be effortlessly dispatched. If several spirit infant realm practitioners could flee from him, he might as well abandon his pursuits. Thus, in the next moment, Chen-Lai made his move, his figure darting forth. Within mere breaths, the once arrogant 5 assassins from the divine killing pavilion were transformed into lifeless corpses. Is this the combat prowess of a heavenly origin realm powerhouse? Yi Tian was genuinely astounded, having failed to see how Chen-Lai executed his attacks. The assassins were all vanquished by this individual. The gap between himself and the heavenly origin realm was indeed vast. Just as Yi Tian was left speechless in awe, it seemed that Yin Ji, having discerned his thoughts, discreetly transmitted a message. Surprised. "Are we? This is simply the disparity of realms." Disparity of realms indeed? Yi Tian was not naive. He understood the magnitude of difference that such disparities could entail. His earlier astonishment was merely due to the sheer exaggeration of this reality, for it was the first time he had witnessed a being of such caliber in action. However, what occupied his mind now was not this, and he curiously inquired, "Master, you once mentioned that you were remarkably powerful. Did you also reach the heavenly origin realm?" The hazy figure of the woman within the emerald jade pendant smiled softly upon hearing this question. In the next moment, Yin Ji stated, "If I were still in my physical form, I could extinguish 100,000 heavenly origins with a mere snap of my fingers, even against one at the peak of the heavenly origin realm." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was genuinely terrified. To extinguish 100,000 heavenly origins with a mere snap, even if the opponent were at the height of the heavenly origin realm. It seemed that his master's origins were far more formidable than he had ever imagined. "Master, will there come a day when I can become as powerful as you?" "Indeed, Tianer, your talent is exceptional. With diligence and my guidance, There will come a day when you become an existence that even the Chun family ancestor must look up to. Qingming continent is truly too small. Beyond lies a far broader world. If you wish to grow, you must not remain cooped up in Liang City. Remember, true strength is forged through adversity. Thus, seedlings nurtured in a greenhouse will never grow into towering trees. Because Yi Tian had yet to resolve to leave Liang City for the outside world, Yanji specifically imparted these words to him. One must say, Yanji was indeed an excellent teacher. And Yi Tian sincerely absorbed her counsel. Truly, Liang City was exceedingly small. To grow stronger, he must venture further into the world. In the original narrative, Yi Tian had embarked on his journey beyond Liang City only to rescue Nie Qingzhu from pursuers. Marking the beginning of his legendary life, it was unexpected that, with the escape incident yet to transpire, Yan Ji's words had once again set Yi Tian on this path. Of course, Chunlai remained oblivious to Yi Tian's shifting thoughts. However, even if he were aware, it would hardly matter, at present. The only matter of significance in Chunlai's eyes was the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, Nie Qingzhu. Having swiftly dealt with the assassins, it was now time to address the duo. Chapter 20. What? Young Master Chun is actually the ancestor of Wuji sect. Since encountering Chunlai, old Nie had sensed the extraordinary nature of his identity. Due to his caution, he had maintained a considerable wariness, preventing Nie Qingzhu from engaging too closely with Chunlai. Yet, he never imagined that Chunlai would be the legendary ancestor of the heavenly origin realm. You are the fabled ancestor of the Chen family from Wuji sect? Seeing old Nie's complex expression as he gazed at him, Chunlai returned the look, and then smiled. Does it not seem so? Old Nie shook his head. Qingming continent is vast, yet heavenly origin powerhouses are few and far between. Moreover, the three transformation Wuji Xiangong is the signature skill of the Chun family's ancestor. No one could impersonate it. Chunlai smiled slightly, choosing not to delve further into the topic. Whether I am Chunlai is not of great importance. What matters is that today, I indeed saved your life, Elder Nie. On this point, old Nie would not deny it. He regarded Chunlai with calm eyes and asked, What do you seek? Are you after the hidden treasures of Taiwang sect as a form of recompense? No. I have already mentioned that while the treasures within Taiwang sect may be numerous, they are not necessities for me. Having them is splendid, but lacking them is of no consequence, you should understand. If my sole aim were the treasures of Taiwang sect, I could have achieved that wish over 10 days ago when we first met. Old Nie naturally believed Chunlai's words, in the absence of interference from other heavenly origin powerhouses. What did the Chun family ancestor signify in Liang City? It meant invincibility. The combined might of all cultivators in Liang City would likely be extinguished with a mere gesture from the Chun family ancestor. If he truly wished to forcibly seize Qingzhu, no one could prevent him. Yet, if it were not for the treasures of Taiwang sect, then what had brought this Qin family ancestor here? Chunlai had previously claimed it was to pursue Nie Qingzhu. A statement old Nie instinctively dismissed. What a joke! With the power and status of the Chen family ancestor, what woman could he not have? With just a glance, countless individuals would be eager to offer their women to the ancestor in hopes of climbing the social ladder. It was unthinkable that he would travel all this way to a small place like Liang City for a woman. Moreover, he and Qingzhu had never encountered this Qin family ancestor before. Reflecting upon this, it seemed even more implausible. Sometimes, even when one speaks the truth, no one believes it. Chunlai found this rather amusing, yet whether old Nie believed it or not was no longer significant. At this moment, Chunlai had shifted his gaze away from him and focused on the destined protagonist, Yi Tian. A mere glance was enough to send a shiver down Yi Tian's spine. Leaving him trembling as Chunlai looked towards him, Yi Tian felt as if his heartbeat might cease altogether. Even Yin Ji, within the jade pendant, wore a grave expression as she gazed at Chunlai. Fearing he might turn his attention to Yi Tian. You are the renowned genius Yi Tian from the Yi family in Liang City? After observing Yi Tian for several seconds, Chunlai slowly inquired. Although he did not understand why the ancestor of Wuji sect had set his sights on him, Yi Tian steeled himself and replied, Yes, esteemed elder, I am Yi Tian. May I ask how you came to know of my name? Yi Tian could be considered quite confident, especially after regaining his cultivation. However, even with such confidence, He could not fathom that the illustrious name of the Yi family genius would reach the ears of the ancestor of the Wuji sect. When he inquired how the ancestor had heard of him, Qinlai found such questions unworthy of his response and swiftly changed the subject to a name that ignited a deep-seated hatred within Yi Tian. Is Su Qingyan your fiancée? Upon hearing that name, which he would rather not have encountered even in dreams, a flicker of hatred instantly flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. Had it been anyone else from the Wuji sect, he might have turned and walked away. Yet, facing the Wuji sect's ancestor, even one who harbored disdain for this sect could not dare to provoke Qinlai. He could only lower his head, gritting his teeth and muster a strained response. Junior has already severed the engagement with the young lady of the Su family. She may walk her own path, while I tread my own. There is no longer any relationship between us. No longer any relationship? Hearing this, Qinlai turned to Yi Tian. I have indeed heard of the engagement being annulled, but to claim there is no longer any connection is rather absurd. How could I not recall that you once declared before Qingyan that in 30 years, the tides would shift, and after 3 years, you would confront the Wuji sect and engage her in a proper contest? This was a statement Yi Tian could not deny, especially not in the presence of the Wuji sect ancestor. To avoid inciting Qinlai's wrath, he opted for a more tactful expression. Respected elder, my engagement with Su Qingyan was arranged by the elders of our clan, not born of mutual affection. The two families maintained a cordial relationship. If there is no desire to continue this engagement, I would understand if a message were to be conveyed through someone. A forcibly tied fruit is not sweet, and I would never impose upon her for the sake of a mere engagement. However, Su Qingyan publicly forced me to annul our engagement before all, and I, as a man of stature, cannot endure such humiliation. Thus, I made an agreement with Su Qingyan. 3 years hence, I shall confront her at the Wuji sect, to demonstrate that even without joining a grand sect, I can become a formidable force. Chapter 21. The fiancé married the ancestor. Yi Tian's rage. In response to Qinlai's inquiry, Yi Tian could only answer honestly. Yet, he never anticipated that the moment he finished speaking, an unforeseen event would unfold. A fierce gust of palm wind sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yi Tian's position. As he sensed this overwhelming force, cold sweat broke out upon him, yet he found himself paralyzed by the murderous intent. Tonner, run. It was clear that had this palm wind struck Yi Tian, it would have obliterated him in an instant. In that critical moment, the spirit within the jade pendant, Yin Ji, acted swiftly. Despite her already limited soul power, she burned it rapidly, exerting every ounce of her strength to temporarily seize control of Yi Tian's body and force him out of the path of this terrifying strike. A thunderous crash resounded as the gust of wind reduced the small grove behind Yi Tian to mere powder, leaving a barren expanse and a massive pit stretching hundreds of meters across. Although Yi Tian successfully evaded this lethal attack with Yin Ji's assistance, he was not without suffering. The shockwave from the palm wind had injured him, causing his internal organs to churn violently, his hair disheveled and blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. It was needless to say that this palm wind had been unleashed by Qinlai. Why Yi Tian was incredulous, having just been questioned by the ancestor, only to be attacked without warning. His scalp tingled and fear surged within him, but the predominant feeling was one of confusion. Elder, what is the meaning of this? I bear no enmity towards you. Why did you suddenly strike at me? No enmity, you say? Qinlai found no surprise in Yi Tian evading his strike, as it had been merely a casual blow, lacking even a fraction of his full strength. It was Yin Ji who intervened, saving Yi Tian from the binding force he had imposed. Observing Yi Tian's bewildered expression, Qinlai smiled faintly and replied, Indeed, you bear no enmity towards me. However, my actions are not without justification. Young man of the Yi family, do you know the current status of your former fiancé Yi? The meaning of Qinlai's words eluded Yi Tian momentarily, but the subsequent revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. Months ago, Qingyan has married me as a concubine. She is now my wife. And you wish to challenge my wife 3 years hence? As my concubine, as the wife of the supreme ancestor of the Wuji sect, is she someone that just anyone can provoke? Tell me, to uphold her dignity, should I not eradicate you here and now? Upon hearing Chun Lai's proclamation and witnessing the faint smile upon his face, all present fell into stunned silence. It turned out that the esteemed young Master Chen was already married. Yet, why had he still spoken of affection for me earlier? Why did he continue to flirt with me? Beside them, Nye Qingzhu's beautiful eyes dimmed momentarily, while her grandfather, old Nye, found no particular surprise in the matter. Most men are driven by their baser instincts. Even among powerful cultivators, many are drawn to beauty. Having operated a tofu stall in Liang City for many years, he had certainly seen the enchanting beauty of Su Qingyan, whose looks could incite longing in anyone. Countless admirers in Liang City had harbored secret affections for her. Old Nye was only slightly taken aback that such a coveted flower had ultimately been taken into the residence of the supreme ancestor of the Wuji sect. If Chen Lai truly intended to take Su Qingyan as a concubine, then the Su family had certainly climbed to a lofty branch. However, this left Yi Tian in a dire predicament. If the engagement were merely annulled, perhaps there would still be a chance for rekindling their bond. But now that his fiancée had married the ancestor of the Chen family, it seemed they were forever severed. One could only wonder how Yi Tian would withstand this blow. Old Nye's concerns were not unfounded. At this moment, Yi Tian was indeed struggling to bear the weight of this revelation. As he had previously stated, his engagement with Su Qingyan had been arranged by the elders of his clan. Yet she was renowned as the unrivaled beauty of Liang City. What man would not harbor fantasies about her? Though he had never expressed it outwardly, the thought of Su Qingyan being his fiancée, destined to marry him, had brought him much secret joy. It was precisely because of his fantasies surrounding Su Qingyan's beauty and grace that he found her abrupt decision to annul their engagement so infuriating and hard to accept. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Yi Tian, will ensure you come to realize that missing out on me will be your greatest regret. Though he spoke with bravado, deep down, he had harbored hopes that once he became stronger, Su Qingyan would be filled with remorse and plead for another chance. With Yan Ji, a mysterious and powerful mentor, aiding him, he believed he would eventually soar to great heights. Perhaps one day leading Su Qingyan to beg him to accept her back. This hope had been one of Yi Tian's motivations for his relentless training. Yet now, with Chun Lai's words, Yi Tian felt his dreams shatter before him. Had she truly married the supreme ancestor of the Wuji sect as a concubine months ago? How dare she? How could she commit such an act? In just a few months, had her body already been claimed by the old ancestor? Was this green hat not firmly placed upon his head? Overwhelmed with jealousy and rage, Yi Tian's eyes turned red. Sensing the turmoil within him, Yan Ji was taken aback. How could this child, merely at the body refinement stage, exhibit signs of brewing inner demons at such a moment? In haste, she released a soothing aura to stabilize his spirit. Tanner, calm yourself. You have already severed ties with Su Qingyan. Why does it matter whom she marries? There is no longer any connection between you. The immediate priority is to find a way to escape this place. I can sense that the elder from the Chen family has genuinely harbored murderous intent towards you. You must devise a plan to extricate yourself from this predicament. Otherwise, both you and I will be doomed today. Chapter 22. Life and Death Crisis? Yi Tian is cowardly. The words of Yan Ji finally restored Yi Tian's composure. Indeed, it is true. That vile woman, Su Qingyan, is inherently inclined to seek wealth and status, willing to marry an elder for her own gain. What merit is there in fixating on such a woman? The pressing matter at hand is not her at all. The primary focus must be on finding a way to escape the current crisis. The thought that the elder from the Chen family might truly wish to kill him sent chills down Yi Tian's spine. In that moment, to dissipate the elder's murderous intent towards him, Yi Tian could only force himself to speak. I respectfully report to you, esteemed elder. The younger generation was unaware that Su Qingyan. Before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, a resounding slap echoed as a hand struck his face, sending his body hurtling through the air. How dare a mere junior like you utter the name of Qingyan? Seeing the coldness in Chan Lai's gaze, Yi Tian could only grit his teeth and endure. I beseech the elder to forgive my rudeness. I respectfully report, esteemed elder. I truly did not know that Madame Su had married you as a consort. It was my overestimation of my own capabilities, and from now on, wherever Madame Su may be, I shall keep my distance. I implore the elder to pardon my previous indiscretions in front of Madame Su." In the original text, Yi Tian, the destined protagonist, had never once bowed or scraped to anyone. Yet now, in a bid to save his life, he uttered such words. Is this the audacity of a destined protagonist? In the face of a life-and-death crisis, he reveals himself to be just as cowardly as the rest. However, upon reflection, it is not difficult to understand Yi Tian's actions given that, in the original narrative, the author had crafted challenges for him that he was capable of overcoming. Yet here he was, still within the confines of Luoyang City, confronted by the ultimate boss of the early narrative, without even the ability to escape. Naturally, wishing to preserve his life, Yi Tian had no choice but to plead for mercy, even going so far as to express that he would avoid Madame Su at all costs. However, Yi Tian would never have imagined that his groveling would only intensify Qinlai's murderous intent towards him. A defiant protagonist is one thing, but a protagonist who knows how to endure and bide their time poses a far greater danger. Perhaps it is wise to seize the opportunity to eliminate him entirely. Just as Qinlai was contemplating whether to seal Yi Tian's fate right then and there, he suddenly changed his mind for reasons unknown. "Well then, since you are so perceptive, you may leave now." Upon witnessing the dissipating murderous intent from Qinlai, Yi Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly declared, "Thank you for your understanding. Esteemed elder, Qingzhu, old master Nya, we must depart at once." Noticing that Yi Tian still intended to take Qingzhu and old master Nya with him, Qinlai cast him a fleeting glance. "What I meant is for you to leave alone." But before Yi Tian could finish his protest, Yanji hastily transmitted a message. "Tianer, while this elder from the Qin family currently harbors no ill will towards you, seize the moment and depart. Do not worry about the safety of old master Nya and Miss Nya. I sense that this elder has shown no malice towards them and will not harm them. But, master, seeing Yi Tian hesitating, Yanji grew anxious. "Do you truly wish to provoke this elder from the Qin family and meet your demise here?" Though reluctant to part from Qingzhu, Yi Tian ultimately prioritized his own life. And in the next moment, he could only address Qingzhu. "Sister Qingzhu, since the elder has alleviated your crisis, I shall take my leave." Understanding Yi Tian's reluctance to leave stemmed from his concern for her, and still feeling sorrowful over the elder's marital status, Qingzhu forced a faint smile. "Yes, brother Yi Tian, please return first. Young Master Chun is a good person. I believe he will not harm me or grandfather." "All right, Sister Qingzhu, please be cautious." To preserve his life, Yi Tian fled with utmost urgency. As he departed, Qinlai refrained from pursuing him, instead turning his gaze in another direction. "Since you are here, you might as well show yourself. What is the point of hiding in the shadows?" What is young Master Chen implying? Could there be others present? Just as Qingzhu and old Master Nya were engulfed in confusion, two figures emerged stealthily from the nearby bamboo grove, one clad in a gray robe and the other a young woman adorned in a pink and white gown with a butterfly mask. Indeed, it was the supreme elder of the Wuji sect. How effortlessly they discerned our hidden presence. Their profound cultivation is truly as the rumors suggest. Yet, does the elder not think their previous actions were somewhat excessive? The young woman's voice was melodious, as clear and pleasant as the song of a yellow oriole. Upon hearing her words, Qinlai turned his gaze towards her with a slight smile. "Are you referring to my intent to kill Yi Tian or the matter of that slap?" "Both." The young woman's watery eyes, peering through the butterfly mask, calmly met Qinlai's gaze. "The younger generation believes that Yi Tian has not offended you in any way, yet you displayed murderous intent towards him and sought to slay him here. Is this the conduct expected of the righteous path, that of the Wuji sect? Does this not seem inferior even to the demonic sects?" Hearing the young woman defend Yi Tian and chastise him, Qinlai couldn't help but smile. "My cultivation stands firm. To me, Yi Tian is but an insignificant insect. What does it matter if I harbor murderous intent? Will anyone rise to champion his cause? The law of the jungle prevails, only the strong survive. This is an unchanging truth. It is merely a trivial matter, unworthy of entangling with notions of righteousness or evil." Upon hearing Qinlai's words, A flicker of coldness flashed through the young woman's beautiful eyes. Just a trivial matter? Is the elder's tone not rather presumptuous? Do you truly believe that no one can reign in the Wuji sect? To insult one is to be insulted in return. Has the elder never contemplated that the actions taken today may one day befall you as well? Chapter 23. The destined female protagonist Jiang Tanner takes action. Upon hearing the young woman's words, Chunlai immediately turned his attention to her. Are you, young lady, threatening me? The young woman did not respond immediately, but instead smiled gently and uttered another phrase. Though the Wuji sect is grand, in the eyes of some, it is hardly significant. After all, even this vast Qingming prefecture is but a small speck on the continent. The elder's brazen conduct may not go unchallenged, so whether my words constitute a threat is for the elder to assess. Hearing this, Chunlai chuckled. As a member of the 36 ancient celestial clans, being threatened by the young lady from the Jiang family does indeed leave me somewhat unsettled. So, in your view, should I immediately summon a grand procession to invite Yi Tian back and offer him a sincere apology, or should I remain in constant fear for my own life? Although Chunlai's voice was low and accompanied by a smile, his words struck the young woman like a thunderclap, causing her expression to shift dramatically. What? The elder from the Wuji sect is aware that I am a member of the 36 ancient celestial clans? How is this possible? Who exactly is this person? How could an elder from a minor sect in Qingming know such things? Not only did the young woman's face change, but even the gray-robed elder beside her began to exhibit signs of uncertainty. The fact that he had a companion of Tian Yuan realm cultivation had led Chunlai to ascertain their identities the moment the mysterious woman appeared. The eldest daughter of the ancient celestial clan. The Jiang family, originally named Jiang Tanner, entered the Yi family under the guise of an adopted daughter in pursuit of a certain item. Having grown up together, she developed an affection for the fated protagonist, Yi Tian, ultimately becoming the sovereign of his harem. Aside from Jiang Tanner, no one else would exhibit such concern for Yi Tian. Her arrival in this place from Liang City must have been prompted by her awareness of the recent commotion during the confrontation. Due to the butterfly mask worn by her opponent being a magical artifact, Chunlai was unable to behold their true visage. However, from Jiang Tanner's exquisitely graceful form, he could faintly sense the breathtaking beauty concealed beneath her pale pink dress, truly befitting her status as the harem mistress in the original narrative. When Chunlai utilized the system to assess her, he noted that even the stunning Su Qingyan received a mere score of 90. Whereas Jiang Tanner astonishingly garnered an impressive 99. This revelation heightened Chunlai's anticipation to behold her true appearance. You are not the ancestor of the Qin family? Who are you really? How could you possibly know about the ancient celestial clan? Jiang Tanner exclaimed, her expression shifting as she grappled with disbelief. In this insignificant realm of Qingming, one can only cultivate to the pinnacle of the heavenly origin realm. How could such a minor place harbor anyone knowledgeable about the 36 ancient celestial clans? This only deepened her suspicions regarding Chunlai's true identity. Noticing the incredulous gazes exchanged between the young lady of the Jiang family and her loyal attendant, Chunlai smiled slightly and spoke. Who I am is of little consequence. What is significant is that I possess knowledge that far exceeds what Miss Jiang can fathom. For instance, why exactly is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family present in the Yi family? After years of effort, I dare say you have yet to uncover the whereabouts of the Ascension Scroll, have you? Due to certain peculiar circumstances, no one has successfully ascended to the upper realm from the Tianqiong continent for several 100,000 years. Some ancient powers have deduced that the ascension pathway has been severed. The breaking of this pathway signifies an inability to ascend. However, this predicament is not insurmountable. It is said that if one can gather all 12 volumes of the Ascension Scroll, a new ascension pathway can be reconstructed. Consequently, countless formidable factions are striving to locate the whereabouts of these scrolls. Of the 12 volumes, it is known that 6 are in the possession of the ancient celestial clan, with one held by the Jiang family. Given the Jiang family's former camaraderie with the Yi family, they are aware that the Yi family possesses another volume. The Yi family has fallen from grace. The Jiang family seeks to acquire this scroll. Thus, they dispatched you, Miss Jiang, to take action personally. Little did they expect that I would be privy to the existence of the Ascension Scroll. causing Jiang Tanner's expression to change drastically. The potential of the Ascension Scroll being in the hands of the Yi family is a matter of great importance that must not be divulged to other factions. It was unforeseen that this individual would possess knowledge of such confidential matters. Regardless of his origins, I cannot allow him to leave easily. Reacting swiftly, a glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she immediately commanded her protector. Ling Lao, apprehend this person. We must extract his origins. Yes, miss. Upon receiving Jiang Tanner's command, her protector, Ling Lao, sprang into action in the blink of an eye. A terrifying aura erupted as he unleashed his might. A colossal hand, forged from divine essence, descended from the heavens. Aiming to suppress Chunlai. Quick to respond, Chunlai thought, do you truly believe it's so easy to seize me? Miss Jiang, you might find yourself regretting your overreach. As Jiang Tanner's protector, Ling Lao was indeed formidable. Having achieved the second level of the heavenly origin realm, and his techniques were inherited from the Jiang family. Previously, Chunlai would have struggled to a stalemate against someone of Ling Lao's caliber. Yet now, how could he allow himself to be challenged? After all, possessing the sacred body of great chaos yin and yang was no trivial matter. Chapter 24. Capturing Jiang Tanner. The skirmish had scarcely begun before it concluded utterly. Chunlai, endowed with the sacred body of great chaos yin and yang, could not afford to be embarrassed by failing to subdue a mere protector of the fated heroine. Thus, within mere breaths, he not only restrained Ling Lao but also captured Jiang Tanner in the process. Witnessing Chunlai seize the eldest daughter, Ling Lao, whose powers were sealed, could only lie on the ground, seething with rage. You scoundrel! Release my lady at once. Do you know who she is? Are you seeking to commit an unforgivable crime? Truly foolish, for he had just revealed Jiang Tanner's name and yet failed to comprehend her significance. Chunlai was disinclined to engage with the dim-witted protector in the next moment. He seized Jiang Tanner's form and soared into the sky, swiftly transporting her to an isolated cave. The reason for bringing Jiang Tanner here was due to certain intentions Chunlai harbored. It must be said, Jiang Tanner displayed remarkable fortitude. Even when captured and brought into the cave, her enchanting eyes betrayed little panic, instead radiating calmness. Truly a commendable young woman from a prominent family. One could not fathom how such a remarkable girl found herself enamored with the likes of Yi Tian. Despite being the child of destiny, Yi Tian would have faced countless perils had it not been for Jiang Tanner's unwavering support. With her backing, he could flourish. She would have been able to nurture even a stray dog, let alone Yi Tian. Alas, this was a world of narrative convenience. Had it not been for the author's deliberate design, how could a girl of Jiang Tanner's caliber ever fall for a worthless character like Yi Tian? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Having traversed into this realm, the plot need not adhere to the original trajectory. In the next moment, Chunlai loosened some of Jiang Tanner's bindings, granting her the ability to speak. Do you comprehend why I have brought you to this cave, Miss Jiang? With the restraints on her throat lifted, Jiang Tanner fixed a steady gaze upon Chunlai. I am unaware of your intentions for this meeting, nor do I know your origins or background. However, should you dare to harm me today, it will surely lead to an unending feud with my Jiang family. We will not let this go unpunished. If you allow me to leave peacefully now, there is still a chance to salvage this situation. Still a chance to salvage it? Chunlai chuckled upon hearing this. For the Jiang family to send someone to Qingming, I dare say it would require a considerable price, yes? At this moment, Jiang Tanner had already concluded that Chunlai hailed from beyond this realm. Otherwise, he could not possess knowledge regarding the ancient celestial clan or the costs associated with entering Qingming. Thus, she boldly stated, indeed, it requires significant sacrifice, yet given my standing within the family, if something were to happen to me in Qingming, do you believe the Jiang family would hesitate to pay that price? Chunlai, well versed in the original narrative, understood that Jiang Tanner's assertion was not mere hyperbole. Each of the 36 ancient celestial clans possessed unique constitutions. The Jiang family, for generations, had inherited the Qingwan and Hongfeng physiques. With two bloodlines, one from the family head, Jiang Tanner's father, who transmitted the Qingwan physique, and by her generation, Jiang Tanner, destined as the fated heroine, experienced a stroke of fortune, awakening the Tianwan sacred body. Although it ranked lower than Chen Lai's sacred body of great chaos yin and yang, it was nonetheless a sacred physique, promising an unfathomable future. Could the Jiang family afford to let such a promising future falter? As long as no significant dangers arose, they would refrain from taking drastic measures. Conversely, if Jiang Tanner were to encounter a life-threatening crisis, it was a foregone conclusion that the Jiang family would descend into madness. Some may wonder why, in this secluded setting with only the two of them, any actions taken against Jiang Tanner might go unnoticed. However, this was not the case. Jiang Tanner possessed a soul lamp bound to her family. Should anything untoward occur, the Jiang family would surely decipher the events surrounding Jiang Tanner's recent encounters through the soul lamp. Based on my current cultivation, I indeed find myself unable to withstand the onslaught from the Jiang family. However, has the esteemed young lady Jiang Tanner perhaps miscalculated? Does she truly believe that mere verbal threats can instill fear in me? While I cannot directly harm her life, that does not imply I am powerless to take action. If I were truly afraid, I would not have brought her here in the first place. Thus, in this moment, Chun Lai resolved to act against Jiang Tanner. You scoundrel, what are you planning to do to me? Do you truly fear no retribution from my Jiang family? My soul lamp remains with the Jiang clan. And if anything were to happen to me here, the powerful figures in my clan would undoubtedly deduce who has acted against me, even if you were to flee to the ends of the earth. Escaping the Jiang family's vengeance would be impossible. In truth, Chun Lai did not intend to do anything severe to Jiang Tanner. He merely removed the butterfly mask from her face. To his surprise, such a minor act elicited such a vehement reaction from her. As he witnessed the fury burning in her eyes, Chun Lai, at that moment, chose to disregard her curses. Upon seeing her true visage revealed after the mask was removed, he felt an inexplicable sense of oddity. It was not that she was unattractive. Indeed, Jiang Tanner was a beauty, yet in Chun Lai's eyes, she ranked only slightly above Su Qingyan, and such a claim could hardly merit a score of 99. Ah, but wait! This did not seem to be her true appearance either. He had nearly forgotten that when she appeared at the Yi family, her appearance had been altered, concealed beneath another layer of skin mask. Finally, Chun Lai grasped why Jiang Tanner's beauty did not strike him as particularly outstanding. The next moment, with a decisive wave of his hand, he tore away the human skin mask that adorned her face. Now, Jiang Tanner's true beauty was fully unveiled before him, leaving him utterly astonished. Chapter 25. If you do not appreciate my kindness, do not regret it. Jiang Tanner's genuine appearance was truly stunning, peerless, and captivating. However, she was indeed a venerable ancestor, and after a brief moment of distraction, Chun Lai quickly regained his composure. He had never revealed his true visage before Yi Tian, yet now it had been laid bare before the elder of Wuji sect. Could Jiang Tanner not feel a surge of indignation at this revelation? Nevertheless, her furious gaze was swiftly overlooked by Chun Lai, who then smiled slightly and said, "Due to the existence of my soul lamp, I find myself unable to act against you, Miss Jiang. However, in my humble opinion, if I merely seek to reclaim some measure of justice from you, I trust the Jiang family would not resort to drastic measures against me." Reclaim justice? Jiang Tanner fixed her gaze intently upon Chun Lai. What justice do you seek from me? It is quite simple. Was it not Miss Jiang who first instigated an attack against me? Allowing you to leave unscathed would be a grave injustice. As Chun Lai's gentle smile graced his face, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within Jiang Tanner. As she observed Chun Lai drawing closer, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her previous composure and blurted out in a fluster, What do you intend to do to me? Do you not fear retribution from my Jiang family?" Before Jiang Tanner could finish her words, her voice was abruptly silenced, for Chun Lai had sealed her lips with his own. This time, it was not through any technique, but rather a kiss that rendered her speechless. After a brief period, all was concluded. In stark contrast to her previous enchanting demeanor, Jiang Tanner now appeared disheveled, her attire in disarray, unmistakably indicating that she had undergone a significant ordeal. Regarding Yi Tanner, Chun Lai harbored a degree of caution, primarily due to the formidable Jiang family backing her. Their power was far beyond what he could contend with at present. It was this trepidation that had compelled him to restrain his murderous intent and allow Yi Tian to escape when he sensed her presence. While he afforded Yi Tanner some measure of respect, an ancient proverb aptly states that even a clay figurine possesses some degree of wrath. At times, Chun-Li could choose to yield, yet there were moments he would not simply swallow his pride. He had spared Yi Tian's life after striking him once, yet this young lady of the Jiang family seemed to assume she could manipulate him at will. Even now, despite being captured, she dared to threaten him with her words. While the Jiang family was indeed formidable, one must consider that they were presently distant. How could distant waters quench nearby fires? If she sought to provoke him, he would not hold back. Indeed, within this modest cave, Chun-Li had forcibly taken Jiang Tanner's innocence. Yet, this act was not entirely born of impulse. He had weighed the pros and cons carefully before proceeding. It must be said that as the future matriarch of Yi Tian's harem, Jiang Tanner's beauty was truly captivating, and upon first laying eyes on her, Chun-Li found himself irresistibly drawn to her. However, it must also be acknowledged that throughout the entirety of the original narrative, Jiang Tanner was undoubtedly the most difficult woman to pursue, as their positions were adversarial from the outset. Thus, attempting to win her over through conventional means was utterly futile. Chun-Li would never stoop to the level of ingratiating himself with her. Such tactics would only serve to demean him. Therefore, it was far more straightforward to seize the opportunity and take advantage of the situation, leaving further plans for the future, as for the aftermath of forcibly taking Jiang Tanner's innocence. Chun-Li had given considerable thought to this matter. It was indeed a gamble. Having thoroughly studied the original text, he believed he understood Jiang Tanner's character well. In terms of her feelings for Yi Tian, if he were to act recklessly against Yi Tian, taking his life, she might very well go to great lengths to seek vengeance. However, the loss of her innocence might not incite the same level of wrath. This was not to imply that she was indifferent to such a loss, but rather that Chun-Li wagered she would not dare report the incident to her family. Should she be defiled before achieving the pinnacle of her celestial body, it would affect her potential. If her family were to discover that she had lost her purity, the Jiang family would undoubtedly seek retribution, yet at the same time, Jiang Tanner's standing within the family would plummet dramatically. Even if Jiang Tanner maintained a calm demeanor, she must still consider the reputation of her parents and her own dignity as a daughter. Should word spread that the illustrious Jiang family's young lady had suffered such a disgrace in a remote place like Qingming Prefecture, her parents would be humiliated, and the entire Jiang family might become a laughingstock among the ancient celestial clans. Of course, Chun-Li merely speculated. If Jiang Tanner were to truly seek vengeance at any cost, he would accept the consequences. Such was his nature. If he offered kindness and it was spurned, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Furthermore, even if the Jiang family were to send someone after him, he had time to grow stronger, and the outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. Even if he were to perish, he would have claimed Jiang Tanner as first time. Was that not a victory in itself? It must be said that Chun-Li had fully embraced the role of the villain. As he was cast as the antagonist from the beginning, it was only fitting that he act accordingly. However, fortune smiled upon him, for this gamble truly paid off. Just as he had anticipated, following the loss of her innocence, although Jiang Tanner longed to exact a brutal revenge upon Chun-Li, she harbored no intention of reporting the incident to her family. This scoundrel must die. Once I gain strength, I will ensure he suffers the most excruciating torment, and I shall personally send him to the underworld. If looks could kill, Chun-Li would have been dismembered 1,000 times over under Jiang Tanner's glare. Yet alas, mere glares wield no lethal power. Chapter 26. Are you here for revenge or to extend warmth? The time will reveal all. You shall regret this, regardless of your origins or background, in this life and the next. I vow to slay you. I swear here and now, I will ensure you are subjected to 1,000 cuts, your body obliterated. Even if you flee to the heavens or the underworld, I shall never let you escape. Prepare yourself for my most ruthless retribution. After forcibly consuming Jiang Tanner, the sovereign of the harem in the original work, Chun-Li felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Fear of death would not have led him to act in such a manner. Thus, having already succumbed to slumber, he was hardly concerned with Jiang Tanner's verbal threats at this moment. Noticing her gaze, rife with resentment and murderous intent, Chun-Li refrained from uttering anything particularly significant. Instead, he simply grasped her delicate chin with his fingers, offering a slight smile as he left her with a single remark. I await Miss Zhang's vengeance. Having concluded his business, Chun-Li returned to find Nye Qingzhu and the others over an hour later. Upon seeing him return, Jiang Tanner's fiercely loyal protector immediately roared, You scoundrel! Where have you taken our lady? I warn you, should you dare to harm her in the slightest, I will not let you off easily. The Jiang family will not spare you either. Having done no harm to Jiang Tanner, merely engaging in an intimate encounter, there was no need for outsiders to be privy to that. Chun-Li extended his hand, lightly tapping his fingers to release the restraints on Elder Ling yet. Before Elder Ling could rush towards Chun-Li to retaliate, Jiang Tanner had already returned. Elder Ling, stop. I am unharmed, miss. Upon witnessing Jiang Tanner's return, seemingly unscathed, Elder Ling exhaled in relief and hurried back to her side. Miss, that scoundrel did not inflict any harm upon you, did he? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tanner instinctively recalled the events that transpired in the cave, and her fair countenance paled slightly, however, as Chun-Li had anticipated. Despite the tumult of rage within her, she could not allow anyone to know of her loss of virtue to Chun-Li. Therefore, she took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, and gazing at Elder Ling, she slowly spoke. It is nothing. I merely discussed some matters with this esteemed ancestor of the Chun family. Just a discussion? Elder Ling felt that something about his lady was amiss today, yet having lived a solitary life, he could not articulate the specifics. Nevertheless, it sufficed that she had returned safely. With this thought, Elder Ling hastily remarked, As long as you are safe, miss, I would be at a loss for face to confront the elders of our clan. So, what shall we do now? Should we report today's events too? Before Elder Ling could finish, Jiang Tanner had already anticipated his thoughts. In the next moment, her gaze turned icy as she stated, Elder Ling, I do not wish for any elders of the clan to learn of today's events. The humiliation endured must be avenged. Once I grow stronger, I shall seek retribution personally. However, the matter of my loss of virtue is of great consequence, and it must remain concealed until I can exact my revenge. Elder Ling was unaware of the murderous intent that surged within his lady, yet he was inclined to heed her words. With this in mind, he promptly replied, Understood, miss. I will keep silent about today's events. Very well, then let us return, Elder Ling. Thus, Jiang Tanner led Elder Ling away. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance at Chun-Li, her eyes brimming with concealed hatred and murderous intent, which Chun-Li perceptively noted. In response, he merely smiled faintly, choosing not to say much. It is often the case that the more intelligent individuals are, the more they can be hindered by their own cleverness. If she were to disregard all and summon her family to seek revenge, he might indeed feel a twinge of apprehension. However, if she intended to wait until she became stronger to avenge herself, then he could only conclude that Miss Jiang had misconceived her strategy. He recognized her formidable prowess, yet he considered himself no lesser. With the system by his side, if he could not handle even a young lady of wealth, he might as well abandon his pursuits altogether. When the time came for vengeance or warmth, he would ensure that Miss Jiang felt the full depth of her choices. Today's tribulation has been successfully resolved by me. I wonder what plans Elder Nye has next? The affair with Jiang Tanner could only be deemed an unexpected incident amid his journey. Chun-Li had not forgotten his primary mission in Liang City, which was to pursue Nye Qingzhu. Thus, as Jiang Tanner departed with Elder Ling, Chun-Li swiftly redirected his attention to Nye Qingzhu and Elder Nye. Observing that no one else was around, Elder Nye cast a complex glance at Chun-Li before speaking directly. What intentions does Elder Chen harbor? You might as well be frank. I harbor no ulterior motives. Have I not already stated my purpose for coming to this humble place? It is my admiration for Miss Qingzhu that has drawn me to Liang City. As for the treasure of the Tai Wang sect, should you be willing to bestow it upon me, that would be splendid. However, even if you are reluctant, I shall not compel you, given Chun-Li's status. If he truly sought the treasure of the Tai Wang sect, he could easily resort to outright theft, and would have no need to engage in pleasantries with an old man. This suggested that the ancestor of the Qin family might genuinely regard the treasure with indifference. Could it be that he was indeed captivated by Qingzhu's beauty? Elder Nye felt somewhat uncertain and thus tentatively inquired. If Elder Qin covets my granddaughter's beauty and I refuse to allow her to wed you, how would you handle the situation? Qinlai gazed at Elder Nye and replied with a smile. Did I not mention earlier? Should you be unwilling to betroth Miss Qingzhu to me, I shall not force the matter. You may take her away at once. Leave at once? Elder Nye was taken aback by Qinlai's stance, his suspicions deepening. Yet, whether it was true or not could be discerned through testing. With this in mind, Elder Nye immediately called out to Nye Qingzhu. Qingzhu, your grandfather shall take you away from Liang City. From now on, we shall find a small village to live in, where you shall no longer face danger. But, grandfather, Chapter 27. Awakening of the celestial body. Seeing that Nye Qingzhu appeared reluctant to leave with him, Elder Nye was instantly vexed. What was going on? Could it be that after just over 10 days of acquaintance, his granddaughter had genuinely taken a liking to this Qin family ancestor? Although Qinlai was indeed more handsome than the average young man, he was still of an age akin to that of her grandfather, and there were certainly other suitable suitors available. Why must she fixate on an elder? Qingzhu had always been sensible and obedient. It seemed unlikely for her to be so infatuated. In truth, Elder Nye, a lifelong bachelor, did not fully grasp the complexities of a young girl's heart. Regardless of the world or era, what girl does not appreciate a handsome face? As the saying goes, a beautiful appearance compels a young lady to repay kindness with her body, while an unattractive one may prompt thoughts of future recompense. Strictly speaking, Nye Qingzhu was not the type to be infatuated. However, developing a fondness for an attractive individual was entirely normal. Having grown up in the small confines of Liang City, her exposure to the world had been limited, and she had always encountered individuals of unremarkable appearance. In stark contrast, Qinlai's handsome visage, charismatic demeanor, and ethereal presence were enough to outshine all the men in Liang City. Coupled with the fact that he had saved her life, he exuded maturity, stability, and a dash of humor. If this were not enough to win Nye Qingzhu's favor, it would indeed be laughable. Nonetheless, to claim that she was hopelessly enamored would be somewhat exaggerated. Yet, it was undeniable that she felt a spark of affection. Had it not been for this, she would not have been so unsettled at the mere mention of the ancestor as a wife. Her grandfather's intention to take her away from Liang City triggered an instinctual resistance within Nye Qingzhu. This reluctance stemmed not solely from the fear of never seeing Qinlai again, but also from the deeper emotional ties to her hometown. Abruptly severing those connections would evoke a sense of loss in anyone. Wouldn't it? Qingzhu, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for the Qin family ancestor and wish to marry him as a concubine, can you? Upon sensing her grandfather's misunderstanding, Nye Qingzhu felt a surge of urgency and hastily exclaimed, Grandfather, I have not. I merely wished to express that Nye Qingzhu felt a certain reluctance to part from her homeland. Yet, in the blink of an eye, something inexplicable occurred within her, as a wisp of white mist suddenly emanated from her forehead, and her fair, jade-like visage instantaneously flushed a deep crimson. Her body trembled violently, nearly causing her to collapse. Qingzhu, what ails you? The old man Nye, quick-witted and agile, promptly caught Nye Qingzhu, preventing her from falling. Grandfather, I feel so hot. My body feels unbearable. Nye Qingzhu's entire form was suffused with a fiery redness, her speech becoming increasingly hurried and disordered. Witnessing her sudden transformation, the old man Nye shot a fierce glare at Qinlai. Did you lay hands on Qingzhu? Are you addressing me? If I wish to do anything to Miss Qingzhu, would I need to resort to such measures? Then, what is the matter with Qingzhu? Observing the old man Nye's forehead nearly glistening with cold sweat from his anxiety, Qinlai merely offered a faint smile. Why would anyone else know the cause of Miss Qingzhu's condition if the esteemed Nye elder himself is unaware? Let us not forget, it was you who sealed her unique constitution. Constitution? With those two words, the old man Nye was rendered momentarily speechless. Constitution? In that instant, he seemed to grasp the reason behind Qingzhu's abrupt fainting. Did I not mention earlier? Should you wish to take Miss Qingzhu away? I would not impose. If you have made your decision, you may take her at once. These two sentences were spoken by Qinlai to the elder Nye. Though he spoke thusly, could Qinlai truly allow the destined heroine, Nye Qingzhu, to slip from his grasp? What a preposterous notion! He did not traverse the distance to Liang City merely to play the benevolent savior. As the venerable ancestor of the Wuzhizong, how could he relinquish a girl so easily? Especially a destined heroine? Such absurdity. The reason he uttered those words was that Qinlai harbored confidence that the elder Nye would not be able to take Nye Qingzhu today. All of this was intricately linked to Nye Qingzhu's extraordinary constitution. Nye Qingzhu possessed an exceedingly rare constitution known as the Great Zhou Tian Yin Yang body, a physique of celestial caliber, second only to the saint body. Since ancient times, Yin and Yang have existed as opposing forces, unable to merge. Unlike his own sacred body, which could suppress the chaotic energies of Yin and Yang, Nye Qingzhu harbored no such means within her to quell these opposing forces. The two energies, destined never to harmonize, clashed within her, ensuring that trouble was inevitable. By prohibiting Nye Qingzhu from cultivating and sealing her unique constitution, the intention was to prolong her lifespan. Otherwise, once she embarked on the path of cultivation, the conflict of Yin and Yang within her would grow increasingly violent. Without a resolution, the only possible outcome would be her catastrophic demise. The shout Zhou Tian Yin Yang body has awakened. But how could this be possible? Did not the sect leader and his wife seal her constitution immediately upon her birth? For all these years, the old man had never permitted Qingzhu to cultivate. Yet the shout Zhou Tian Yin Yang body has inexplicably awakened. What is happening here? After a thorough investigation, the elder Nye quickly discerned the source of Nye Qingzhu's unconsciousness, and his anxiety escalated, causing him to sweat profusely. At that moment, Qinlai did not beat around the bush and promptly provided the answer. This is because all of you from the Wang sect are a bunch of fools. Do you truly believe that just because Miss Qingzhu's mother possessed the Xiao Zhou Tian Yin Yang body, she too shares that constitution? Not only is that a grave error, but it is also utterly absurd. Miss Qingzhu possesses the great Zhou Tian Yin Yang body. This is a celestial level constitution. Do you think that by sealing her constitution and preventing her from cultivating, you can stifle the growth of a celestial level physique? Chapter 28. The ancestor truly sees much and knows much. What? This child, Qingzhu, possesses the great Zhou Tian Yin Yang body? This cannot be. How can it not be possible? Did not the esteemed Nye elder witness the truth? If it were not for the celestial level great Zhou Tian Yin Yang body, how could even a seal fail to restrict the growth of such a constitution? Thus, I declare, all of you from the Wang sect are truly a bunch of fools, unable to even discern a celestial level constitution. The prospect of extinction is certainly not without reason. Qinlai's words left the elder Nye utterly speechless. Then, what should we do now? Observing the elder Nye's flustered and helpless demeanor, Qinlai refrained from elaborating further, casually retrieving a medicinal pill from his storage ring and tossing it to the elder Nye. Take this pill. It should suffice to address the immediate issue. A medicinal pill? What kind of pill? Upon instinctively catching the pill tossed to him by Qinlai, the elder Nye glanced at it, only to be astonished. This is a 5th grade Yin Yang transformation pill? How could you possess such a high-grade pill? Witnessing the elder Nye's incredulous expression, Qinlai found it somewhat amusing. Is it so strange that I possess such high-grade pills? Hearing Qinlai's response, the elder Nye was momentarily rendered speechless, realizing he had asked an exceedingly foolish question. 5th grade pills can only be concocted by 5th grade alchemists, and the number of 5th grade alchemists in the entire Qingming prefecture is exceedingly limited. This alone illustrates the rarity of 5th grade pills. For instance, selling the entirety of Liang City might not procure even a single 5th grade pill. Someone as impoverished as Yi Tian would certainly be unable to afford one. But who is the individual before him? He is none other than the supreme ancestor of the Wuzhizong, a figure standing atop the pinnacle of the Qingming prefecture. While 5th grade pills are indeed precious, they are merely trivial in the eyes of a being of his caliber. After all, even a 5th grade alchemist would be inclined to cultivate a relationship with an ancestor-level individual. This is truly splendid. With the assistance of this yin-yang transformation pill, Qingzhu shall finally be saved. At this moment, the elder Nye no longer harbored suspicions about Chunlai's intentions, for, as previously stated, if he truly meant harm to himself and Qingzhu, the ancestor could easily dispense with the pretense. Thus, after receiving the yin-yang transformation pill from Chunlai, the elder Nye hastily administered it to Nye Qingzhu. The effect of the yin-yang transformation pill is to harmonize and resolve the conflicting yin and yang energies within her. And its efficacy is indeed remarkable. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, her flushed complexion gradually returned to its previous fair hue, and her erratic breathing began to stabilize. However, complete awakening would require some time. After consuming the yin-yang transformation pill, Miss Qingzhu might need several days of rest to fully absorb its potency. At that point, her great Zhou Tian yin-yang body should progress to a minor stage of development. This pill's effects can secure her well-being for 3 years. Yet the elder Nye must surely be aware that relying solely on the power of pills to harmonize and suppress is merely a temporary solution. 3 years hence, regardless of whether Miss Qingzhu cultivates or not, the yin and yang energies within her will once again erupt, and at that juncture, it shall truly become a matter of life and death. Chunlai's words were well understood by the elder Nye. The pill could only provide temporary respite. To fundamentally resolve the issue, something even more extraordinary would be required. The old man knew of something that could preserve Qingzhu's life. However, that object is utterly unattainable. Alas, at this point, all that remains is to take one step at a time. Qingzhu is indeed unfortunate. Why must she awaken such a constitution? Why must it be the great Zhou Tian yin-yang body? How long she may live is a matter of fate. As for the ancestor of the Qin family, today, in order to save Qingzhu, I have taken from you a yin-yang transformation pill. And I am not one to be ungrateful for a great favor. If the ancestor requires assistance, I shall, even at the cost of my life, endeavor to assist you. Upon observing the despondent and hopeless demeanor of the elder Nye, Chunlai could not help but reflect on the situation. Despite his fiery temperament, the elder Nye could undoubtedly be regarded as a loyal servant. Given his cultivation, even if the Taiwan sect were to fall, he could still lead a comfortable life. Yet, for the sake of Nye Qingzhu, the daughter of the sect leader, he had chosen to live in obscurity for many years, peddling tofu in the humble town of Liang. When faced with the threat of assassins, he would rather self-detonate than allow Nye Qingzhu to come to harm. For this reason alone, it was difficult for Chunlai to harbor any resentment towards the elder Nye. Elder Nye, there is truly no need for such despair. The issues concerning Miss Qingzhu's health may not be insurmountable. These words seemed to rekindle all of elder Nye's hope, as he abruptly lifted his head and gazed intently at Chunlai. Patriarch Qin, do you possess a means to rectify the imbalance of yin and yang within Qingzhu? Indeed, I do, Chunlai replied with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further on this topic, but rather to address another matter. Earlier, I heard you mention that there exists an object capable of preserving Miss Qingzhu's life. Might I boldly speculate that this object is the legendary Qian Kuan Pearl? The Qian Kuan Pearl, elder Nye exclaimed, astonished that the patriarch of the Chen family had even heard of such a treasure. You truly are a man of great knowledge, worthy of your prestigious lineage. Elder Nye then revealed without reservation, what I spoke of is indeed the Qian Kuan Pearl. Moreover, I am aware of its whereabouts, but what use is that knowledge? No one has been able to obtain the Qian Kuan Pearl. If the patriarch intends to rely on it to resolve the issues plaguing Qingzhu, I can only advise you to abandon that notion at once. No matter how indebted I am to you for saving both my life and Qingzhu's, I would not wish to see you throw your life away in vain. Upon hearing elder Nye's words, Chunlai could only chuckle softly. Is it because that place is the site of Tianquan? The site of Tianquan? Elder Nye's expression shifted dramatically at this revelation. How do you know that the Qian Kuan Pearl is located within the Tianquan site? There is much I know, Chunlai replied confidently. Not only am I aware of the Qian Kuan Pearl's location, but I also know precisely how your Tai Wang sect met its demise. Indeed, if it were not for the desperate pursuit of the Qian Kuan Pearl, how could so many formidable beings of the Tai Wang sect have ventured into the Tianquan site seeking fortune? Alas, it was this very desire that led to the complete annihilation of our sect. Chapter 29. The Four Forbidden Grounds, the Tianquan site. The Tianquan site is renowned as one of the four great forbidden grounds of Qingming State, and in terms of danger, it surpasses even the forest of 10,000 beasts. Countless individuals have ventured into its depths, only to be lost forever. It was only upon discovering the potential location of the Qian Kuan Pearl within the Tianquan site that the Tai Wang sect dispatched numerous powerful cultivators in hopes of claiming the treasure. Regrettably, all perished within, and the severely weakened Tai Wang sect ultimately faced extinction. If even the foremost sect of Qingming State could not return unscathed, one can only imagine the terror that the Tianquan site embodies. While the means by which this patriarch of the Chen family came to know the secrets of the Tai Wang sect's downfall remain unclear, the fact is that the Tai Wang sect is now but a memory. In this moment, Elder Nye sighed deeply and spoke, "Indeed. Had it not been for the loss of our top warriors in the Tianquan site, how could our sect have been so easily vanquished by thieves? As the Grand Elder of the Tai Wang sect, how did I come to be reduced to a state akin to that of a stray dog?" Having uttered these words, Elder Nye's tone shifted abruptly as he regarded Chen Lai with utmost seriousness. "Though I do not know how you came to learn of the roots of our downfall, since you are aware that the Tai Wang sect faltered in the Tianquan site, you must grasp the peril that awaits. Do not deceive yourself. Even if you were at the peak of the Tianyuan realm, returning safely from there would be impossible. After all, even our esteemed elders, with their complete mastery of the Tianyuan realm, met their demise within that very site. Go pursue the Qian Kuan Pearl. I must be frank. It would be wiser for you to seek alternative solutions." Chen Lai, fully cognizant of the secrets concealed within the Tianquan site, understood its immense dangers. However, he believed that obtaining the Qian Kuan Pearl was not an impossible feat, particularly given his prior knowledge from the original narrative. Thus, at that moment, Chen Lai merely smiled and stated, "The inability of your Tai Wang sect to retrieve the Qian Kuan Pearl only reflects your shortcomings. It does not imply that I am incapable of succeeding. Does the patriarch possess such confidence in his ability to acquire the Qian Kuan Pearl?" Elder Nye was uncertain whether to trust Chen Lai's words. Yet, if the patriarch truly had the means to secure the pearl, it would undoubtedly be monumental news. This would signify that the issues afflicting Qingzhou could indeed be resolved. Elder Nye's eyes flickered with fluctuating emotions, and after a moment's contemplation, he took a deep breath and spoke earnestly to Chen Lai. "Though I cannot fathom the source of your confidence, should you genuinely possess the means to obtain the Qian Kuan Pearl and save Qingzhou, then from this day forward, my life shall belong to you. Regardless of whether you command me to traverse mountains of blades or plunge into seas of fire. If I were to hesitate even for a moment, may my soul be forever lost." Truly, he was a loyal servant. To save Nye Qingzhou's life, Elder Nye was willing to make such a pledge. However, what Chen Lai sought extended beyond mere promises. Thus, he smiled softly and responded, "I am not lacking in capable subordinates. Even beings of the 6th level of the Ling Ying realm have willingly pledged their allegiance to me. A feat that few in the entirety of Qingming State could achieve. Yet, despite my willingness to extend such an offer, it seems I have yet to sway you in the next moment." Upon seeing the unconscious Nye Qingzhou, Elder Nye began to grasp Chen Lai's true intentions. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Chen Lai directly. "If the patriarch genuinely cares for Qingzhou, then it would indeed be her fortune. Should you succeed in rescuing her, and if she is willing, I shall consent to this union, allowing Qingzhou to become your concubine." In truth, whether or not he agreed mattered little. Once Chen Lai had set his sights on a woman, there would be no escape. Yet, both Nye Qingzhou and Elder Nye possessed admirable character, and Chen Lai did not wish to resort to overly forceful measures. The Qian Kuan Pearl was a coveted treasure he intended to acquire. By securing Elder Nye's genuine allegiance and rescuing Nye Qingzhou, he would achieve 3 objectives with one action. Thus, with the conversation reaching this juncture, Chen Lai refrained from making any further declarations. After consuming the yin-yang transformation pill, Qingzhou will have at least 3 years remaining. There is no immediate rush to obtain the Qian Kuan Pearl. For now, let us return to Liang City, where she may recuperate. Once she awakens, both of you may accompany me for the time being. I assure you that I will fulfill my promise within 3 years and retrieve the Qian Kuan Pearl to save Qingzhou." As time passed in the blink of an eye, over 10 days had elapsed. Outside Liang City, within a desolate mountain, a sudden surge of intense vital energy reverberated through the air. A seemingly ordinary man clad in simple garments let out a fierce roar, shattering a massive boulder with a single punch. Witnessing the boulder reduced to dust beneath his might, a glimmer of indescribable excitement sparkled in his eyes. "Master, I have finally succeeded. Is this the power of innate energy? Truly, it is vastly superior to the body-refining realm. This is astonishing. Indeed, this is the might of innate energy. Congratulations, Tianer. Your efforts have not been in vain. After over 10 days of cultivation, you have successfully entered the innate realm." The man hidden deep within the desolate mountains was none other than Yi Tian, the protagonist of the novel I Alone Am Supreme. Endowed with exceptional talent, he had been hailed as the greatest genius of Liang City since childhood. Yet, following the awakening of Yanji within the Jade Pendant, who siphoned some of Yi Tian's soul power and cultivation, he found himself falling from the pinnacle of genius into the abyss of stagnation for many years. However, it is true that gold will always shine. Right? With the complete awakening of Yanji, there is no longer a need to absorb too much of Yi Tian's soul power and cultivation. After years of accumulation, Yi Tian's cultivation has finally experienced a tremendous breakthrough, advancing from the third level of the body refinement realm to the great perfection of the body refinement realm in just a few months. But why has Yi Tian come to this desolate mountain to cultivate? There is indeed a reason for this. Chapter 30. Why does Sister Tin seem a bit different from before? Ever since resuming his cultivation speed, the confidence that belongs exclusively to the Son of Destiny has returned to Yi Tian. Unfortunately, this good fortune did not last long. Before he could rejoice for a few days, Yi Tian was struck down once more. That wretched Su Qingyan has actually married an existence of ancestral level. While the other party can now enjoy a good life, what about himself? Countless feelings of resentment surged within him, yet before that ancestral figure, he could only bow and scrape. From the moment he survived at the hands of Chen Lai, Yi Tian silently vowed to himself that he would one day become an existence that even the Chen family's ancestral figure must look up to. When that day comes, he would reclaim the humiliation he suffered in the past from both the Chen family's ancestor and that wretched Su Qingyan. After feeling the immense blow, Yi Tian, having survived, lacked the desire to return home and directly ran to this desolate mountain to cultivate. His innate talent is indeed extraordinary. In just over 10 days, he successfully broke through from the great perfection of the body refinement realm to the innate realm. Now, looking across the entire Liang City, he can be considered a top expert. How could Yi Tian not feel exhilarated by this scene? Seemingly sensing Yi Tian's elation and fearing he might become arrogant, Yanji could not help but remind him through the Jade Pendant. At your age, achieving a breakthrough to the innate realm is commendable and would be regarded as genius anywhere. However, do not allow this to instill arrogance in you. The innate realm, in the long journey of cultivation, is merely a starting point. You must understand that the world is vast, and you must continually elevate your cultivation to truly seize control of your destiny. Understanding that Yanji's words were for his benefit, Yi Tian sincerely responded, "I understand, Master. Rest assured, I will not become complacent simply because I have entered the innate realm. I will continue to strive diligently in my cultivation. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, Foundation Establishment Realm, Spirit Pill Realm, Spirit Infant Realm, I will overcome them all. Even that ancestral figure of the Chen family will eventually become my stepping stone." Seeing Yi Tian so spiritedly envisioning the future, Yanji could not help but secretly nod in approval. Having ambition is a good thing. After all, it is ambition that fuels one's progress. However, just as Yanji was preparing to impart further teachings to Yi Tian, a melodious female voice suddenly rang out from a distance. "Brother Yi Tian." Upon hearing someone call his name, Yi Tian instinctively turned around. To his surprise, upon seeing the visitor's appearance, a flicker of delight flashed in his eyes. "Cousin Tan, what brings you here?" The girl who appeared before Yi Tian was none other than Jiang Tanner, the young lady of the ancient immortal clan's Jiang family. Unbeknownst to Yi Tian, during the more than 10 days of his seclusion, the complex-hearted Jiang Tanner had not returned to Liang City either, but had been secretly guarding him. However, There was no need for Yi Tian to know about this. Seeing the surprise in Yi Tian's eyes upon spotting her, Jiang Tanner forced a smile and said, I noticed brother Yi Tian hadn't returned home for several days, so I came out to search for you. And here you are. The fact that she enjoyed cultivating in this desolate mountain was a secret known only to her. Finding him did not seem strange to Yi Tian, and in the next moment, not knowing what prompted him, he joyfully shared some good news with Jiang Tanner. Cousin Tan, your timing is perfect. I have monumental news to share with you. Did you know? Just a moment ago, I successfully refined the innate qi within my body, and now, I have advanced to the innate realm. At the instant of Yi Tian's breakthrough, Jiang Tanner was already aware of this matter, but it was inappropriate to reveal it now. Thus, she feigned surprise and exclaimed, Really? Brother Yi Tian has successfully broken through to the innate realm? That is truly wonderful. Now, no one in the family will dare to look down on you. The thought of his breakthrough to the innate realm finally improving her status within the family made Yi Tian's mood even brighter. However, to showcase his talent further in front of Jiang Tanner, Yi Tian smiled and continued, I no longer care about the opinions of those in the family. Cultivation is a personal matter, and it is for myself. Why should I be concerned about others' views? Furthermore, the innate realm is nothing significant. It is merely a starting point on the path of cultivation. In the future, I will strive for even higher realms. Foundation Establishment Realm, Spirit Pill Realm, Spirit Infant Realm. Even those powerful figures of the Celestial Origin Realm will one day be beneath my feet. For reasons unknown, Yi Tian did not wish Jiang Tanner to know about his near-death experience at the hands of Chunlai. So he would not disclose that encounter to her. However, at that moment, upon hearing Yi Tian's declaration about stepping on the Celestial Origin Realm experts, Jiang Tanner's expression changed instinctively in her mind, the memory of that day in the cave, where Chunlai had forcefully violated her, inexplicably resurfaced. She had recalled that scene countless times over the past few days, and it was these thoughts that had troubled her, preventing her from returning to the Yi family. No, she could not dwell on that day's experience any longer. Otherwise, if brother Yi Tian noticed something amiss, it would not be good. That old scoundrel will eventually meet his demise at my hands. And once he is dead, no one will know of what transpired that day. To prevent Yi Tian from sensing anything unusual, Jiang Tanner forced herself to cast aside those memories and, in the next moment, feigned admiration as she said, Yes, I believe in you, brother Yi Tian. With your exceptional talent, there is no need to mention the Celestial Origin Realm. Even higher realms, you will certainly reach, despite her efforts to conceal her thoughts. Yi Tian still sensed something awry. In the next moment, he scratched his head in confusion and looked at Jiang Tanner. Cousin Tan, have you dressed up specially today? Dressed up specially? No. Why do you ask? Brother Yi Tian? Oh, it's nothing. I just feel that Cousin Tan seems a bit different from before. Chapter 31. The difference between a young girl and a mature woman upon hearing Yi Tian's words. Jiang Tanner's heart raced. She felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that brother Yi Tian noticed something? No. It can't be. More than 10 days have passed, and during this time, she had bathed countless times. Even if there were traces, they should have been long washed away by now. With that thought, Jiang Tanner blinked her beautiful eyes and feigned nonchalance, saying, What seems different? I feel just like usual. Yi Tian, scratching his head in confusion after pondering for a long while, finally said, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like Cousin Tan seems even prettier. The Jiang Tanner before Yi Tian had not undergone any visible change. After all, she still wore that human skin mask. With it on, how could there be a significant difference? If there were any differences, they would only pertain to her aura. If an experienced person were present, they would surely notice that the aura Jiang Tanner emanated leaned more towards that of a mature woman. Unfortunately, the few people present, including Yi Tian and Elder Ling, had never experienced romance, and Yan Ji had also never been in love. So they could not perceive this distinction. Initially feeling a bit tense, Jiang Tanner let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Yi Tian's words. So it turned out that brother Yi Tian merely thought she looked prettier. Realizing this, Jiang Tanner revealed a sweet smile. How could I be prettier? I'm still the same as before. I didn't intentionally dress up. It must be that brother Yi Tian has misjudged. Yi Tian grinned foolishly and said, Even if you didn't dress up intentionally, Cousin Tan is still extraordinarily beautiful. Having grown weary of the topic, Jiang Tanner smiled and exchanged a few words with Yi Tian before seizing the opportunity to deftly redirect the conversation. Thank you, Brother Yi Tian, for your compliments. Hee. Whether I am beautiful or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you, Brother Yi Tian, find me appealing. Oh, by the way, Brother Yi Tian, having cultivated here for so many days, do you plan to continue your training? If you intend to keep practicing, I can have the servants bring you some food from home. Upon hearing Jiang Tanner inquire whether he would continue his training, Yi Tian immediately shook his head. I can no longer train. Tomorrow marks the day of the family competition, and I must return to prepare. In the Tianxiong continent, strength is revered above all. Even the smallest clans harbor a relentless ambition for greatness. The Yi family hosts an annual family competition to inspire the younger generation's growth and ambition. Having endured 5 previous competitions filled with ridicule and derision, Yi Tian had finally restored his cultivation and astonishingly advanced to the innate realm. At long last, the moment to turn the tables had arrived, and Yi Tian was determined not to squander this rare opportunity for recognition. It was evident that Yi Tanner understood the humiliation Yi Tian had faced over the years, and it was only natural for her to wish for him to regain his lost honor in the family competition. Thus, she spoke up. If you wish to participate in the family competition, you must indeed return early, Brother Yi Tian. Now that you have successfully broken through to the innate realm, I believe there are no peers within the family who could challenge you. I know you have endured much scorn over the years, but this shall soon be in the past. I have faith that you will re-establish your reputation in tomorrow's family competition. Encouraged by Jiang Tanner, Yi Tian felt a surge of elation. Brimming with excitement, he promptly assured her, Sister Tanner, rest assured. In this family competition, I shall undoubtedly secure first place. I will reclaim everything I have lost, without exception. I will never let you down, Sister Tanner. Half an hour later, accompanied by Jiang Tanner, Yi Tian finally arrived at the grand entrance of the Yi family estate. Upon seeing the clearly inscribed characters of the Yi family on the plaque, an unfamiliar emotion surged within him. 5 years, a full 5 years, he had endured humiliation in silence, and even his father, who cared for him deeply, had once been unable to hold his head high within the family. But this chapter was destined to close. Tomorrow would mark the beginning of his rise to fame on the path of cultivation. Father, fret not. From tomorrow onward, I shall no longer allow you to endure mockery. Nor will I let you down. Uncle, third uncle, have you not always looked down upon me and my father? Tomorrow, I shall make you realize just how gravely mistaken you have been. Only I can become the future of the Yi family. As he envisioned the family competition, Yi Tian's heart swelled with ambition. However, just as he stood at the entrance of the Yi family estate, silently vowing to achieve greatness, a voice filled with concern suddenly rang out, Tanner, where have you been these past few days? Why have you not returned home for so long? I was just about to send someone to look for you. The speaker was Yi Tian's father, Yi Shanhe, the current patriarch of the Yi family. Upon seeing his father, Yi Tian's eyes momentarily sparkled with surprise. Father, what brings you here? This is the Yi family. Where else would I be? For a moment, Yi Shanhe was at a loss for words, while Yi Tian quickly realized he had posed a rather foolish question. He hastily changed the subject. Father, I have been training outside these past few days and forgot to inform you in advance. I apologize for worrying you. Ah, so you were out training? Yi Shanhe initially intended to say more, but then seemed to remember something and promptly shifted to more pressing matters. It's good to be diligent in your training. As long as you haven't encountered any trouble out there, Tanner, I shan't delay you with further talk. As luck would have it, we have distinguished guests visiting the clan today, and I must take you to meet them at once. Remember, when you meet the guests, be sure to greet them immediately. Do not lose your manners, understood? If you were to offend this esteemed guest, it could spell disaster for our Yi family. Chapter 32. Yi Tian's Dread. Why is the ancestor in my family? Distinguished guests. Before Yi Tian could inquire further, Yi Shanhe hurriedly ushered him into the family hall. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of Yi Tianhe kneeling on the ground. The younger generation? Yi Tianhe humbly pays respects to the ancestor. Noticing Yi Tian's lack of reaction, Yi Shanhe anxiously pulled him down as well. Tian'er, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and pay your respects to the ancestor. Inside the Yi family hall, a considerable number of people had gathered, including Yi Tian's uncles, cousins, and siblings, more complete than during any festive occasion. Even his grandfather, who had secluded himself for many years, had arrived. However, unlike before, this time, Yi Tian's grandfather was not seated in the main position. That honor belonged to a handsome man with silver hair. Yi Tian's grandfather, wearing a broad smile, was engaging in conversation with this man, and the display was indeed quite grand. Yet, Yi Tian's mind was preoccupied not with the spectacle but with the identity of the man in the main seat, the supreme ancestor of the Wuzhizong. Why is he here? Why has he come to our Yi family? At that moment, Yi Tian felt utterly frozen in shock. Indeed, the distinguished guest seated in the main position was none other than Chen Lai, the supreme ancestor of the Wuzhizong. His presence at the Yi family was not without reason, primarily due to the two beautiful maidens attending to him. It must be said that as the fated protagonist, Yi Tian possessed certain unique advantages, one of which was that the women around him were exceedingly beautiful. Not only his romantic interests, but even his relatives were equally striking. Yi Meyer, his cousin, was enchanting with her slender waist and long legs, while Yi Qingqing, his younger cousin, was fair-skinned and youthful. Their beauty was renowned throughout Liang City. Had it not been for Su Qingyin's overshadowing presence, they might have even contended for the title of the city's most beautiful maiden. Even if they did not rank as highly as Su Qingyin, they certainly had no shortage of admirers. Qingyin, who is that girl? She seems to be quite comparable to you in beauty. In this small Liang city, how could there be so many stunning women? Since Nie Qingzhu was still in a comatose state, Chen Lai found it inconvenient to take her directly away, and had opted to stay at the Su family for a short while. He had also summoned Su Qingyin, as it was only fitting to bring her along since it was her maternal family. Right? Having grown accustomed to being attended to by beautiful women, Chen Lai invited Su Qingyin back to her family to ensure his daily needs were met. However, he did not wish to spend all day in bed. Occasionally, when he felt bored during the day, he would ask Su Qingyin to take him to see some of the more picturesque sights in the city. One day, while out and about, Chen Lai's gaze was immediately captured by a stunning woman with a slender waist and alluring beauty, prompting him to inquire about her identity from Su Qingyin. Although Liang City was not large, it boasted a population of several 100,000, making it improbable for anyone to be completely unknown. Yet, surprisingly, Su Qingyin not only recognized this woman but was also very familiar with her. Noticing the supreme ancestor's apparent interest in the enchanting beauty, she promptly revealed her identity. My lord, she is the daughter of the Yi family. Known as Yi Meyer, she is the daughter of the main branch of the Yi family, which makes her your cousin in terms of seniority. Yi Meyer, you say? Upon hearing the name, Chen Lai's interest in the young woman intensified. Alas, I must concede that even within the original narrative, Yi Meyer and Yi Qingqing are afforded considerable prominence. Observing Yi Tian's innate talent, the two young women, since their childhood, have forged a friendship with him, perpetually encircling him. However, upon witnessing Yi Tian's decline, they swiftly distanced themselves, occasionally indulging in scornful remarks directed at him. It can be asserted that Yi Tian's relentless dedication to cultivation in the latter stages is, to a significant degree, spurred by the motivation provided by these two ladies. Of course, being a tale of triumph, the outcome is invariably favorable. Yi Tian not only restores his cultivation but also successfully breaks through to the innate realm. Upon witnessing the return of the Yi family's prodigy, the two women are immediately engulfed by regret. Naturally, Yi Tian, amidst their numerous attempts at appeasement, graciously chooses to forgive them. Whether it be Yi Tian's cousin or his younger sister, both are exceedingly beautiful, one a captivating, long-legged enchantress, and the other a pure, youthful beauty. In terms of appearance, they are certainly not inferior to Su Qingyin, perhaps only slightly overshadowed in overall demeanor. The two women received an evaluation of 89 points from the system. Yet this holds little significance in the eyes of Chen Lai. A score of 89 may not qualify them to be his cherished concubines, but it certainly qualifies them to serve as his personal handmaidens. Su Qingyin is also quite adept at reading the room, having sent a formal invitation to the Yi family for a visit without Chunlai having to utter a word. Upon learning that the esteemed ancestor of the Wujizong has expressed interest in visiting the Yi family, the entire household erupts in excitement. Everyone mobilizes, meticulously cleaning the family premises multiple times, and then collectively emerges to welcome the ancestor as a guest. Grandfather Yi. The ancestor has been preoccupied with cultivation for many years and has lacked suitable attendance. Recently, he fortuitously encountered Sister Mayer and Sister Qingqing. The ancestor believes their talents and qualities are commendable and wishes to have them by his side. May I inquire if Grandfather Yi would be interested in allowing Sister Mayer and Sister Qingqing to serve as the ancestor's handmaidens from this day forth? Upon meeting Yi Tian's grandfather, Yi Tianlong, Su Qingyin wastes no time in getting straight to the point. Once Su Qingyin articulates her intentions clearly, the atmosphere within the Yi family is charged with two predominant emotions, initially astonishment, swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of elation. Chapter 33. Have you not returned for several days? Has the house been robbed? The Wujizong is an invincible entity. To forge a connection with such a powerful sect is a monumental stroke of fortune for any family. Akin to smoke rising from their ancestors' graves in celebration, a simple example elucidates the allure of such an opportunity. There are three prominent families in Liang City: the Yi family, the Su family, and the Wang family. All three possess similar strengths, yet upon closer examination, the Yi family undoubtedly holds the upper hand. So, why does Su Qingyin dare to disregard the Yi family's reputation and boldly sever her engagement? It is precisely because she has successfully joined the Wujizong. Even as a mere ordinary disciple of the Wujizong, she wields extraordinary influence. With Su Qingyin's presence, the Su family's prominence has long eclipsed that of both the Yi and Wang families. Even the status of an ordinary disciple has such an effect. If a female descendant of the family were to become a confidant of the ancestor, the impact would be immeasurable. Upon learning of the ancestor's intention to take Yi Mayer and Yi Qingqing as personal handmaidens, Yi Laozi is elated, as are the parents of the two young women, feeling as though the spirits of their ancestors must surely be celebrating. How else could such a remarkable stroke of fortune befall the Yi family? Undoubtedly, the most jubilant and ecstatic individuals in this scenario are Yi Mayer and Yi Qingqing themselves. Both young women possess self-awareness. With their talents and the Yi family's reputation, they might gain some recognition within Liang City. Yet outside, who would take notice of them? At most, they might hear, from the Yi family of Liang City? Apologies, I've never heard of it. However, if they were to become the ancestor's personal handmaidens, the ramifications would be entirely different. Not only within the confines of Liang City, but even when visiting larger sects in the vicinity, they would be met with utmost courtesy. This is the honor that comes with being associated with the ancestor. Thank you, ancestor, for your favor. In response to the ancestor, Mayer is willing to serve as your personal handmaiden. I feel the same way. Thank you, ancestor, for your favor. Qingqing is also willing to serve as your personal handmaiden. Having grown up in Liang City, they have not encountered much of the world and have never seen an individual as handsome, poised, and extraordinary as the ancestor, who seems almost ethereal, coupled with his formidable cultivation and terrifying background. To serve as the ancestor's foot attendant would be an unparalleled opportunity for them. They are overwhelmed with joy, never having imagined they would have a day to soar to great heights. The sisters, brimming with excitement, kneel before the ancestor, expressing their heartfelt intentions to Chunlai. Not only are the two women quick to react, but they also swiftly immerse themselves in the role of personal handmaidens. The ancestor sits at the head of the table, conversing with Yi Tianlong, while Yi Mayer and Yi Qingqing dutifully pour tea and serve water, one gently massaging Chunlai's shoulders. This journey to Liang City has proven quite worthwhile. Not only has the primary objective been fulfilled, but many unexpected rewards have also surfaced. Enjoying the unreserved attentions of Yi Qingqing and Yi Mayer, Chunlai finds himself in a state of blissful relaxation. Yet unexpectedly, as he engages in pleasant conversation with the elder of the Yi family, the charming protagonist, Yi Tian, has returned home. Chun family ancestor. What brings you here? Upon seeing Chunlai, Yi Tian's earlier bravado and self-assurance evaporate entirely, replaced by a profound sense of dread and unease. He has not forgotten the tremors Chunlai once instilled in him. Surviving the encounter with the Chun family ancestor fills Yi Tian with immense gratitude. Yet he never anticipated that the ancestor of the Wujizong would grace their Yi family with a visit. What on earth is happening? Why is the Qin family ancestor here? Furthermore, why are cousin Mayer and sister Qingqing so intimately close to him at this moment? Yi Tian's heart is a tumult of fear, confusion, and curiosity. Of course, he is not alone in feeling this way. The subsequent arrival of Jiang Tanner reveals her sweet smile has vanished, replaced by an inscrutable wrath and resentment upon seeing Chen Lai. However, with Chen Lai present, no one pays heed to Jiang Tanner's changing expressions. Witnessing Yi Tian kneel without offering a respectful greeting to the ancestor, and instead audaciously questioning why he is at the Yi family. Yi Tian's father, Yi Shanhe, is filled with a mix of fear and confusion, promptly interjecting, "Unfilial son. What nonsense are you spouting? The ancestor's visit is a blessing for our Yi family. You should hurry and pay your respects to the ancestor." Seeing his father's anxious and fearful expression, Yi Tian finally comprehends the gravity of the situation. Regardless of why the Qin family ancestor has come to the Yi family, he understands that he must not provoke him. Resolving to keep his composure, Yi Tian grits his teeth and lowers his head to address Chen Lai. The younger Yi Tian pays his respects to the ancestor. "Ah, so it is Tianer who has returned. I noticed your surprise upon seeing the ancestor. Could it be that you have had the fortune of encountering the ancestor's visage before?" Yi Laozi attempts to steer the conversation to cover Yi Tian's earlier insolence. Chen Lai, understanding the elder's intentions, responds with a gentle smile. "Yes, upon my arrival in Liang City, I happened to cross paths with this young lad. I did not expect him to be a descendant of the Yi family. If I am not mistaken, he must be from the second branch, correct?" To Yi Laozi's astonishment, the ancestor has retained a memory of Yi Tian. After a moment of surprise, he hastily affirms, "Indeed, he is the child of my second son." Who would have thought that such a trivial matter could leave such an impression on the ancestor? It seems that Tianer possesses great fortune indeed. Great fortune? Kneeling on the ground, Yi Tian's fists clench tightly, his mind racing with the realization that, despite his uncertainty about the ancestor's presence in the Yi family, his instincts whisper that this development may spell disaster rather than fortune for them. Chapter 34. The Family Competition of the Yi Family. Master, do you sense why the ancestor of the Wujizong has come to our Yi family as a guest? I cannot shake this unsettling feeling from my heart. Upon hearing Yi Tian's transmission, Yin Ji understood the source of his unease. Indeed, it was quite peculiar that the ancestor of the Wuji sect would choose to visit the humble Yi family. Even Yin Ji found this situation exceedingly strange. However, mere speculation could not unveil the intentions of the visitor. Reflecting on this, Yin Ji could only gently remind Yi Tian, regardless of the visitor's purpose. "Tianer, your task is to avoid provoking him as much as possible. Otherwise, the entire Yi family may suffer the consequences. At that point, everything could truly become irreparable." "I understand, Master. Rest assured, I will strive to manage my emotions until my cultivation strengthens." Yi Tian replied to Yin Ji and thereafter fell silent. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Yi family, Yi Tian was not the center of attention. Consequently, the gazes of those present could not linger upon him for long. After Yi Tian performed the proper salutations to the ancestor and received his acknowledgement, Yi Shanhe quickly guided Yi Tian to a side position, where they stood respectfully. "Ancestor, apart from Mayer and Qingqing, our Yi family possesses numerous young disciples who are equally ambitious. Might they have the fortune to earn your favor and join the Wuji sect? Perhaps due to the fact that Yi Mayer and Yi Qingqing had become the ancestor's personal attendants." The elder of the Yi family, with a bold demeanor, sought to explore the possibility of recommending other promising youths to the Wuji sect. Chen Lai, well aware of the elder's intentions, smiled slightly and shook his head. The recruitment period for the Wuji sect has already passed this year. If any members of the Yi family wish to join, they may apply during next year's enrollment. This response served as a polite refusal. Chen Lai had no interest in bringing back other disciples from the Yi family, as he viewed them as a mere burden. Though disappointed by the refusal, the elder dared not voice his discontent. Instead, he smiled and said, "I see. It seems we shall have to wait until next year for them to try again. I apologize for my presumptuousness. Please do not take offense, ancestor." Having accomplished his purpose in visiting the Yi family by successfully acquiring 2 attendants, Chunlai felt little inclination to linger any longer. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Very well, Elder Yi. I have taken enough of your time here. I must return to the Su family to rest. So I shall not impose further." Upon seeing Chunlai's intention to depart, the elder of the Yi family grew anxious. The visit from the ancestor of the Wuji sect was a significant opportunity. How could he allow Chunlai to leave without making the most of this advantageous connection? The elder hastily interjected, "Ancestor, are you planning to return to the Su family? If I may be so bold, I have a humble request and hope you can grant it." "A humble request?" Chunlai regarded the elder with a calm demeanor. Perceiving Chunlai's displeasure, the elder hurriedly clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. Ancestor, I believe your visit to our Yi family is a blessing. The entire Yi family has been illuminated by your presence. If we do not treat you properly, what will others think of us?" Thus, the elder boldly requested, "If it would not trouble you, could you stay with us for a few more days? This would allow us to express our gratitude for your patronage." He continued, "Moreover, tomorrow marks the day of our family competition. A fortuitous occasion indeed. If you are interested, you might observe and perhaps offer us your insights, which would be an immense honor for our Yi family." At last, Chunlai comprehended the elder's eagerness to retain him within the Yi family for a few more days. While the elder's wish to host him was genuine, it was evident that he sought to enhance the Yi family's reputation by associating with the ancestor. The implication was clear. "Look, not only have our girls become personal attendants to the ancestor, but he is also staying with us for several days." Such a connection would undoubtedly elevate the Yi family's standing, making them a force to be reckoned with in the region. Indeed, the elder's cunning was commendable. Originally, Chunlai had little desire to remain in the Yi family, but the mention of the family competition piqued his interest. After all, in the original narrative, it was the family competition that marked the rise of the protagonist, Yi Tian. This intriguing prospect prompted Chunlai to reconsider his decision. Without further hesitation, he accepted the elder's invitation, stating, "Since you are so gracious, I shall impose upon you for a couple more days." The elder's heart swelled with excitement upon hearing Chunlai's agreement. "Ancestor, you are too kind. It is our Yi family's fortune to host you. Rest assured, we shall extend the warmest hospitality. Mayor, Qingqing, prepare the finest rooms in the east courtyard for the ancestor's stay. Shanhe, arrange for the servants to procure the best ingredients. Tonight, we must present the most exquisite food and wine to honor our guest. I must emphasize, if anyone neglects their duties, they will face the clan's regulations." As night fell, the Yi family illuminated their premises and organized a lavish banquet to warmly welcome Chunlai at the table. Chunlai occupied the seat of honor, and the sumptuous feast was complemented by the devoted service of Yi Mayor and Yi Qingqing, who flanked him on either side. This scene evoked envy in many onlookers, but for Yi Tian, it ignited a smoldering rage within him. "I knew that old man would bring nothing but trouble to our Yi family. It turns out he came for my cousin Mayor and sister Qingqing. What a so-called righteous ancestor, shamelessly seizing the women of others." Yi Tian's emotions swirled in a tempest of envy, jealousy, and fury. In just a day, he had learned many disheartening truths, including the fact that Mayor and Qingqing had been given to the ancestor as personal attendants. The gravity of his emotions stemmed from the fact that Mayor and Qingqing were renowned beauties within the Yi family, both strikingly attractive yet distinctly different in style. Even when compared to Su Qingyin, their allure was hardly diminished. Yi Tian, as a normal man, could appreciate beauty. However, being cousins, he had never entertained any improper thoughts toward them. Yet, the situation was complicated by the fact that he once basked in their admiration as the family's prodigy, only to fall from grace due to setbacks in his cultivation. Now, he found himself a mere eyesore in their eyes. "How foolish they are to look down upon me. One day, I will make them regret their choices." Although Yi Tian harbored a profound disdain for Yi Mayor and her companion's fickleness and cold-heartedness, he too secretly dreamt of soaring to great heights, envisioning a scene where they would kneel before him, weeping and begging for forgiveness. Alas, this dream has now been utterly shattered. Not only has his fiancée been taken by the ancestral patriarch, but even his cousin and younger sister have become the patriarch's personal attendants. How could Yi Tian not feel a surge of jealousy and anger at such a betrayal? He could not comprehend how it was possible for a mere patriarch of the Wuji sect to wield such overwhelming allure. What significance did high cultivation hold? Given the same time for cultivation, he was certain he could achieve greater feats than the patriarch of the Chun family. Despite his intense loathing for Chunlai, Yi Tian dared not voice such sentiments aloud. He had merely conveyed them to Yin Ji through a secret transmission. Sensing Yi Tian's tumultuous emotions, Yin Ji hastened to console him. Tianer, do not let these thoughts consume you. Do not allow this matter to disturb your peace of mind. From my perspective, your cousin and sister becoming the patriarch's personal attendants is, in some respects, a fortuitous development. What? His cousin and sister, reduced to the status of attendants? How could that be deemed fortunate? Shouldn't these individuals be revolving around him? Even if they were not, surely they would not stoop so low. The turmoil within him intensified, yet he hesitated to express his ire. Knowing the speaker was Yin Ji, his esteemed mentor, he could only suppress his fury and respond, Master, why do you consider this a fortunate turn of events? The women of my family have been coerced into serving the patriarch. How can that possibly be a good thing? Yin Ji replied softly, your earlier unease stemmed from uncertainty regarding the patriarch's intentions for the Yi family. Now, I assert it is a blessing because, with your cousin serving as the patriarch's attendants, we need not fear any detrimental actions from him toward our family. At least this indicates that he does not harbor ill intentions. Moreover, judging by the expressions on your cousin's faces, they do not appear to be coerced. Before Yin Ji could finish her thought, Yi Tian interjected, how can it not be coercion? If it were not for this old man leveraging his cultivation and status, would the children of the Yi family lower themselves to the point of abandoning their dignity to become mere attendants? Furthermore, Yi Tian faltered, for at that moment, he beheld the expressions on his cousins' faces, submissive, cheerful, and eager to please the patriarch. Their demeanor suggested anything but coercion. Even he could scarcely believe it. Awakened to this reality, he found he could no longer delude himself with lies, yet the pain in his heart only deepened. Clenching his fists, he could not help but curse inwardly. Truly, these are women who are fickle at heart, akin to Su Qingyin, eager to climb to higher branches at the first opportunity. With such vainly ambitious cousins, I am utterly ashamed to call them my kin. People naturally aspire to ascend, just as water flows downward. In this age, how many would resist the allure of rising in status? Those who proclaim they must strive for success often lack connections or resources. Were they to find a shortcut, would they not discard their previous vows without a second thought? Thus, Yin Ji understood the choices made by Tianer's cousins, as they hailed from a humble family and were insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Faced with an opportunity to ascend, how many could resist such temptation? While Yin Ji would not choose to compromise her principles, she certainly would not disdain others for their choices. Everyone has the right to determine their own way of life. Does one not agree? Yet, to her surprise, Tianer could not comprehend this matter and even resorted to belittling his own cousins. In that moment, Yin Ji found herself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, in an effort to stabilize Yi Tian's emotions, she spoke. Regardless, Tianer, the situation with your cousins is now irrevocable. Thus, do not dwell on it any longer. What you most need to focus on now is elevating your own cultivation. Only by attaining sufficient strength can you protect the people and matters dear to you. Otherwise, today's events will inevitably recur. Chapter 36. Reduced to a fool? Yi Tian questioned his very existence. Without strength, one cannot safeguard those around them. Yi Tian wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Thus, upon hearing his mentor's counsel, he took a deep breath and endeavored to calm his spirit. A moment later, he declared solemnly, I understand, Master. Rest assured, I will not allow these matters to disrupt my emotions. You are right. Only by growing stronger can I possess the ability to change everything. I shall diligently cultivate, and let my journey toward greatness commence following the family competition tomorrow. His two beautiful cousins had already become the patriarch's personal attendants. Regardless of his efforts, this reality could not be altered. Given that what has transpired cannot be changed, he must instead focus on managing future affairs. 5 years, a full 5 years, during this time, He has endured countless scorn and mockery. For Yi Tian, nothing was more important than the family competition at present. He yearned for the opportunity to slap the faces of those who once looked down upon him, thereby officially embarking on his path to fame and fortune. What he had lost, he would undoubtedly reclaim. Undeniably, Yi Tian's aspirations were commendable, yet could matters truly unfold so easily? Soon, with the family competition in full swing, an unforeseen event occurred that Yi Tian could scarcely have imagined. The family competition commenced. On the martial stage of the Yi family, two young disciples were engaged in a fierce contest. A young man clad in white unleashed a flurry of punches, striking his opponent with the ferocity of a descending tiger, sending him hurtling through the air. This is impossible. Yi Chen, you are not employing the techniques of our Yi family at all. Originally at the 7th level of body refinement, how could you have ascended to the pinnacle of body refinement so swiftly? You are not using our family techniques. Where did you learn such demonic arts? By failing to utilize family techniques in the family competition, you have fundamentally violated the rules. You ought to step down and apologize to the clan elders. Yi Chen, at 19 years of age, was the eldest son of the Yi family's main branch. By virtue of their lineage, Yi Tian was obliged to refer to him as cousin. Although they had grown up together, their relationship had always been fraught with tension. Historically, family power has favored the elders over the younger generation. Yet the old patriarch insisted on promoting his second son, Yi Shanhe, to the position of clan leader. Given this circumstance, how could the main branch ever treat the second branch with kindness? Yi Tian had previously been renowned as a prodigy, having reached the 5th level of body refinement by the tender age of 10. Such alarming talent promised that, with time, he would become the strongest expert within the family. Faced with this reality, although Yi Chen felt great resentment, he could only endure. However, little did he expect that fortune would soon smile upon him. 5 years ago, he was at the 6th level of body refinement, yet now, Yi Tian had made no progress whatsoever. Rather, he exhibited signs of regression. Thus, the prodigy fell from grace. Yi Chen seized this opportunity to harass Yi Tian, and although they were cousins, their relationship had devolved into one of bitter enmity. Yi Tian never anticipated that in the first match of the family competition, he would draw Yi Chen as his opponent. Before the battle commenced, he had already resolved to teach Yi Chen a lesson. There was no need to showcase his innate cultivation immediately. Given that Yi Chen was merely at the 7th level of body refinement, Yi Tian decided to suppress his own realm to match Yi Chen's. Intending to toy with him, he believed that he should save his grand display for a more opportune moment. Concealing his true strength, Yi Tian engaged Yi Chen in combat. Yet, as soon as Yi Chen made his move, Yi Tian's heart sank. Yi Chen had similarly concealed his strength, achieving the pinnacle of body refinement. Caught off guard, Yi Tian fell victim to a surprise attack, sent flying by a single punch, sustaining a minor injury. Yet not a grave one, for I have cultivated my body's defenses to the level of innate mastery. Wiping the blood stain from the corner of my mouth, Yi Tian was truly trembling with rage, not due to the injury, but rather from the humiliation of being struck off the arena by a single blow. According to the rules of the Yi clan, being knocked off the stage during the family competition constitutes a loss. How infuriating and detestable! I had hardly begun to fully display my prowess, nor had I had the chance to establish my name in the world, yet in my very first battle, I was cast out. How could Yi Tian endure such indignity and humiliation? The legendary phrase about overreaching and arrogance perfectly encapsulates Yi Tian's current predicament. But so what? Yi Tian's heart brims with resentment. Otherwise, he would not have unleashed such a furious roar at Yi Chen. My cousin is surely joking. As a member of the Yi family, how could I have never heard of a rule forbidding us from employing other techniques during the family competition? With the elders of the clan present, I wish to inquire of them. Is there such a rule in our family competition? The Yi family's most formidable technique is the War God technique, classified as a high-tier yellow-grade skill. Thus, everyone participating in the family competition would surely utilize their most powerful techniques, resulting in all members engaging with the War God technique throughout past competitions. However, the clan rules do not explicitly prohibit the use of other skills. Therefore, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, an elder of the clan solemnly interjected. As long as the technique employed by Yi Qian is legitimate, it does not violate the rules. Therefore, this duel concludes with Yi Qian's victory. Yi Qian, please step down and do not disrupt the commencement of the next duel. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's expression changed instantly. Had he truly lost? No. This cannot be allowed to stand. After enduring 5 years of patience, accumulating strength, was it not for the purpose of making a name for myself today? To lose in the very first match? No, I absolutely cannot tolerate such a situation. Father, uncle, and esteemed elders of the clan. I did not exert my full strength. I was ambushed, which is why I fell from the stage. I beseech my father and the esteemed elders for another chance to start afresh. This time, I will surely triumph in the competition. I truly made a mistake. It was utterly unimaginable that Yi Qian could utter such words, and at that moment, not only the elders of the Yi clan but even his father, Yi Shanhe, was rendered speechless. Chapter 37. The Fated Protagonist. Is this it? The purpose of the clan's competition is to assess the cultivation levels of each clan member and to foster a spirit of progress among them through combat. The intent is commendable. Thus, who on earth instructed you to conceal your cultivation? Shouldn't the defeat due to hidden strength prompt self-reflection? So upon hearing Yi Qian's words, Yi Qian's uncle's expression darkened as he remarked, "Is the purpose of the clan competition to encourage you to hide your cultivation? A loss is a loss. Enough? Yi Qian, just step down." In the main seat, alongside the patriarch of the Yi clan, Chunlai was also observing the family competition. Yi Meyer and Yi Qingqing, the two sisters, continued to diligently serve their ancestor. Perhaps due to their association with the elder, the sisters had never held Yi Qian in high regard, and upon hearing his words, their disdain only deepened. Witnessing Yi Qian's shamelessness in refusing to concede, Yi Qingqing immediately scoffed. To treat the family competition as a mere game, Yi Qian is truly regressing. Meyer, what do you think? Hearing Yi Qingqing's words, Yi Meyer smiled lightly. To deliberately hide one's strength and then lose can only be described as self-inflicted. To still have the audacity to demand a second chance is indeed a disgrace to our Yi family. The two sisters did not bother to lower their voices, although they were at a distance. Yi Qian, now a master of innate level, could naturally hear every word laden with contempt. This only fueled Yi Qian's fury further. His fists clenched tightly, his teeth nearly ground to dust. Tonner, a loss is a loss. I had just advised you. Yi Chun seems rather formidable. It appears he too has concealed his strength. Alas, the situation has reached an irreversible point. Simply wait for next year's family competition to try again. Upon hearing Yinjia's transmission, Yi Qian felt even more unwilling. I regret not heeding my master's counsel. Yet, master, I am simply unwilling. Yi Chun was originally only at the 7th level of body refinement, and I intentionally suppressed my cultivation. Why should he be able to suddenly break through to the pinnacle of body refinement? I contend that he must have resorted to some underhanded means. I cannot accept this defeat, nor can I allow such a petty person to thrive. Therefore, I cannot simply depart. If given another chance, I would surely teach this scoundrel a lesson. Hearing Yi Qian's voice filled with resentment, even Yinjia was rendered speechless at that moment. What is this nonsense? Hasn't the opponent merely reached the pinnacle of body refinement? Is it permissible for you to have opportunities while denying others theirs? The recent bout was clearly witnessed by Yinjia. While there was an element of ambush, the encounter itself was conducted fairly and uprightly, with Yi Chun rightfully sending Yi Qian flying from the stage through his cultivation. If blame is to be assigned, should it not fall upon one's own decision to conceal strength? Why is Yi Qian's temperament now so intolerable? Within the jade pendant, Yinjia furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Yet she chose not to speak further. At this moment, Yi Qian remained oblivious to the fact that his earlier statements had slightly diminished Yinjia's regard for him. However, even if he were aware, Yi Qian was unlikely to concern himself with such matters, for his mind was consumed by resentment and fury. Father, I truly fell from the stage due to carelessness. I have not lost. Please grant me another chance to start over. Unable to reason with the clan elders, Yi Qian could only turn to his father, the clan leader, for help. Truth be told, even Yi Shanhe was at a loss for words upon hearing his son's plea. Enough, Tianer. I understand you were negligent in your match, but in competitions, a loss is a loss. Every year, individuals fall from the stage for various reasons. If everyone were as discontent as you, would previous competitions require a rematch? Step down now. What matters most is that your cultivation remains intact, father. Seeing that even his father would not speak in his favor, Yi Tian was truly frantic, just as he was consumed by anxiety and unwillingness. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen spoke up, esteemed elders of the clan and uncle. If Yi Tian is truly unwilling, let us grant him another opportunity to duel with me. It was unexpected for Yi Chen to make such a statement, causing Yi Shanhe to look at him in confusion. Chun'er, what is your intent? Yi Chen smiled slightly and replied, Uncle, I see that Yi Tian is genuinely quite discontented. Rather than allowing him to linger in this state, it would be better for me to defeat him fairly once again. This way, Yi Tian should have no further grievances. Yi Shanhe seemed to wish to say something, but before he could speak, Yi Tian's uncle interjected. Yi Chen, think this through. Should you lose again, your path to advancement will be irretrievably compromised. It matters not. If I lose in a rematch, it will simply indicate that I am outmatched. Rest assured, esteemed elders of the clan, I will not be like some people and whine incessantly. Observing Yi Chen's poised demeanor on the stage, many members of the Yi clan couldn't help but nod in approval. Compared to the incessant complaints of Yi Tian, Yi Chen, the eldest son of the main branch, appeared far more like a scion of a distinguished family. In terms of demeanor alone, he was far more upright than Yi Tian. Very well. Since Yi Chen is willing to afford Yi Tian another chance, we shall not obstruct it further. Yi Tian, prepare yourself. You will engage in a rematch with Yi Chen immediately. Soon, the two returned to the arena, and it was unexpected that Yi Chen would speak on his behalf at such a crucial moment. Yet, Yi Tian felt no gratitude in his heart. Instead, jealousy and rage surged within him. What need is there for you to play the Good Samaritan here? Yi Chen, I assure you, I was merely careless. Since you have taken the initiative to restart, do not blame me for being merciless. This time, I shall allow you to truly experience what it means to lift a stone only to drop it on your own foot. In the face of Yi Tian's verbal provocation, Yi Chen remained largely unfazed, instead offering a faint smile. It is indeed an honor for me to engage once more with the younger brother of Yi Tian. If that is the case, let us engage in a fair contest once again. Allow me to truly sense the extent of your cultivation at this moment. Chapter 38. Boasting may bring calamity upon oneself. You will come to regret this. Observing Yi Chen still putting on a facade of cordiality, Yi Tian felt an even greater surge of anger. He had resolved to teach Yi Chen a lesson. Since the other party was courting death, he would certainly satisfy that wish in that instant. Yi Tian struck out with fury, his fist akin to a bolt of lightning, swiftly aimed at Yi Chen's chest. Having learned from his previous experience, Yi Tian no longer concealed his cultivation at this moment. The innate energy emanated from him, and the fierce wind from his fist even disturbed the surrounding air. Witnessing this scene, before anyone else could react, Yi Shanhe's eyes suddenly sparkled with astonishment. This is innate energy. Has Tian broken through to the innate realm? Despite being the head of the Yi family, Yi Shanhe's position within the family was precarious, with members of the first and third branches eyeing him warily. The third branch held deep dissatisfaction towards him, and it was only due to Yi Tian's previous exceptional talent that the discord within the family had been temporarily quelled. However, following Yi Tian's fall from grace 5 years ago, members of both the first and third branches had not hesitated to undermine him. After Su Qingyin's broken engagement, voices within the family clamored for Yi Shanhe to step down. Yet, amidst all this turmoil, Yi Shanhe could only endure. What could he do when his son was lackluster and brought no hope to the family? Perhaps he would not be able to retain the position of head much longer. But Yi Shanhe never anticipated that Yi Tian would bring him such immense surprise today by breaking through to the innate realm. Does this not imply that Tian's formidable cultivation talent has not only returned, but has also made him the undisputed leader among the younger generation of the family? At this moment, not only was Yi Shanhe filled with excitement, but even the other elders of the Yi family, who had been watching from the sidelines, displayed expressions of indescribable astonishment upon witnessing Yi Tian's breakthrough to the innate realm. Has this child truly concealed his cultivation? Innate energy. Has he indeed reached the innate realm? This year, Yi Tian is only 16 years old, and to achieve such a breakthrough at this young age, was he previously pretending to be weaker? No, it may not have been intentional. Hadn't the elders of the clan examined his body before? It was indeed true that he had made no progress in cultivation for several years. Perhaps he has recently encountered some fortuitous opportunity, and his talent has returned. Excellent. Yi Tian was originally a genius of our Yi family. Now that his cultivation talent has returned, does this not mean we shall have another prodigy to add to our ranks? With Yi Tian's cultivation not only restored but also elevated to the innate realm, the members of the Yi family present felt a mix of surprise, disbelief, and for some, a sense of threat and displeasure. Naturally, the latter two sentiments arose solely among the members of the first and third branches. Regardless of the family's reactions, at least for Yi Tian, his objective had already been achieved. After 5 years of silence, he had finally arrived at the moment to soar to new heights. Seeing Yi Chun seemingly expending great effort to narrowly evade his earlier punch, Yi Tian's face lit up with a smile. Indeed, this is how it should be. Just now, I was merely careless. As long as I focus, no one can hinder my ascent. Only I am worthy of claiming the title of champion in the family competition. Feeling the countless gazes fixed upon him, Yi Tian's heart brimmed with unrestrained delight, and he turned to Yi Chen with a look of pride. Did you not expect this, Yi Chen? Surely you cannot believe that I have reached the innate realm. I can assure you, this is no dream. You are merely at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. How could you possibly be my opponent? I have already stated that my previous fall from the stage was due to carelessness. If I performed to my true potential, even if we were to repeat this 100 times, you would never be my match. Now do you understand why I was so confident in requesting a rematch? The gap between the innate realm and the body refinement realm is as vast as a chasm. You have no hope of victory. No matter, being willing to grant me this chance for a rematch is the greatest blunder of today. Given your self-destructive choice, should you surrender now, perhaps you might endure less suffering. Otherwise, my next punch will not hold back as the last one did. Full of vigor and pride, as Yi Tian flaunted himself before him, Yi Chen felt not a trace of anxiety. On the contrary, he bore a hint of amusement. Indeed, the foresight of the ancestors is profound. Yi Tian has truly broken through to the innate realm. In the next moment, as if struck by a thought, he looked at the triumphant Yi Tian with a playful glint in his eyes. Young brother Yi Tian, have you not yet achieved victory? Yet you wish for me to surrender. Are you not a tad premature in your celebration? What do you mean? Now that I have reached the innate realm, does Yi Chen still possess the courage to challenge me again? Does brother think he can defy the inevitable? Yi Chen suddenly wore a peculiar smile. The outcome has yet to be determined. Let us continue our contest, shall we? Why does the younger brother waste so many words? Does the younger brother truly believe he has me at his mercy? With Yi Chen's words, Yi Tian felt no need to remain courteous any longer. The next moment, a sinister smile appeared on his face. I initially wished to give my elder brother a dignified exit, but since you do not cherish this opportunity, I shall not hold back. Therefore, I shall fulfill your wish and let you lie down as you exit the stage. Come, brother, test this move of mine. The innate energy erupted instantaneously, and at that moment, Yi Tian unleashed all of his cultivation. The fierce tiger fist is a technique of considerable lethality within the Yi family. When unleashed, it carries the force of a ferocious tiger. Coupled with the innate energy, any ordinary practitioner of the body refinement realm struck directly would be severely injured, if not killed, and would likely spend months recovering in bed. It was evident that Yi Tian was not holding back. He was genuinely intent on injuring or even incapacitating Yi Chen. Yet, in the face of this terrifying and overwhelming punch, Yi Chen displayed no fear whatsoever, instead breaking into a grin. Come forth. Since the younger brother has revealed his true cultivation, how could I continue to hide my own? Now, let the younger brother truly feel what kind of individual truly deserves to be called the Yi family's prodigy. Young brother Yi Tian, experience the might of my supreme fist technique. Chapter 39. Master, I simply cannot accept this. Observing that Yi Tian had achieved the innate realm, most present believed Yi Chen was certain to lose. However, The moment Yi Chen struck, everyone was left astonished. With just a single blow, one individual was sent flying, and that individual was not Yi Chen, but rather Yi Tian. His body shimmered with light, and innate energy surged around him. Anyone with eyes could perceive that the innate energy emanating from Yi Chen was far more potent than that of Yi Teng. Yi Shanhe, well versed in such matters, immediately sensed the shift in Yi Chen's aura and could not help but exclaim in shock, "This is the third layer of the innate realm? What in the world is happening?" Just a few days ago, Yi Chen was only at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. How could he have broken through to the innate realm in the blink of an eye? And at that, to the 3rd layer? Seeing the astonishment and confusion in Yi Shanhe's eyes, Yi Chen's father, Yi Pejun, could not suppress a proud smile. What does the second brother mean by that? Is it permissible for Yi Tian to break through to the innate realm, yet not for my son Chen to achieve a breakthrough? There are countless opportunities in this world. They do not belong solely to Yi Tian. Although Yi Pejun had often sought his own interests over the years, he respected his elder brother, and upon hearing this, Yi Shanhe quickly offered an apology. "Brother, you misunderstand. That is not my intent. I was simply taken aback to see Chen cultivation increase so rapidly. No matter. As I mentioned earlier, opportunities in this world are not solely reserved for Yi Tian. Is it not permissible for my son to acquire some fortune as well?" Yi Tian, having little time to pay heed to the chatter around him, found his mind consumed by a singular thought. How could he possibly be outmatched by Yi Chen? How could this fellow also possess innate realm cultivation? What on earth is going on? Rising from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Tian could not contain his overwhelming fury as he glared at Yi Chen. How could you possibly have attained innate realm cultivation? Yi Chen, what trickery have you employed? Cousin, you jest. When facing off against my cousin, would I truly need to resort to any underhanded tactics? Is it only permissible for my cousin to advance in cultivation while the rest of us languish? If that's the case, we might as well cease our training altogether, relying solely on you, my cousin. Seeing Yi Chen smiling at him, Yi Tian's anger surged within him. Master, what on earth is happening? Just days ago, Yi Chen was at the 7th level of body refinement. How could he have so swiftly broken through to the innate realm? This defies all common sense of cultivation. Is this scoundrel cheating? With her keen insight, Yin Ji could discern the peculiarities surrounding Yi Chen. After a moment's contemplation, she sighed softly and remarked, "It is indeed astonishing to break through from the 7th level of body refinement to the innate realm in just a few days. However, utilizing certain special methods can indeed facilitate such rapid advancement. Yi Chen must have employed some technique that overextends his potential, resulting in this swift surge in cultivation. In my humble opinion, while it may seem excessive to go to such lengths for the family competition, it is not considered cheating by the rules." Before Yin Ji could finish her explanation, Yi Chen interjected, "Master, did you already suspect Yi Chen's true cultivation level? Why did you not alert me?" "No. I initially did not notice anything amiss. It appears a powerful being has concealed Yi Chen's cultivation. Otherwise, I would have advised you to surrender at the first opportunity." "Surrender? Why would you urge me to concede?" Sensing Yi Tian's outrage, Yin Ji carefully explained. Regardless of whether Yi Chen has employed forbidden techniques, his current cultivation is undeniably at the 3rd level of the innate realm. You have only just entered the innate realm. There exists a full 2 minor realms of difference between you two. The chances of victory are virtually non-existent. If I do not urge you to concede, what else can be done? Should you voluntarily withdraw, you would avoid unnecessary injuries. At last, Yi Tian comprehended why Yi Chen was able to inflict such grievous harm with a single strike. This scoundrel is at the 3rd level of the innate realm, 2 minor realms above me. Though he now understood the truth, Yi Tian's indignation only deepened. After finally obtaining a chance to establish his name, how could he resign himself to being defeated by Yi Chen once more? In that moment, he turned to Yin Ji with a plea. "Master, I know your power is unparalleled. Surely you possess a way to help me vanquish this scoundrel Yi Chen? I am sorry. Tianer, I cannot assist you in this matter. You cannot aid me. Why? Are you not an invincible powerhouse? How can you not resolve such a trivial issue?" Yin Ji took a deep breath, explaining with a sense of resignation. I possess a method of fusion that could temporarily transfer a portion of my cultivation and soul power to you. This would indeed allow you to significantly enhance your strength in a short time. Overwhelming Yi Chun would be a mere formality. However, before Yin Ji could conclude her thought, Yi Tian exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief, "Master, then why hesitate? Transfer your soul power to me at once." Tianer, it is not that I do not wish to grant you my soul power, but rather, this is merely a competition. If you achieve victory through my strength, can you truly call that your own triumph? In Yinji's eyes, a victory gained through another's strength is not a true victory. Regardless of whether Yi Chen employs forbidden techniques, he has acquired his power at a cost. This does not constitute a violation of the rules. However, should I intervene and transfer my cultivation to you, it would indeed be deemed cheating. I believed you to be reasonable enough to comprehend this principle. But little did I expect that Yi Tian's reaction would leave her speechless. Master, does it truly matter how I achieve victory, as long as I win? After enduring 5 years of humiliation, I refuse to become a stepping stone for others in the family competition. I can no longer bear being looked down upon. Thus, regardless of the means, I will employ anything necessary to win. I beseech you, Master, to extend a helping hand to your earnest disciple." Upon hearing these words from Yi Tian, Yin Ji was rendered momentarily speechless. Chapter 40. Resorting to slander when defeated? How could such shamelessness exist in the world? The decision to take Yi Tian as a disciple stemmed from her belief in his good nature. Even amidst adversity, he would never yield. Yet, Yin Ji could never have anticipated that he would resort to any means necessary, even for a victory of little consequence. Witnessing this scene, Yin Ji, still within the jade pendant, could not help but sigh softly. Tianer is still too young, his character not yet mature. I hope that through further experiences, he might gain some insight. With this thought, Yin Ji spoke once more. My reluctance to assist you stems from another reason. Have you not noticed that the Supreme Elder of the Wuzhezong is also present, observing your family's competition? While it may be easy for me to transfer my soul power to you, engaging in battle with borrowed strength would be easily discernible to one of his caliber. Should that occur, you risk not only being accused of an illegitimate victory, but I too could face exposure. I trust you would not wish for such an outcome to transpire, would you? Upon hearing Yin Ji's words, Yi Tian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. For the sake of victory, he was willing to employ any means, but should it result in the exposure of his master, that would indeed be a grave miscalculation. His master was his greatest support. He could not allow any harm to befall her. Yet, was there truly no other way to secure victory without enlisting his master's aid? Tianer, to avoid compromising my existence, the best course of action now is to concede. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. A single defeat cannot be considered significant. Even I have experienced numerous failures in my youth. True strength is born from overcoming adversity. Do not allow trivial matters to cloud your judgment. Understanding that Yin Ji's words were for his own good, Yi Tian still could not bring himself to utter the words "I surrender." After 5 years of humiliation, he sought not to become a laughingstock once more. He absolutely could not allow himself to be looked down upon again. In the next moment, gritting his teeth, he resolved to employ another tactic. Esteemed clan leaders, I refuse to accept this. Yi Chen was merely at the 3rd level of body refinement days ago. How could he have so rapidly ascended to the 3rd level of the innate realm? I now harbor serious doubts that my cousin Yi Chun has resorted to sinister techniques such as soul manipulation to achieve such rapid advancement. Should I be defeated by such a person? I cannot accept the outcome. Unable to win and unwilling to concede, Yi Tian resorted to slander. Of course, he did not perceive it as such. To him, the only possible explanation for such a swift ascent was through the employment of forbidden techniques. As Yi Tian finished speaking, before anyone else could react, Yi Pejun could no longer contain himself and stood up in a fury. Yi Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? How could my son possibly resort to any nefarious practices? Are you already resorting to slander now that you cannot defeat my Chun'er on the stage? Faced with his uncle's accusations, Yi Tian felt a twinge of regret, yet he knew he had no way out. He spoke boldly. If not through forbidden techniques, then please enlighten me, uncle. What other means could allow a cultivator to achieve such a significant breakthrough in just a few days? It is due to the fortuitous opportunity that has befallen my son. Why should it be that only you, amidst all others, are allowed such fortune? Yi Tian gazed at Yi Pejun with a calm demeanor and inquired, what manner of great opportunity could possibly enable cousin Yi Chun to advance so swiftly? To be candid, uncle, I am not intentionally casting doubt upon cousin Yi Chun. Rather, if he possesses any commendable method, he should generously present it for verification. As members of the Yi family, let us all learn from one another. Surely cousin Yi Chun would not be so stingy as to withhold it. This would not only allow me to accept my defeat with grace, but also enhance the strength of our kin. Truly a dual benefit, is it not? Upon hearing Yi Tian's remarks, not only did the others feel a sense of embarrassment, but even Chen Lai found himself overwhelmed by a single thought. Shamelessness. How could the so-called protagonist utter such words? To refuse to concede defeat to an opponent is one thing, but to set a trap with words, urging the other to share their methods of becoming stronger. What thickness of skin must one possess to act thus? As expected, upon Yi Tian's declaration, not only did Yi Shanhe feel as though he could not face anyone, but Yi Pejun rose to his feet and directly berated him for his lack of shame. Second brother, what kind of son have you raised? Unable to defeat your elder brother, you resort to slandering him with accusations of practicing dark arts. How could a member of the Yi family be so utterly devoid of shame? Truly a disgrace to our lineage. Even Yi Tan, lurking in the shadows, furrowed her brows in slight disapproval. She was perplexed as to why Yi Tian would utter such words today, even if he were reluctant to accept defeat. There was no need to sow discord within the family, was there? Feeling the disdainful glares directed at him from all around, Yi Tian was consumed by an overwhelming sense of injustice and resentment. Why must he be regarded with such contempt? Is it a crime to voice doubt? If Yi Chen were not practicing some dark arts, why would he remain silent? However, what Yi Tian did not anticipate was that, just as this thought flitted through his mind, Yi Chen, after a slight smile, spoke up. Father, there is no need for further discussion. Since cousin Yi Tian suspects that my rapid advancement is due to the practice of dark arts, I shall simply allow him to accept the truth. After uttering these words, Yi Chen turned his gaze toward Yi Tian. Cousin, are you not curious as to how I achieved such progress in such a short span? Very well, I shall enlighten you. In truth, even as recently as yesterday, I was still merely at the 7th layer of body refinement. What? Yesterday, Yi Chen was still at the 7th layer of body refinement? How is it that within a single day he has ascended to the 3rd layer of innate realm? Yi Tian was utterly bewildered by this revelation. Chapter 41. Tian, you have truly disappointed your father. Fortunately, Yi Chen did not leave Yi Tian waiting long, as he soon clarified. Yi Chen, with a respectful demeanor, bowed thrice towards the direction of Chen Lai before standing to face Yi Tian. Last night, I had the honor of being received by the ancestor, who bestowed upon me his favor and personally imparted profound insights, resulting in my rapid advancement. Were it not for the ancestor's support, with your current capabilities, it is highly likely that I would not be your match today. Yet here I stand, favored by the ancestor. Yi Tian, can you now accept the truth? Understanding dawned upon Yi Tian. All his questions were resolved. It was indeed the ancestor of Wu Ji sect who had facilitated Yi Chen's remarkable improvement. This only fueled Yi Tian's anger and jealousy further. How could the ancestor, that scoundrel, bring misfortune to the Yi family? Why must he elevate Yi Chen's powers? Despicable. All he sought was to redeem his reputation, yet this old fool was determined to oppose him at every turn. Old man, do not wait until my strength grows. Otherwise, I shall one day ensure your demise. I will not rest until my hatred for you is avenged. Yi Tian dared not raise his head, but the malice in his eyes burned fiercely. Meanwhile, murmurs began to circulate among those in the stands. Is it true that the ancestor personally intervened to enhance Yi Chen's cultivation? What a significant opportunity indeed. To gain the ancestor's favor could mean the Yi family's complete rise to prominence. Indeed, having a beautiful daughter brings much fortune. Is this not the so-called truth that one person's success elevates all around them? Why do I not have a beautiful daughter? Some speculated that Yi Qin's success was due to his sister, Yi Mei-er, who had become the ancestor's personal servant. Envy and tears mingled among those who had daughters, while many others plotted to align themselves closely with the Yi family, recognizing that Yi Qin's ascendance could spell the end for those who did not. Uselessness is eternal, Yi Tian. What of your remarkable talent? My good fortune in having a sister like Mei-er far outweighs your countless efforts. As the lowly ant you are, you ought to remain humble. Why aspire to rise? In the past, I could trample you underfoot. And today, I can still do so. Yi Qin's earlier refinement was but a fade. Now, as he stood before Yi Tian, he whispered words that revealed his true nature. Yet, in the next moment, he resumed his previous demeanor, smiling benignly at Yi Tian. So, cousin, do you still believe that I am practicing some dark arts? Are you now ready to concede your defeat wholeheartedly? Feeling the sting of humiliation, Yi Tian found himself unable to utter the words of surrender. It was then that Yi Shan he could no longer suppress a sigh. This round of battle goes to Tian-er, come down, upon witnessing the disappointment in his father's eyes. Yi Tian clenched his fists in frustration. How infuriating! Why must fate toy with him so? Should he be denied the chance to rise, he would ensure that the humiliation he endured today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. As night fell in the eastern courtyard of the Yi estate, Qianlai sat amidst a flower bed, enjoying the blossoms, while Yi Qing stood behind the ancestor, dutifully massaging his shoulders, while nestled in the ancestor's embrace. Yi Mei-er poured a glass of exquisite wine and gently offered it to Qianlai. Master, this is a fine wine, specially procured by Mei-er's father from Qingshan City. Known as Qingchang Xinyang, this wine is crafted from the unique spiritual spring of Qingshan City, with a rich flavor and enchanting aroma. Even within the entire southwestern province, it is renowned. Would master care to savor this delightful wine? Qianlai, having read about Qingchang Xinyang in the original text, recognized that it ranked among the top 3 wines in the Great Yan Empire. Brewed from spiritual springs, it could enhance one's cultivation. Though its effects were minimal for someone of Qianlai's caliber, it held immense value for those of lower cultivation levels. The exquisite taste and cultivation-boosting properties rendered Qingchang Xinyang exceedingly expensive. Yi Mei-er's father must have gone to great lengths to procure it, likely wishing to express gratitude for the assistance provided to Yi Qin. Seeing the joy in Yi Mei-er's beautiful eyes as she eagerly served him, Qianlai drank the wine in one gulp, and upon tasting its delightful flavor, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, Qingchang Xinyang deserves its esteemed reputation among the top wines of the Great Yan. Your father has shown great thoughtfulness. Please convey my thanks to him on my behalf." Noticing the ancestor's apparent enjoyment of the wine, Yi Mei-er's smile grew even more radiant. My father willingly brought this wine as an offering to master. There is no need for such formality. As long as master is pleased, that is what matters most. Indeed, it is delightful to possess profound cultivation. Wherever one goes, countless individuals vie to please one. However, Qianlai had long grown accustomed to this sensation and thus did not experience any significant emotional turbulence. Noticing that there remained a considerable amount of wine in the pot, Qianlai spoke, "It is a pity that at my level of cultivation, even the renowned Qingqing Creek brew offers little assistance. The remainder shall be bestowed upon Mei-er for her enjoyment." After uttering these words, Qianlai seemed to be struck by a thought. Gazing at the radiant and enchanting visage of Yi Mei-er, he suddenly took another sip of the Qingqing Creek brew and pulled her into his embrace. Not only did he grant her the exquisite wine, but he also indulged in the act of feeding her personally. This unexpected turn of events momentarily left Yi Mei-er in a daze, her large eyes instinctively blinking as her lips were captured by the elder's kiss. Chapter 42. My dear, are you threatening me? As Qianlai fed Yi Mei-er the wine with his own lips, her mind momentarily blanked. Yet, in the next heartbeat, her throat gently convulsed, and after swallowing the exquisite wine, her fair, jade-like face flushed crimson. With the elder's arms wrapped around her slender waist, she could not help but shyly pout, "My lord, you truly know how to take advantage of others. Is this how one bestows wine?" Qianlai could not resist playfully pinching her delicate cheek. "Does Mei-er not enjoy it? I do." For Yi Mei-er, being associated with Chen Lai was akin to a stroke of immense fortune from her ancestors. How could she not feel joy at his affectionate demeanor? Thus, in the next moment, she blinked her beautiful eyes and coquettishly asked, "Thank you for the wine, my lord. Might I request another cup of the Qingqing Creek brew in the same manner?" Chen Lai, generous as ever when it came to the lovely maiden's requests, immediately replied with a smile, "Of course, if Mayor enjoys it, then I shall grant you another cup." After saying this, he once again fed Yi Mayor a cup of the Qingqing Creek brew in the same manner. Observing the playful exchange between Yi Mayor and the elder, Yi Qingqing felt a surge of jealousy flood her beautiful eyes. After all, it was the elder himself feeding her the legendary Qingqing Creek brew, a drink said to enhance cultivation. How could she not wish to taste its flavor? Thus, in the next moment, she approached Chen Lai with a hint of envy and pleaded, "My lord, Qingqing would also like to taste the flavor of the Qingqing Creek brew. Might you grant me a cup as well?" "Certainly." Chen Lai did not allow Yi Qingqing to remain idle any longer. He gently grasped her fair, delicate wrist and pulled her into his embrace. As he enjoyed the blossoms, he reveled in the flattery and service of two stunning beauties, feeling an unparalleled sense of joy at that moment. In a wonder, many ancient rulers indulged in lavish feasts and wine. It seemed there was a reason behind it. Truth be told, feeling the graceful figures and hearing the soft, sweet whispers, Chen Lai wished time could linger at that moment forever. After embracing the two enchanting maidens and sharing laughter for a while, Chen Lai suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "Why?" Mayor inquired. "What troubles you, my lord?" "It is nothing. I simply have some matters to attend to." "Mayor, Qingqing, you two should return to rest for now." Noticing that Chen Lai seemed preoccupied, Yi Mayor and Yi Qingqing dared not inquire further. They bowed respectfully before hastily departing. Chen Lai took a sip of the fine wine and then cast a languid glance in a certain direction. "If you've come, why hide in the shadows? Could it be that the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family harbors a peculiar fondness for spying?" Upon realizing that Chen Lai had uncovered her presence, the individual ceased her concealment and stepped forth from behind an ornamental rock. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, the beauty's visage was revealed. It was none other than Jiang Tanner, the young lady of the ancient celestial clan. Known for her love of beauty and unrestrained indulgence, how could the venerable ancestor of the Qin family indulge in such behavior? Can the Wuji sect truly be considered a righteous sect? In my view, it is scarcely better than the demonic sect. Upon Jiang Tanner's arrival, she immediately hurled cold insults at Chen Lai. Yet instead of reacting with anger, he regarded her with keen interest. Is an appreciation for beauty not a hallmark of a righteous sect? From what I gather, your own Jiang family has quite a few elders with numerous consorts, does it not? In fact, I believe one of your clan's elders boasts a count exceeding 100. With only 2 beauties in my embrace, if I were to be labeled a member of the demonic sect by your logic, then your Jiang family would surely be the epitome of demonic sects. Unexpectedly ensnared by Chen Lai's words, Jiang Tanner snorted softly and refrained from further ridicule. In that moment of silence, Chen Lai took the initiative to speak. "While I am here enjoying the company of lovely maidens, what brings the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family to seek me out? Are you perhaps feeling lonely and wish to rest in my embrace as well? If so, I would not mind making space for you." How dare this old rogue be so audacious? A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Tanner's beautiful eyes, yet she was acutely aware that with her current cultivation, she could not contend with this old scoundrel. It was futile to become vexed with a doomed man. She would ensure he paid for his transgressions one day. Resolving this in her mind, Jiang Tanner took a deep breath to steady her emotions and then asked coldly, "Old rogue, I want to know, what intentions do you harbor in the Yi family?" "What intentions?" Chen Lai answered earnestly, "I am merely pursuing beauty. Although the Yi family is inconsequential, they do have a few maidens of exquisite beauty. As you have just witnessed, I simply desire to have more individuals to serve me. Is this so difficult for the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family to comprehend?" Jiang Tanner had no desire to engage in banter with Chen Lai over such matters. In the next moment, she coldly declared, "Today, during the Yi family's clan competition, Yi Chen's victory was orchestrated by you from the shadows, was it not? Old rogue, I care not what your intentions are, but heed my warning. Should you dare harm brother Yi Tian, I will ensure you regret it." You shall face the full wrath of the Jiang family. Dare to harm Yi Tian, and one will face the Jiang family's fiercest retribution? Hearing this, Chunlai felt a flicker of intrigue. The Jiang family's fiercest retribution, you say? How fascinating, might I inquire. Dear young lady, are you threatening me? Chapter 43. Young lady Jiang, surely you do not wish to see your brother Yi Tian bullied? Gazing at Chunlai, Jiang Tanner spoke with chilling indifference. Old man, whether you perceive my words as a threat or intimidation, the message remains clear. Regardless of your intentions, should you dare harm brother Yi Tian, I would be willing to risk my life to ensure you are met with 1,000 cuts and your body torn asunder. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test it. Such words felt eerily familiar to Chunlai, as if he had encountered them before. A mysterious smile crossed his face at Jiang Tanner's threat. Rather than addressing her warning directly, he diverted the conversation. Young lady Jiang, where has your protector gone? Why has he not accompanied you today? Protector. Why was this old man inquiring about this? A sudden wave of unease washed over Jiang Tanner. In the next moment, she regarded Chunlai with a guarded expression. What business do you have with Elderling? After suffering defeat at the family competition today, it remains uncertain whether Yi Tian has been affected. He dashed out of the Yi family without looking back. Concerned for Yi Tian's safety, Jiang Tanner instructed Elderling to follow him discreetly, which is why Elderling was not by Jiang Tanner's side at this moment. Observing Jiang Tanner's vigilant gaze towards him, Chunlai couldn't help but wear a faint, enigmatic smile. Oh, it's nothing. Merely a casual inquiry. In truth, what he truly wished to discuss was not about Elderling, but rather about you, Miss Jiang. I must say, Miss Jiang possesses quite the audacity. Although Elderling's protection here may not hold much weight, I am genuinely surprised that after our previous intimate encounter, Miss Jiang dares to present herself before me alone. Has she truly taken me for a benevolent soul? Or does she still naively believe that the name of the Jiang family can intimidate me? Never mind. Such thoughts are trivial. I find myself rather nostalgic for that delightful evening shared with Miss Jiang. Since she has arrived, there is no need for her to leave. Let me take Miss Jiang and savor that exquisite experience once more. Who knows? Perhaps Miss Jiang may even come to favor me in the future. With a flick of his hand, Chunlai cast a spell that immediately sealed the entire courtyard. As he approached with a smile, Jiang Tanner realized in that moment that she had indeed walked into a den of wolves. Overwhelmed by anxiety and fear, she sought to flee, only to discover that her body had been ensnared by Chunlai's power. You despicable old thief, let me go. What are your intentions towards me? You truly fear no retribution from the Jiang family? You will come to regret this. I will ensure that you do. Though her body was immobilized, Jiang Tanner continued to hurl insults. Chunlai found her incessant cursing rather displeasing. While he could easily silence her verbal expressions, he was reluctant to do so. What he desired was for Jiang Tanner to genuinely submit to him. At that moment, an idea struck him, and he leaned closer to her ear, his voice laced with mockery. Even if you summon someone from your family, the time taken would suffice for me to annihilate Yi Tian countless times over. Surely, Miss Jiang would not wish for Yi Tian to be harmed, would she? Therefore, I advise you to behave, lest you provoke me into acting impulsively against Yi Tian, which could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tanner, who had been incessantly cursing, suddenly stiffened. Chunlai said no more. Instead, he pulled her into his embrace, loosening her garments. With the courtyard sealed, he felt no concern for interruptions. What better way to enjoy the pleasures of life than to share them with the esteemed Miss Jiang? At that moment, Chunlai unabashedly began to indulge in the exquisite feast before him. As for Chunlai, he harbored no interest in the family competition of the Yi family. So why did he summon Yi Chun to enhance his cultivation and help him overpower Yi Tian? It wasn't out of a desire to humiliate Yi Tian. He had no need to assert his prowess through such trivial matters. His true motivation lay in Jiang Tanner. He believed he had discovered a means to manipulate her by leveraging her concern for Yi Tian. Even if she were to surrender herself to him, Jiang Tanner would not be returning to her family to summon aid. But if anything were to happen to Yi Tian, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance at any cost. On the surface, It appeared that Jiang Tanner harbored deep feelings for Yi Tian, but this very affection provided Chunlai with an opportunity to gain leverage over her. After testing the waters, everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. Witnessing Yi Qin's victory in the family competition, knowing he had orchestrated it all, Jiang Tanner indeed came to confront him. Regardless of whether she questioned or threatened him, it was her own affair. For Chunlai, it meant one thing. As long as Jiang Tanner sought him out, she was willingly offering him warmth. If he were to let this little lamb escape, he might as well abandon his endeavors. He felt he had discovered the correct approach to dealing with Yi Tian. By threatening Jiang Tanner with the fate of the destined protagonist, she would undoubtedly become cautious. Had she not immediately ceased her protests upon hearing his words, realizing that she would not wish for Yi Tian to come to harm? Perhaps there was also a sense of resignation. Having already lost herself once, she might not care to lose herself a second time. Nevertheless, using Yi Tian as leverage proved effective. Chunlai felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction as he beheld Jiang Tanner's furious yet restrained gaze upon him. Chapter 44. The regret of Yinji. Outside the blazing Sun City, in the desolate mountains, Yi Tian shattered a massive boulder with a furious roar. This is intolerable. That old fool has truly gone too far. For the sake of the family competition, I endured for 5 whole years, and yet, due to this old rogue's manipulation, I not only lost the competition but also lost face within my family. Such a humiliating disgrace. Can I, Yi Tian, simply endure it? I swear to the heavens that one day, I shall storm the gates of the Wuzhong and have that old rogue Chunlai torn to shreds. Only by exterminating the entire Qin family can I quell the hatred burning in my heart. Old rogue, you will regret this. Whenever his spirits plummeted, Yi Tian would come to these desolate mountains to vent his frustrations. Previously, when he was engulfed in anger, Yinji would gently comfort and guide him. But now, confronted with Yi Tian's furious outburst, she found herself at a loss for words. In Yinji's eyes, Yi Tian's loss in the competition was indeed influenced by Chunlai's machinations. But ultimately, it was merely a loss in the family competition, not a matter of extraordinary disgrace. How could it provoke such a profound hatred within Yi Tian, to the point of wishing to annihilate an entire family? The intensity of his murderous intent left her bewildered. Had she chosen the wrong apprentice? Perhaps it was simply due to his youth, his emotional development not yet fully matured. And now, it was far too late to consider replacing him. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Yinji consoled herself before addressing Yi Tian. Tanner, do you now understand the meaning of the phrase that among the mighty cultivators, mortals are akin to weeds? Your cultivation is still too weak. Only by growing stronger can you prevent such humiliations from befalling you again. Grow stronger. Again with the notion of growing stronger, Yi Tian, filled with resentment, slammed his fist into a nearby tree, snapping it in half. Master, I know that once I grow stronger, no one will dare to belittle me again. But how long must I wait to become strong? That old rogue Chunlai has attained the Tianyuan realm, while I am still merely at the innate stage. When will I ever catch up to that old rogue? Sensing his frustration, Yinji could not help but convey telepathically. Indeed, the gap in cultivation between you and the Qian family's ancestor is vast. However, you must also recognize how long he has trained compared to you. In my eyes, your talent is absolutely on par with that of the Chun family's ancestor. Given the same training period, you would undoubtedly surpass him. Yi Tian had heard this sentiment countless times before. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Master, I know my talent is not inferior to that of the Chen family's ancestor. However, they have cultivated for hundreds of years. Must I also wait for hundreds of years to exact my revenge? You previously mentioned that your own cultivation was exceptionally high, that even the formidable beings of the Tianyuan realm could be extinguished with but a flick of your fingers. I have always believed in your prowess, yet now, with your assistance, I find myself unable to triumph even in a mere family competition. I am beginning to seriously doubt, Master, whether you truly possessed such extraordinary abilities in the past. Yinji was utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that after diligently teaching Yi Tian, he would utter such words. Tanner, do you feel that becoming my disciple is a burden? After a moment's pause, Hearing Yin Ji's unusually calm transmission, Yi Tian finally realized he had spoken out of turn. In the next instant, he hastily apologized. "I am sorry, Master. That was not my intention. I have never questioned your abilities. It is merely my reluctance to accept defeat in the family competition that led me to. I beg for your forgiveness." Observing Yi Tian's earnest apology, yet recalling how he had spent a full 5 years nurturing her spirit, Yin Ji's heart softened. After a long time, she sighed softly. "Tianer, you truly desire to rapidly enhance your strength, do you not? Why do you ask, Master? Is it possible that you have a way to help me accelerate my cultivation?" The mere thought of this invigorated Yi Tian. "Master, I genuinely wish to advance swiftly. Do you possess any methods?" "Methods, indeed. I have." Perhaps sensing Yi Tian's overwhelming desire for strength, Yin Ji hesitated no longer. "In the past, when my physical form still existed, I inadvertently acquired an exceedingly rare technique known as the Devouring Heaven and Earth Art. This technique is of an exceptionally high grade, though I cannot precisely ascertain its specific rank. Judging by its power, it is at least above the heavenly tier. The Devouring Heaven and Earth Art wields boundless power. Cultivating this technique not only significantly accelerates one's cultivation speed, but also allows one to devour the true essence of others for personal use. If one were to practice this technique, reaching the Tianyuan realm swiftly is not entirely impossible. Yi Tian was no novice. He understood the classification of cultivation techniques, the 4 tiers of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. With the heavenly tier being the highest. In the entire Liang city, even a mediocre earth tier technique was a rare find, let alone a heavenly tier 1. In Qingming Prefecture, even many hegemonic powers possessed at most one earth tier technique, which was regarded as their greatest treasure. Thus, upon hearing Yin Ji declare that she held a technique surpassing the heavenly tier, capable of greatly enhancing his cultivation speed and even devouring the cultivation of others, Yi Tian was overwhelmed with excitement. He could barely contain himself and exclaimed, "Master, if you possess such a formidable technique, why did you not impart it to me sooner? Had I possessed such a powerful technique, I would never have been defeated by that insignificant Yi Tian in the family competition." It was unexpected that Yi Tian still harbored feelings of unease over his defeat. The next moment, Yin Ji sighed and revealed the reason for her initial reluctance to teach Yi Tian this technique. "Tanner, my hesitation in imparting this technique was not without cause. I feared that upon obtaining it, you might lose sight of your true self." Chapter 45. Yin Ji bestows the Devouring Heaven and Earth Art. "Lose sight of my true self? Master, what do you mean by that?" Noticing Yi Tian's confusion, Yin Ji took the time to elucidate. If one merely seeks to enhance their cultivation speed through the Devouring Heaven and Earth Art, that is one matter. However, this technique can also devour the cultivations of others to nourish oneself. Tianer, consider the implications of this. It is profoundly alarming. Should one lack the resolute heart to master this technique and resist the temptations of inner demons, it is all too easy to stray from the righteous path and fall into the clutches of evil. In such a case, one would become a great villain, hunted by all. Therefore, it was precisely for this reason that I had not readily presented this technique to you before. With Yin Ji's thorough explanation, Yi Tian finally comprehended her concerns. Regardless of a cultivator's rank, their cultivation is the result of arduous effort over time. The ability to devour others' hard-earned cultivation was indeed frightening. Yet, simultaneously, it also demonstrated just how extraordinary this technique truly was. Having faced numerous setbacks, Yi Tian's heart was already clouded with uncertainty regarding his path forward. Would he truly be able to achieve vengeance through methodical cultivation? But now, that concern was lifted. He had not anticipated that his master possessed the astonishing Devouring Heaven and Earth Art. Yi Tian was overwhelmed with joy. At that moment, without a shred of hesitation, he fervently implored Yin Ji, "Master, I beseech you to impart this technique to me. Rest assured, with my character, I will undoubtedly master this technique without succumbing to the allure of inner demons and becoming a villain." Indeed, Yin Ji herself was uncertain whether revealing the Devouring Heaven and Earth Art to Yi Tian was a wise decision. However, given the circumstances, she felt compelled to place her trust in him, at least this once. Yet, Yanji did not immediately bestow the technique upon Yi Tian. Instead, she spoke earnestly, "Honor, I can grant you this technique, but before doing so, there is one matter I must clarify. Even after acquiring the devouring heaven and earth art, you must never harm the innocent in pursuit of your cultivation. Otherwise, you need not worry about others. I will take it upon myself to sever our ties." At this moment, Yi Tian's mind was consumed solely by his desire for strength. He could scarcely contemplate anything else. Regardless of what conditions his master set forth, he would agree to them all. Resolute in this thought, Yi Tian immediately offered his assurance, "Master, you know my character well. I only strike down those who deserve it. How could I ever harm the innocent?" After uttering this, Yi Tian suddenly recalled something and asked, "Master, you surely do not wish for me to refrain from harming the innocent, but if I encounter truly heinous individuals, will you permit me to devour their cultivation?" Truly heinous individuals? Yanji had not previously considered this point. After a moment of contemplation, she softly replied, "If they are indeed irredeemable, I would allow you to devour their cultivation. However, as I stated before, you must never act against the innocent." With this, Yi Tian's doubts dissipated entirely, and he promptly declared, "Master, I promise you. Now, please impart the devouring heaven and earth art to me." Seeing Yi Tian's commitment, Yanji took a deep breath and proceeded to teach him the method of the devouring heaven and earth art. After acquiring the cultivation technique, Yi Tian wasted no time and eagerly began his practice. The moment he commenced, he was astounded by the technique's extraordinary speed of cultivation. It felt as though a black hole had formed within him, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy like a tidal wave. In less than 2 hours of practice, Yi Tian sensed a significant increase in his cultivation. "Master, this devouring heaven and earth art is truly remarkable. After just a brief session of practice, I feel my cultivation has surged far beyond several days of arduous training. At this rate, could it be possible for me to reach the fabled Tianyuan realm within 3 years?" Yanji could certainly perceive Yi Tian's exhilaration. The next moment, she gently clarified, "The rapid increase in your cultivation is due to your current realm being relatively low. Nevertheless, even so, it is still 3 to 5 times faster than with other techniques. While reaching the Tianyuan realm in 3 years may be improbable, should other opportunities arise, attaining the spirit infant realm is indeed quite feasible. Is it truly possible to reach the spirit infant realm within 3 years?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Tian's heart was not only undeterred, but rather filled with increasing delight. For Yi Tian, although he had not indulged much in the pleasures of life, he had indeed witnessed the essence of ambition. Take for instance his grandfather, Old Master Yi, who, after centuries of arduous cultivation, had merely attained the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm. He had yet to succeed in taking that final step into the spirit pill realm. Yet now, Yi Tian found himself on the brink of achieving the spirit infant realm within just 3 years. What if he granted himself more time? If 5 years were insufficient, then perhaps 10. If 10 were not enough, then 20 years would surely suffice to elevate him to the celestial origin realm. Having suffered grievances under Chen Lai's hand, Yi Tian had clandestinely sought information about Chen Lai's exploits. The patriarch of the Chen family from the Wuzhezong was renowned as the foremost prodigy of the previous generation in Qiming Prefecture, yet even he had taken hundreds of years to reach the celestial origin realm. Feeling the rapid pace of his own cultivation, Yi Tian suddenly perceived that the ancestor of the Chen family was not as formidable as he seemed. After centuries, he had only attained the celestial origin realm, while Yi Tian, in a mere decade or so, might well catch up. Thus, the day of revenge no longer appeared so distant, not only for that ancestor who had repeatedly mocked and humiliated him, but also for that disdainful Su Qingyan. Little did they know that Yi Tian had stumbled upon such immense fortune. Just wait. It wouldn't be long before this young master exacted 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold retribution for the indignities he had endured. This young master would ensure that they lived to regret their actions. Chapter 46. External Forces, Tianlong Academy. Brother Yi Tian, setting aside all else. There was indeed a glimmering quality about Yi Tian, his unwavering diligence in the pursuit of cultivation. Having acquired the extraordinary swallowing heaven and devouring earth technique from Yin Ji, Yi Tian was resolute in his determination to waste not a single minute. But unexpectedly, as he prepared to immerse himself once more in his training, a melodious yet slightly melancholic female voice drifted into his ears. Him? Who is calling me? Yi Tian instinctively turned his head, and upon recognizing the visage of the newcomer, his expression transformed into one of surprise. Sister Tanner, what brings you here? Indeed, it was none other than Jiang Tanner, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, who had ventured into the desolate mountains to find Yi Tian. Yi Tian, oblivious to the subtle sorrow in her tone, noticed that Jiang Tanner offered no extensive explanation. She simply gazed gently at him and softly remarked, Brother Yi Tian, are you once again hiding here to cultivate alone? Yes, Sister Tanner. There was an unexpected incident during the family competition today. I have deeply reflected upon it and realized that my lack of cultivation was the root cause of being toyed with by that old fellow from Wuzhezong. Only by growing stronger can I prevent such humiliation from recurring. Sister Tanner, I apologize for not winning the family competition today and disappointing you. Observing Yi Tian's lingering regret over his failure, Jiang Tanner seemed inclined to speak, but her lips moved silently for some time without uttering her thoughts. In the end, she could only offer him gentle words of comfort. Brother Yi Tian, it is quite all right. In the journey of cultivation, no one experiences a smooth sail at all times. Failure is not to be feared. As long as you do not hastily give up and can glean insights from your setbacks, that is the greatest reward. With the acquisition of the swallowing heaven and devouring earth technique, Yi Tian's mood had already shifted from his previous state. Upon hearing Jiang Tanner's words, he immediately broke into a smile. Sister Tanner is right. Rest assured, I will not allow such trifles to affect my mindset. By the way, I noticed you haven't been cultivating much lately. Have you encountered a bottleneck? Would you like me to assist you? Jiang Tanner did not directly respond to Yi Tian's inquiry. Instead, after a moment of silence, she softly stated, Brother Yi Tian, I may need to leave for a while. Leave for a while? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's expression abruptly stiffened. What is going on? Why does Sister Tanner need to leave? Is something amiss? If you have suffered any grievances, you must tell me. I will support you. Before Yi Tian could finish his emotionally charged statement, Jiang Tanner offered a gentle smile. Fear not, Brother Yi Tian. I have not suffered any grievances. The reason for my departure is that I must attend to a rather urgent matter. After saying this, Jiang Tanner seemed to reflect on something, and after a brief silence, she quietly suggested, Brother Yi Tian, would you consider leaving Liang City for a while? I have something I wish to bestow upon you. Before Yi Tian could respond, Jiang Tanner produced a letter and handed it to him. Yi Tian accepted it, but chose not to open it immediately. Instead, he curiously inquired, Sister Tanner, what is this? It is the admission notice for Tianlong Academy. Jiang Tanner explained softly, elaborating on the circumstances. I know that Brother Yi Tian has always yearned to grow stronger, yet the more I think about it, the more I feel you should venture beyond these confines. Liang City is too small. Here, many opportunities remain unseen. Only by exploring and engaging with the world can you acquire greater insights into cultivation. If you are willing, you can take this admission notice and try your luck at Tianlong Academy. I believe that if you pursue your training there, you will undoubtedly reap great rewards. In Qiming Prefecture, the forces led by those of the celestial origin realm are often regarded as superlative powers. Generally, superlative powers are prominent sects active within the cultivation world. Yet there exist a few exceptional forces that, while not sects, exert influence rivaling that of superlative powers. These forces are referred to as external forces. And Jiang Tanner had just mentioned that Tianlong Academy was a leading entity among them. The dynasty ruling Qiming Prefecture is known as the Great Yin Empire, and it is well known that managing cultivators is a daunting task. The Great Yin Empire's rulers would never passively observe as numerous sects operated without restraint, so they concentrated the empire's resources to establish Tianlong Academy. The aim was to cultivate practitioners who could serve the empire's command. The academy's head is a renowned expert of the celestial origin realm, and while Tianlong Academy cannot contend against the entirety of the cultivation world, it certainly possesses strength comparable to that of superlative powers. Having nurtured countless prodigies, even Yi Tian, residing in a small place like Liang City, had heard of Tianlong Academy's renown. However, becoming a student there is no trivial matter. What background does Sister Tanner possess that allows her to procure an admission notice for Tianlong Academy? Yi Tian was no fool. Having known Jiang Tanner for many years, he had long sensed that she harbored a mysterious background. Yet, he had never pressed the matter, perhaps fearing that knowledge of her true origins might drive her away. Having chosen not to confront it before, he was even less inclined to do so now. Thus, at this moment, he refrained from questioning Jiang Tanner about how she obtained the invitation and instead posed another question. Sister Tanner, do you wish for me to attend Tianlong Academy? Upon hearing Yi Tian's inquiry, Jiang Tanner gently nodded. Brother Yi Tian has already stepped into the innate realm. Even if you remain in Liang City, you will not find superior guidance. However, if you join Tianlong Academy, I believe you will surely gain immensely. Whether you wish to attend, however, ultimately rests upon your own desires. For some reason, Yi Tian felt that Jiang Tanner was acting somewhat peculiarly today. Yet he could not pinpoint the exact cause. Nonetheless, he was quick to respond, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Not wanting to squander Jiang Tanner's sincere intentions, he solemnly declared, Sister Tanner, I promise you, I am willing to attend Tianlong Academy. Chapter 47. A Canopy of Green Leaves. Why did Jiang Tanner recommend Yi Tian for Tianlong Academy? There is indeed a reason behind it. Had Yi Tian possessed a keener insight, he would have noticed that Jiang Tanner was not quite herself. Indeed, during the 2 hours Yi Tian had devoted to intense cultivation in the desolate mountains, Jiang Tanner had once again fallen into Chen Lai's grasp. This time, she had willingly walked into his clutches, and Chen Lai would certainly not be courteous. On that fateful day, the events that transpired within the cave replayed themselves upon Jiang Tanner, albeit with a more intense fervor. Previously, Jiang Tanner had only experienced a single encounter, yet today, Chen Lai indulged himself multiple times. It was not until half an hour prior that he allowed the disheveled and unsteady Jiang Tanner to depart. After an extensive cleansing ritual and donning a fresh set of garments, Jiang Tanner finally mustered the courage to seek out Yi Tian. Though her body had been purified, the humiliation she endured would forever remain indelible. As the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, how could Jiang Tanner permit herself to be subjected to Chen Lai's indignities repeatedly? Consumed by fury, her heart teeming with murderous intent, she resolved to ensure that Chen Lai would pay dearly for his transgressions. The time for the family's second round of inheritance was imminent, and she yearned to return to her lineage to embrace the legacy. Only by becoming stronger could she reclaim the dignity she had lost 100-fold. However, as she prepared to leave, her thoughts lingered on Yi Tian. She felt an overwhelming need to ensure his safety before she returned to her family for the inheritance. Remaining at the Yi household was no longer tenable. Not only did numerous individuals within the family harbor disdain for Yi Tian, but the Chen family's patriarch also loomed like a predator, waiting to pounce. Should Yi Tian gain admission to the Tianlong Academy, the institution would serve as a formidable shield, likely deterring even the most audacious of foes, such as the ancestor of the Wuzhong. Initially, Jiang Tanner pondered how best to persuade Yi Tian if he were reluctant to join the academy. Yet, upon witnessing his immediate acquiescence without a hint of hesitation, a relieved smile graced her lips. Yi Tian, indeed, was considerate. This alleviated much of her burden of persuasion. Yi Tian, since you are willing to attend Tianlong Academy, let us depart at once. She gifted him a small bundle containing spiritual stones for his journey. When Yi Tian received the package from Jiang Tanner, he briefly stood in stunned silence. Although he had agreed to pursue training at Tianlong Academy, he had not anticipated that Jiang Tanner would urge him to depart immediately, even preparing provisions for him. Tanner, must I leave right now? He was on the verge of departing Qingming Prefecture, while the patriarch of the Wuzhong still lingered in Liang City. What if danger awaited him upon his return? However, there was no need to burden Yi Tian with such concerns. Jiang Tanner had already devised her reasoning. Yi Tian, the Tianlong Academy is located in the imperial capital of the Dian Empire, Diansheng, which is quite distant. The journey alone will take several months, and the enrollment deadline is in 2 months. If we do not set off promptly, I fear you may miss the opportunity. Do not worry about matters at home. Before I came to find you, I spoke with Uncle Shanha, and he fully supports your decision to venture out and gain experience. Hence, she earnestly hoped Yi Tian would depart as soon as possible. Ideally at that very moment, Ye Tian understood the urgency of leaving, but felt it was unreasonable not to inform his father before setting off. He sensed something amiss, but refrained from questioning it further. After a moment of silence, he accepted the package from Jiang Tanner. Understood, I will not return to the Yi family. I shall set forth for Tianlong Academy immediately. Noticing the myriad of questions swirling in Yi Tian's mind, Jiang Tanner addressed him. Do you not wish to inquire why I am urging you to leave now? Not necessary. I trust you implicitly, Tanner. Upon seeing the sincerity in Yi Tian's eyes, Jiang Tanner smiled, realizing her sacrifices were not in vain. The fact that Yi Tian could trust her wholeheartedly was of greater significance than anything else. Once I have settled my affairs, I will hasten to Tianlong Academy to find you. Very well, Tanner. I shall depart now. Yi Tian recognized that Tanner's insistence on his timely departure stemmed from her awareness of potential dangers lurking within Liang City. He was not one to hesitate. Having mastered the swallowing sky and devouring earth technique, he was prepared to confront any adversities that awaited him. Just as Yi Tian was about to bid farewell to Jiang Tanner and set off, she suddenly called out to him, Yi Tian, wait. What is it, Tanner? Seeing Yi Tian pause, a look of curiosity on his face, Jiang Tanner stepped forward and gently removed a leaf that had settled in his hair. A leaf has fallen atop your head. I have taken it away for you. The leaf? Realizing it was a vibrant green leaf, Yi Tian chuckled, Thank you, Tanner. It was but a trifling matter. Neither Yi Tian nor Jiang Tanner considered the significance of the leaf. As Yi Tian prepared to depart, Jiang Tanner smiled, When we meet again, I hope you will have become a master on the heavenly rankings. The heavenly rankings? What is that? Upon noticing Yi Tian's curious expression, Jiang Tanner merely smiled. You will understand once you arrive at Tianlong Academy. Regardless of what this heavenly rankings entails, I shall strive to achieve it, no matter the cost. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and soon a few cultivators descended upon a town known as Shenzong City. Why, Lord, is this truly the legendary Shenzong City? I have heard it was once the largest city in the northwest. How has it fallen into such disrepair? The unexpected visitors consisted of 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women. Aside from a white-haired elder, the other 3 were strikingly handsome men and a woman of extraordinary beauty. Indeed, they were none other than Chunlai, Su Qingyan, and the elder Nie Qingzhu along with his granddaughter. Chunlai's motive for bringing them to Shenzong City was rooted in recent events. He had learned of Jiang Tanner and Yi Tian's nocturnal departure from Liang City. Upon receiving the news, Chunlai had been taken aback. Was Jiang Tanner truly so fragile? After all, she had endured his advances once before without fleeing. Why would she now hastily pack her belongings and escape? However, upon further reflection, Chunlai surmised that Jiang Tanner's departure was not solely due to fear of his intentions. The impending inheritance day of the Jiang family was approaching, and it was likely that she simply wished to return home to embrace her legacy. In a matter of moments, Chunlai had pieced together the reasons behind Jiang Tanner and Yi Tian's midnight flight. Given the intense animosity Jiang Tanner harbored towards him, it was evident she craved vengeance and sought to augment her strength through her family's legacy. As for Yi Tian, Jiang Tanner likely felt compelled to ensure his safety amidst the turmoil, hence arranging for his escape as well. With the truth laid bare, Chunlai found himself at a loss for words regarding Jiang Tanner's decision-making. It baffled him how she could underestimate his strength. Had he truly wished to harm Yi Tian, the latter would have faced dire consequences long before this moment. Is it not the case that the intent is merely to spare Yi Tian's life, so that he may be exploited to further compel Jiang Tanner to yield? If one intended to strike, the opportunity should have been taken long ago. The failure to act indicates a lack of murderous intent. Yet, this young lady has, in her attempts to prepare for the future, directly caused Yi Tian to flee. Alas, Miss Jiang truly seems to have the heart of a petty person while seeking to outmaneuver a gentleman. As for her own heavy thoughts of murder, let it be. It matters not. As the saying goes, a monk may run, but the temple remains. Qingming Prefecture is but so vast, and the places Yi Tian can escape to are limited. No matter how far he runs, he cannot elude my grasp. Furthermore, as long as Yi Tian remains within my control, Miss Jiang will inevitably return. The opportunities to manipulate these 2 individuals are plentiful, so I need not rush to seize this moment. In contrast, I have more pressing matters to attend to. In Qinlai's eyes, there is but one thing worthy of being deemed important: the enhancement of strength. One must not be blinded by the carefree pleasures of the present. Only by continuously growing stronger can one ensure that the joys currently experienced are sustained indefinitely. If my memory serves me right, Jiang Tanner will require at least a year to return home and accept her inheritance. Do not underestimate the Jiang family's legacy. According to the original text, after receiving the second round of the family inheritance, Jiang Tanner will have attained a cultivation level of the third layer of the Tianyuan realm. How should I put it? Even with the Grand Chaos Yin-Yang Holy Body, should Jiang Tanner elevate her cultivation to the third layer of the Tianyuan realm? I remain confident in my ability to easily subdue her. That said, one must acknowledge that there are other geniuses in this world besides Jiang Tanner. For both my sake and for other reasons, it is imperative to continue enhancing my strength. After consuming the fifth great elixir, the yin-yang transforming evil pill, and following several days of slumber, Nie Qingzhu awoke safely yesterday. Learning from her grandfather about the cause of her coma and how she had once again been saved by Qinlai, Nie Qingzhu was genuinely moved, and her fondness and affection for him naturally grew immensely. Qingzhu, I have promised your grandfather that within 3 years, I shall retrieve the Qian Kuan Pearl from the ruins of Tianqian to heal your body and resolve your physical afflictions. To increase the chances of success, I must access the secret treasure left behind by your Tai Wang sect to obtain an item from it. May I ask if you would be willing to bestow that item upon me? Given that both her and her grandfather's lives were saved by Qinlai, and considering her growing affection for him, Nie Qingzhu could hardly bring herself to refuse his request. Without hesitation, she expressed her heartfelt sentiments to Qinlai. If the Tai Wang sect's secret treasure can aid young Master Qin, I, Qingzhu, am willing to grant it all to you. With Nie Qingzhu's cooperation, Qinlai wasted no time and brought them all here today. Now, observing Su Qingyan's puzzled inquiry about whether they had arrived at the wrong place, Qinlai smiled slightly and explained the reasons behind the decline of the Divine Sect City. You have not arrived at the wrong place. This is indeed the legendary Divine Sect City. The prosperity of the former Divine Sect City was entirely supported by the Tai Wang sect, and now that even the Tai Wang sect has become a thing of the past, how could the Divine Sect City not be adversely affected? It is only natural that it has fallen into decline. Perhaps it was a feeling born of sentiment, but upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Elder Nye glanced at the dilapidated Divine Sect City and could not help but sigh. The ancestor was correct. We have not come to the wrong place. Even in its decline, I shall never mistake the Divine Sect City. Ancestor, the location we are now at is the eastern side of the Divine Sect City. If we continue westward for another 10 miles, we shall arrive at the site of the former mountain gate of my Tai Wang sect. The location of the secret treasure lies there, and I shall lead you there now. Chapter 49. A grand gesture. Is this specifically directed at me? The location of the Tai Wang sect is not far from the Divine Sect City, merely over 10 miles away. With Qinlai's speed of flight, it took less than 10 breaths to bring the group to the ruins of the Tai Wang sect, once a revered sect. The Tai Wang sect was known as the strongest in Qingming Prefecture, thriving in its glory. Yet now, not only is it abandoned, but even the once grand and bustling structures have crumbled into mere remnants. Master, sect leader, your unworthy disciple, Nie Qingfeng, has returned to visit you. Perhaps the current desolation of the Tai Wang sect stirred sorrow within Elder Nie. As soon as they landed, his eyes turned red. He approached the site of the former council hall of the Tai Wang sect and knelt on the ground, tears welling in his eyes as he bowed 3 times. Then, he brought Nie Qingzhu to join him. Qingzhu, you now know the truth. Indeed, your biological parents are none other than the sect leader and his consort of the Tai Wang sect. This was once the place where your father managed the sect, the very heart of the Tai Wang sect. Here, you too should bow in reverence to your father and mother. May their spirits bless you, and may you soon overcome your physical challenges to live a life of peace and safety. When Elder Nie took her away, Nie Qingzhu was but a newborn, entirely unaware of her past. Thus, upon hearing her grandfather speak of her biological parents, she did not feel overly sorrowful. However, being naturally filial, she complied with Elder Nie's instructions and knelt respectfully, offering her bows in the direction of her parents. I, Nie Qingzhu, have come to visit my father, mother, and all esteemed elders. If they have spirits in the heavens, I hope they can bless Qingzhu and her grandfather. Not long after, Elder Nye composed himself and pointed in a direction. Addressing Qinlai, ancestor, that pagoda-like structure over there is the former treasure vault of my Tai Wang sect, known to the world as the Tai Wang sect's secret treasure. The ruins of the Tai Wang sect cover a vast area of nearly 100 kilometers, filled with crumbling walls and remnants. Yet at the center of the ruins stands a pagoda-like building, strikingly intact and resplendent. To outsiders, this pagoda appears to be a mere structure, but in truth, Qinlai, who is well versed in the original text, knows that this pagoda is actually a magical artifact, named the Seven Marvelous Glazed Pagoda. Indeed, the Seven Marvelous Glazed Pagoda is the legendary Tai Wang sect's secret treasure. Once opened, it grants access to the treasures within. The reason it has remained unharmed for so many years is simple. It requires a key to unlock it. Any forceful attempt or coercive refining would only lead to its self-destruction. Qingzhu, have you seen the mirror hanging in front of the pagoda? That is the entrance. You need to walk over and display the flower pattern on your back before the mirror, and the Seven Marvelous Glazed Pagoda will open smoothly. Upon hearing Qinlai's words, Elder Nye was genuinely puzzled. How could Qinlai know the method to open the Seven Marvelous Glazed Pagoda so well? Could it be that the ancestor of the Qin family had once practiced in the Tai Wang sect? However, that seemed unlikely. He had never heard of any ancestor from the Qin family in the Tai Wang sect. Yet if he had not been part of the Tai Wang sect, how could he know so many secrets about their sect? Although Elder Nye's mind was filled with questions, he chose not to inquire further. Meanwhile, upon hearing Qinlai's instructions, Nye Qingzhu softly replied, "Young Master Chun, I understand. I shall go and open the door now." Since opening the door requires revealing her back, the men present should maintain a distance. Qinlai was indifferent, but Elder Nye certainly could not follow. So Nye Qingzhu had no choice but to proceed alone. Su Qingyin pondered for a moment and then spoke, "My lord, I shall accompany Sister Qingzhu. Should any danger arise, I can protect her." Qinlai said nothing more, simply nodding in agreement. "Very well. You may accompany Qingzhu." However, before Qinlai could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something and reached out to stop Su Qingyin and Nye Qingyin. "Why, lord? What is the matter?" Seeing her path blocked by Qinlai, Su Qingyin looked at him in confusion. Qinlai offered no explanation but gazed toward a certain direction, stating coolly, "I almost forgot that there are still some little mice lurking here. Will you come out on your own, or shall I take the initiative to invite you out?" As soon as Qinlai's words fell, everyone comprehended his intent, instantly glancing in the direction he was observing. The next moment, a faint chuckle echoed from behind some crumbling ruins, truly deserving of the Qin family's ancestor. This perceptiveness is indeed sharp. Regarding the art of concealment, I dare say I possess considerable confidence. I would assert that throughout the entirety of Qingming Prefecture, no more than 10 individuals could see through my methods of hiding. Yet, to my astonishment, you discerned it at a glance. The ancestor of the Qin family is certainly no ordinary person. Capable of leading the Wuzhizong into the ranks of superior powers, from behind the shattered walls, an elderly man clad in gray, with flowing white hair, stepped forth slowly. Qinlai cast a glance at him and refrained from uttering anything particularly noteworthy. Are the others still contemplating concealment? No one responded from the ruins, but the white-haired elder couldn't help but chuckle. Well then, since we have all been discovered, what is there left to hide? We are all in the Tianyuan realm. Let us not allow the ancestor of the Qin family to look down upon us. Come forth." At the moment the white-haired elder's words fell, several figures soon emerged from behind the ruins, 3 individuals in total, each wearing silver-gray masks. However, the masks bore distinct designs. The one at the forefront had a long sword engraved upon it, while the other 2 displayed the numbers 1 and 2, respectively. Observing these masked figures, Qinlai couldn't help but smile. The Shansha Pavilion truly has a grand reputation. Tio lay in wait. Even the legendary Vice Pavilion Master of the Sword Absolute personally took action, and brought along the esteemed elders Tian Yi and Tian Er as well? Should I interpret this as the Vice Pavilion Master's visit being specially directed towards me? Chapter 50. Mere ants, what of it? The Shansha Pavilion is not merely an organization of assassins. It also stands as a formidable force in the outside world. Aside from the elusive and rarely seen Pavilion Master, the most renowned figures within the organization are undoubtedly the two Vice Pavilion Masters known as Tao Absolute and Sword Absolute. The cultivation community refers to them as the twin sovereigns of Sword and Blade, with rumors suggesting that both possess the strength of the third layer of the Tianyuan realm. However, when united, they have managed to vanquish even a formidable ancestor-level figure from the fifth layer of the Tianyuan realm. Following this battle, not only did the Shansha Pavilion gain immediate fame, but also the Vice Pavilion Masters Tao Absolute and Sword Absolute became figures of terror throughout Qingming Prefecture, well-versed in the original texts. Chunlai was acutely aware that ambushes had long been laid at the Taijiang sect ruins. Yet, he never anticipated encountering a Vice Pavilion Master of the Shansha Pavilion here. Moreover, this Vice Pavilion Master did not arrive alone. He had also brought along the two most prominent assassins, Tian Yi and Tian Air, from within the organization. Coupled with the white-haired elder, the combat prowess of these four alone could easily obliterate a slightly weaker superior power. What a grand spectacle! With four masters of the Tianyuan realm personally involved, how did you deduce that I would come here? Sensing Chunlai's curiosity, the masked Sword Absolute soon spoke in a calm tone. A few days ago, Elder Tian San led a team to Liang City for a mission, but they have yet to return. If I am not mistaken, Elder Tian San must have perished at your hands. Upon hearing Sword Absolute's words, Chunlai finally grasped how the assassins of the Shansha Pavilion had traced him. Within the Shansha Pavilion, every assassin dispatched for a mission leaves behind detailed task records. The absence of news only indicates that the assassin has failed their mission and been eliminated. This implies that the targets of Elder Tian San's mission had fallen into other hands. Only the remnants of the Taijiang sect would know how to unlock the Taijiang sect's secret treasures. So regardless of who had attacked Elder Tian San and his team, it was merely a matter of time before they would arrive here, driven by the need to access the treasures. Once that happened, the identity of those opposing the Shansha Pavilion would be unveiled. Having come to this realization, a singular thought arose in Chunlai's mind. The members of the Shansha Pavilion indeed possessed remarkable perseverance. Considering the timeline, these individuals must have been waiting here for over 10 days, which is no small feat. Chunlai had never contemplated concealing his actions regarding the demise of Elder Tian San and his companions. So he naturally chose not to hide it now. With a slight smile, he stated, "Vice Pavilion Master Jinju, you are not mistaken. The assassins sent by your Shansha Pavilion to Liang City were all dispatched by me." What audacity! Upon hearing Chunlai's response, a chilling murderous intent flickered in Sword Absolute's cold eyes. Dare to act against the Shansha Pavilion? Have you considered the price you must pay? The price? You say? Seeing the overwhelming intent emanating from Sword Absolute, Chunlai merely smiled faintly and replied, "They are but a few assassins from the Shansha Pavilion. What of it? As for the price, if you wish to make me pay, it depends on whether your Shansha Pavilion possesses the strength to do so. The mere ancestor of the Wuzhizong, what arrogance! How dare a newly ascendant superior power speak so brazenly?" However, before Sword Absolute could respond, the white-haired elder interjected with a laugh. "I have long heard that the Chun family ancestor of the Wuzhizong has acted tyrannically since his rise to fame. Today, it seems the tales were indeed true. What a pity that such dominance is being misapplied today. Enough, Jinju. The Chun family ancestor has met his end. There is no need to waste words on a man destined to perish." After saying this, the elder's gaze suddenly fell upon old Nya, leading him to laugh. "You have been quite adept at evading capture, haven to you. After so many years of hiding, it must have been quite a challenge. Tell me, old Nya, what folly drives you to return now, when you once escaped unscathed? Is this not akin to walking into a trap? What a shame. I believe today will mark the complete extinction of the last remnants of the Taijiang sect." Yet, old Nya felt an unsettling familiarity as the white-haired elder began to speak. Despite racking his brain for what felt like an eternity, he could not recall the elder's identity. But as the elder's words continued, old Nya suddenly became frenzied and enraged. "I know who you are. It is you. You are one of the villains who destroyed my Taijiang sect. You scoundrel, who are you? My Taijiang sect has existed for many years without enmity. Why have you dealt such a lethal blow to us? Today, I shall kill you. For the countless vengeful souls of my Taijiang sect. As old Nia recognized his enemy and, in a fit of rage, attempted to charge forth for revenge, Chonlai lightly pointed his finger, directly restraining old Nia. Old Nia, do not be so impulsive. The ancestor of the Xintian sword sect, the venerable Fulong, is not someone you can contend with. What? The white-haired elder before them. Could it truly be the legendary venerable Fulong of the Xintian sword sect? Chunlai's simple declaration left all present in stunned silence. Following the destruction of the Taijiang sect, the Xintian sword sect, ranked second among superior powers, took up the mantle and became the leader of the righteous path in Qingming Prefecture. It is said that the Xintian sword sect is protected by three ancestral-level figures, the Venerable Tianyu, the Venerable Jianling, and the Venerable Fulong, all of whom are renowned experts of the Tianyuan realm whose strength is unfathomable. It is precisely because of the presence of these three ancestral figures that the Xintian sword sect has been able to dominate numerous superior powers and firmly maintain its position at the forefront of the righteous path. However, what left old Nia and Su Qingyan in shock was not merely the sight of an ancestral figure from the Xintian sword sect, but rather the perplexing association of Venerable Fulong with a member of the Shansha Pavilion, an organization of assassins. At this moment, old Nia was engulfed not only by fury and hatred towards his enemy, but also by 1,000 questions of disbelief. Chapter 51. An unexpected offering. Ancestor, are you certain that this individual before us is indeed the venerable Fulong of the Xintian sword sect? Could it be that the one who struck against my Taijiang sect in secret all those years ago was? Before old Nia could tremblingly finish his sentence, Chonlai interjected, Old Nia, you are not mistaken. It is indeed the Xintian sword sect that has taken action against you. As for the reasons behind this, they are rather straightforward. After being the perennial second for tens of thousands of years, it is only natural for anyone to harbor a sense of dissatisfaction. Wouldn't you agree? There is no need to seek ways to grow stronger. Sometimes, simply eliminating the top-ranking force will suffice to secure the position of leader. Chunlai, well-versed in the original text, is acutely aware of the reasons behind the downfall of Taiwang's sect. Indeed, it was the Xintian sword sect, ranked second among the righteous forces in Qingming's that struck against them. Most of the sect's experts perished at the sight of the ancient Tianqin, which essentially handed an opportunity to the Xintian sword sect on a silver platter. If they were to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime chance, then the Xintian sword sect might as well cease to exist. After years of diligent probing in the shadows, Elder Nia has finally discerned the true culprit behind the destruction of Taiwang's sect. In truth, he should have realized who it was sooner. Even though a significant portion of the sect's experts were lost at the Tianqin site, the profound foundation of Taiwang's sect was not something just anyone could challenge. There are only a handful of forces throughout Qingming's that possess the strength to stand against Taiwang's sect. It is indeed the Xintian sword sect that has acted. Sect Master, I have finally uncovered the identity of those who have harmed our Taiwang sect. Yet, how infuriating it is to know the perpetrator's identity without the means to exact revenge. That is the most agonizing predicament, old master. If this individual is truly the legendary Fulong patriarch of Taiwang's sect, why have they allied themselves with the divine killing pavilion? The sudden appearance of so many experts at the Tianyuan realm has begun to unsettle Su Qingyan. Chonlai smiled slightly and quickly clarified for her. It is not so much an alliance as it is the divine killing pavilion's rise to prominence being supported from behind by the Xintian sword sect. Chunlai's words fell upon the ears of the crowd like a thunderclap. No one had anticipated that the renowned first assassin organization in Qingming's would have the backing of the current leader of the righteous path. The Xintian sword sect. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless, including Su Qingyan and Elder Nia, both taken aback by this revelation. The white-haired elder, the Fulong patriarch, felt a surge of curiosity. The relationship between the divine killing pavilion and our Xintian sword sect is our greatest secret. May I inquire how the patriarch of the Qin family came to know of this? Of course, it was because I have read the original text. However, Chunlai would never voice this, knowing full well that the other party would not comprehend such a statement. Thus, with a slight smile, he fabricated a reason. It is said that the leader of the divine killing pavilion has reached the 7th level of the Tianyuan realm, given the size of Qingming's It is improbable for someone of such formidable prowess to simply appear out of nowhere, wouldn't you agree? Even among superordinate forces, there are but a few that can boast such powerful individuals. It is rumored that the Sword Spirit Patriarch of the Shintian Sword Sect has not shown his face for many years and has been in seclusion. Shouldn't that lead us to deduce where this enigmatic leader of the Divine Killing Pavilion has emerged from? The Shintian Sword Sect's significant expansion over the years is not without reason. As self-proclaimed leaders of the righteous path, there are matters that they might find inconvenient to handle personally. The true purpose of supporting the Divine Killing Pavilion is to eliminate those forces that refuse to submit to them in the shadows. This matter is classified as the Shintian Sword Sect's greatest secret, known only to the sect master and the three patriarchs themselves, and thus, it could not have been leaked from their side. Consequently, the Fulong Patriarch genuinely believed Chen Lai's words, thinking he had deduced the truth from subtle clues. In that moment, he could not help but exclaim, "Impressive! I did not expect the Patriarch of the Wuji sect to possess such extraordinary talent and keen insight." The Divine Killing Pavilion has eliminated so many obstacles for us Shintian Sword Sect, and yet no one has noticed our connection. It is astonishing that the Patriarch could deduce the truth from mere threads of evidence. Such intelligence and vigilance stir within me a desire to cherish talent. I cannot bear to keep the Patriarch here forever. Therefore, I can offer the Patriarch a choice. Originally, due to the matter with Tian San and the others, you would have certainly met your demise here today. However, if the Patriarch is willing to swear an oath to the way of heaven and lead the Wuji sect in loyalty to us from this day forth, I may yet allow you a path to survival. Upon hearing this, before Chen Lai could respond, Elder Nye's expression changed dramatically. Every human fears death, and with the Fulong Patriarch of the Shintian Sword Sect present, not to mention the Vice Master of the Divine Killing Pavilion leading 2 Tianyuan Realm assassins, the Patriarch of the Wuji sect had only recently stepped into the Tianyuan realm. His strength and foundation pale in comparison to these seasoned masters. It was a deadlock. What if, in a bid to save his life, the Patriarch truly chose to submit? The Patriarch could choose to bow, but he and Qingzhu bore a deep-seated grudge against the Shintian Sword Sect. Would they really meet their doom here today? Just as Elder Nye was engulfed in despair, uncertain of how to proceed, Chen Lai smiled. With 4 experts of the Tianyuan realm here, their strength is sufficient to obliterate some of the lower-ranking superlative forces. Yet, in the face of me, they still fall short. The Fulong Patriarch earnestly responded to Chen Lai. Do you truly believe we cannot subdue you? I have risen through countless adversities to reach this point. From my perspective, I see no means by which the Patriarch can extricate himself from today's predicament. Of course, if the Patriarch truly wishes to test the waters, I would not prevent him from experiencing what it truly means to be in the Tianyuan realm. Given the gravity of the situation, what need was there for further words? Chen Lai had never favored excessive chatter. How should one articulate it? Today, he had merely intended to acquire a treasure, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon a delightful surprise. Since that was the case, he would not hold back and would thoroughly relish this sumptuous feast laid before him. Chapter 52. The Moment of Invincibility. In attendance, there were 4 experts of the Tianyuan realm seeking to oppose Chen Lai. Among them, the Fulong Patriarch from the Shintian Sword Sect possessed cultivation at the 5th level of the Tianyuan realm, while the Vice Master of the Divine Killing Pavilion, Jianzhu, was at the 3rd level. And the 2 assassins from the Divine Killing Pavilion were at the 2nd level. To outsiders, this scene appeared as an absolute deadlock for Chen Lai. However, in his eyes, these individuals were merely offering themselves up as a feast. Indeed, the holy body is formidable. Before the might of his great chaos yin-yang holy body, all offensive measures would be significantly suppressed. As previously mentioned, after acquiring the great chaos yin-yang body, even at the 1st level of the Tianyuan realm, Chen Lai was more than capable of holding his ground against experts at the 5th level. But now, prior to heading to Liang City, Chen Lai had already elevated his cultivation to the 2nd level of the Tianyuan realm. Possessing a physique of saintly caliber not only accelerated his training speed, but also significantly enhanced his combat prowess with each ascension in minor realms compared to cultivators of the same level lacking such a unique physique. Truth be told, it mattered not if the Fulong Patriarch led the charge. Even if a master at the 7th level of the Tianyuan realm from the Divine Killing Pavilion were to join them, Chunlai was confident he could engage them without faltering. The phrase normal state is crucial here. What does normal state mean? It refers to Chunlai engaging his opponents without employing any special techniques. Let us not forget that his predecessor had gained renown in Qingmingshu for years based on what? The 3 transformation Wuji profound art. Although Chunlai regarded this technique as not particularly high tier, it is still classified as a top-grade secret method of the Earth tier. Utilizing its unique operational method allows spiritual energy to circulate within his body, enabling him to unleash 3 times his combat strength for a brief period. With a cultivation level of the 2nd tier of the Tianyuan realm, the Great Chaos Inyang Holy Body, and triple combat strength, Chunlai found himself at a loss as to how he could possibly lose. They dared to approach him willingly? In Chunlai's mind, only one thought emerged. Since they had come to deliver themselves unto him, he would not be courteous in return. It was soon proven that Chunlai's assessment was remarkably accurate. The Fulong Patriarch and his companions were indeed there to serve him. I can sense that your cultivation is merely at the 3rd level of the Tianyuan realm. But why is the quality of your divine essence so dense? Why do my attacks inflict no harm upon you? What kind of sorcery have you employed? This is impossible. I had thought it would be easy to defeat Chunlai, but as the battle commenced, it was only a few exchanges before the venerable Fulong master sensed something amiss. Although his attacks had evidently struck Chunlai, why did the latter appear utterly unfazed? Observing the incredulous expressions on the faces of Fulong master and his companions, Chunlai, suspended in midair, chuckled. Nothing is impossible. This world is vast, teeming with wonders you have yet to behold. Do you truly believe I would come to the Taifeng sect ruins without possessing some formidable means? Encountering me, your only fate is to become a wraith under my command, just like Tian Lao San. As he spoke, Chunlai conjured a colossal orb of light woven from divine energy, exuding a power that seemed to alter the very fabric of heaven and earth. His complexion flushed slightly, a result of channeling his Sanzhuang Wujixuan Gong to its utmost limit. In the next moment, after infusing the majority of his divine energy into the orb, Chunlai merely pressed it with a finger, and the orb shot forth towards Fulong Master and his companions with incredible velocity. Sensing the overwhelming divine energy emanating from the orb, Fulong Master felt a chill run down his spine. For the first time in his life, he sensed the looming specter of death. This attack cannot be withstood. Jinju, Tian Air, run. Run? Could they escape? Chunlai swiftly sealed the space around them with the last vestiges of his divine energy, only for a brief moment. But that was sufficient. Just as Fulong Master and the others attempted to break free from their confinement, the orb struck the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that obliterated everything in its vicinity. Mountains crumbled and the earth trembled. Did the water break? Even the residents of Shenzong City, located several miles away, felt the tremendous tremor and mistakenly assumed an earthquake had occurred. Little did they know, it was all orchestrated by Chunlai. The earth was rent asunder, and not far off, a mountain peak was flattened to the ground, as the billowing dust was swept away by the wind. Fulong Master and the Vice Master of Jinju, once so full of bravado, now lay lifeless on the ground, their fates unknown. As for Tian Yi and Tian Air, the divine assassins of the Tianzi lineage, their bodies were nowhere to be found. Beholding Chunlai's ethereal figure suspended in the air, even Su Qingyan and Ye Qingzhu were rendered speechless, while the old man Ye felt an indescribable shock welling up within him. The 7th layer of the Tianyuan realm. No. The power exhibited by the ancestor just now was nearly on par with a full-force strike from an 8th layer Tianyuan realm expert. Yet, the ancestor's cultivation was merely at the 2nd layer of the Tianyuan realm? What secret technique had he employed to unleash such a staggering attack? Chunlai, however, felt little exhilaration from crushing his foes, for he regarded it as a matter of course. The next moment, as he descended to the ground, he spoke. Old Nye, go check if these 2 brainless fools are still alive. Upon hearing Chunlai's command, Old Nye's heart jolted. Without further contemplation, he hurried to inspect Fulong Master and his companion. Ancestor, they still have a breath left. Should I eliminate them now? A murderous intent surged in old Nie's eyes. Although the true architect behind the destruction of the Taifeng sect was the Xintian sword sect, eliminating a master-level figure from the opposing side could still be considered a form of vengeance, enough to appease the ancestors of the Taifeng sect. However, the next moment, Chunlai interjected. Do not kill them yet. Since they still draw breath, bring them back to Wuzhizong. I have use for them. After issuing his command, Chunlai assigned a task to Su Qingyin. Qingyin, now that there are no interruptions, take Qingzhu and retrieve the treasures from the Taifeng sect's secret vault. Once this matter is resolved, we can return to the sect. Hearing Chunlai's instructions, Su Qingyin promptly bowed. My lord, I shall take Sister Qingzhu to retrieve the treasures from the Taifeng sect. Chapter 53. A fortuitous acquisition, the Supreme Bone. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed. Chunlai was seated in his chamber, cultivating and recuperating, when he saw Su Qingyin, adorned in a stunning red dress, entering with an object in hand. My lord, I have found the jade slip you mentioned. This should be it. The previous day, after successfully obtaining the Taifeng sect's secret vault, Chunlai had returned to the sect with Su Qingyin and the others. The secret vault referred to the former treasure repository of the Taifeng sect, filled with countless rare and exotic treasures. Chunlai, feeling somewhat lethargic, had assigned the task of sifting through the treasures to Su Qingyin, instructing her to locate a white jade slip among them now. As Su Qingyin presented the jade slip to him, Chunlai halted his cultivation and, for the first time, a faint smile graced his otherwise placid visage. Indeed, this is the jade slip I sought. Thank you for your efforts, Qingyin. You may retire now. Once I have finished with this jade slip, I shall seek you out. After Su Qingyin obediently acknowledged his words, she quickly exited Chunlai's chamber. Once he was assured of his solitude, Chunlai grasped the jade slip in his palm. At last, I have successfully obtained this item, and it was well worth the time and effort I dedicated to it. Since acquiring the great chaos Yin-Yang sacred body from the system, Chunlai found that, within the entirety of Qingming continent, there were few treasures that could still pique his interest, for what could possibly surpass the sacred body. Yet this seemingly ordinary jade slip, discovered within the Taifeng sect's secret vault, was one of the rare few items that could stir his desire. Though it appeared to be merely a common jade slip, it was, in fact, a fragment of bone. But do not underestimate this bone. If word of its existence were to spread, even in the celestial realm, it would attract the covetous attention of countless powerful beings. Why is it so sought after by so many? Because this bone possesses a resounding name. It is known as the legendary Supreme Bone. According to legend, children favored by the Tao, born under the auspices of heavenly fortune, would have a bone adorned with runes manifest within them. Those who possess this bone are born with the innate ability to wield a power related to the Tao. A natural force of the Tao, immensely potent and exceedingly rare. If one does not perish prematurely, those who possess a supreme bone are destined to step into the legendary realm of supremacy. In the original narrative, why was the fated protagonist Yi Tian ultimately able to become an invincible being capable of suppressing the myriad realms, aside from awakening the legendary sacred body of eternal life? A crucial factor was that he possessed a fully matured supreme bone within him, endowed with the ability to devour the cultivation of all living beings, converting it for his own use. The ability to devour the Tao, even among the myriad powers of the Tao, ranks among the top 10. With the sacred body and the ability to devour the Tao fully realized, who could hope to rival Yi Tian? Regrettably for the fated protagonist Yi Tian, one of his greatest opportunities in life has now entirely transformed into his own. Each supreme bone is tied to a particular power of the Tao. The supreme bone before Chunlai pertains to the Tao of devouring. At this moment, a rather intriguing notion crossed Chunlai's mind. If his memory served him correctly, the fated protagonist Yi Tian's golden finger, the beautiful woman Yin Ji, seemingly possessed a unique cultivation technique, the devouring heaven and earth technique. This technique, of exceedingly high rank, if cultivated to perfection, could also allow its practitioner to master the primordial power of devouring the Tao. While they may appear similar in function, upon closer examination, significant differences exist between the two. Holding a supreme bone allows one to directly wield the power of devouring the Tao without adverse effects. In other words, as long as one can digest the energy, they may devour it freely. Conversely, attempting to master the power of devouring through the cultivation of the devouring heaven and earth technique entails profound negative repercussions. Specifically, when devouring the cultivation of others, one would also absorb the lingering resentment of the victim, which over time could lead to being consumed by endless malice, resulting in the emergence of inner demons and ultimately transforming into a merciless fiend. In the original text, although Yinji accepted Yi Tian as her disciple, she refrained from imparting the swallowing heaven and devouring earth technique to him immediately, fearing that he might not withstand the encroachment of resentment and inner demons. It was only after Yi Tian acquired the supreme bone, which possessed the innate power to suppress such malevolent forces, that she felt assured enough to bestow the technique upon him. The synergy between the two would not only defend against the invasion of inner demons, but also significantly accelerate the growth of the supreme bone. However, now that this bone, endowed with the power of absorption, had been seized by Chenlai, it stood to reason that Yinji would no longer consider teaching the technique to Yi Tian. Indeed, without the supreme bone to provide suppression, recklessly cultivating the technique would pose an excessive danger. Given Yinji's prudent nature, she would surely not allow Yi Tian to undertake such a grave risk. Nevertheless, Chenlai was too preoccupied to dwell on Yi Tian's affairs. For him, the swallowing heaven and devouring earth technique was a valuable asset. He resolved to seize this great opportunity from Yinji when the moment was right. For now, his immediate priority was to integrate the supreme bone. With this thought in mind, Chenlai promptly commenced his actions. Familiar with the original narrative, Chenlai understood the origins of the supreme bone. It had belonged to a fallen supreme being from the higher realms, who, unwilling to let this relic fall into enemy hands, had cast it into the void before his demise. After countless years, the supreme bone found its way to the Tianqiong continent, where it was acquired by the Tai Wang sect. The members of Tai Wang sect were astute enough to recognize its extraordinary nature. However, after years of research, they had failed to discover the correct method of utilizing the supreme bone, relegating it to mere jade slips in their treasure vault. Rituals, bloodletting. What a farce! Such methods could never activate the supreme bone. To fully meld with the supreme bone, one must directly implant it within their body, continuously nourishing it with their own flesh and blood to truly awaken its potential. Chapter 54. Fusion of the Supreme Bone. The terrifying power. After obtaining the supreme bone, Chenlai wasted no time. He decisively tore through the flesh of his own arm, forcibly shattering a section of bone to create space for the supreme bone. The pain was excruciating, yet Chenlai gritted his teeth and persevered, placing the supreme bone precisely where his arm was missing its bone structure. It was no wonder that the Tai Wang sect had been unable to uncover the proper method for fusing with the supreme bone. Who would ever think to directly replace their own bones with such an object? As Chenlai implanted the supreme bone into his arm, an abundant flow of blood quickly saturated it. At that moment, he began to channel the divine essence within him, forging a connection between the supreme bone and his body. The process of merging with the supreme bone would be fraught with agony. Yet as long as he could master the power of absorption and become stronger, a little pain was an inconsequential price to pay. Thus, Chenlai entered a state of seclusion to commence the fusion with the supreme bone. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Emerging from his retreat, Chenlai, accompanied by Elder Nya, made his way to the dungeon of the Wuji sect. Chun family ancestor. Regardless of the schemes you have employed against us, you had best release us at once. Otherwise, when the Xintian sword sect learns of this, it will spell doom for your Wuji sect. Release us immediately. Otherwise, you will have committed an unforgivable crime. Within the dungeon, the Patriarch of Fulong and the Vice-Governor of Sword Absolute had already awakened 2 days prior. However, bound by restrictions on their cultivation, they were utterly incapable of escaping the dungeon. Upon seeing Chenlai, they immediately erupted in roars and threats. Chenlai found their audacity both amusing and exasperating. Did they truly not comprehend the gravity of their situation? If he were genuinely afraid of retribution from the Xintian sword sect and the divine slaughter hall, would he not have acted against them already? Faced with the venomous glares of the two, Chenlai refrained from uttering anything particularly profound, merely smiling and saying, "If I were to release you, Do you believe the Xintian sword sect would come to a peaceful resolution with me? Even if I let you go, that would not lead to any reconciliation. After all, having learned of the connection between the Divine Slaughter Hall and the Xintian sword sect, you, esteemed patriarch of Wuji sect, have undoubtedly placed yourself on the hit list of both factions. Thus, in light of the silent Fulong patriarch, Chunlai succinctly stated, "We are no longer children. In the realm of cultivators, the weak are prey to the strong. Your fates are already sealed. Moreover, do you truly believe that I would fear the Xintian sword sect's vengeance, setting aside whether they can ascertain that you perished at my hands? Even if they do, so what? For me, should they come knocking, it would merely mean adding a few more souls to my collection. Let them come. I shall face them head-on." The vice-governor of Sword Absolute seemed to have realized that his end was nigh. Casting a venomous glance at Chunlai, "Even in death, I shall not spare you. Ha! How amusing, dying beneath my hands. You may find that you won't even have the chance to reincarnate, let alone become a ghost." As soon as Chunlai finished speaking, Elder Nya, brimming with malice, interjected, "Elder, may I take matters into my own hands with these two?" Elder Nya wished to take personal vengeance on behalf of the Tai Wang sect. Regarding this modest request, Chunlai readily acquiesced, stating, "You may leave it to Elder Nya, but first, I have a few matters to attend to." "A few matters?" Elder Nya was puzzled by Chunlai's words. But in the next moment, Chunlai pressed his palm against the vice-governor of Sword Absolute's head. In 3 days, Chunlai had completely merged with the Supreme Bone and was now capable of wielding the power of absorption. There was no reason to waste the opportunity presented by these two sources of experience. It would be a pity to eliminate them outright. Why had he not executed them on the spot and instead brought them back to the dungeon? This was precisely the reason. In the next instant, as Chunlai's palm made contact with the vice-governor's head, the terrifying power of absorption erupted from his palm, consuming the vice-governor's cultivation as if it were being devoured by a whale, continuously drawing it into Chunlai's body from the point of contact. "No. You fiend. What sorcery have you employed against me? Why is my entire cultivation vanishing? You demon. Release me. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Let go of me." Not only was his cultivation being siphoned away, but the vice-governor's life force, vitality, and even soul power were being consumed alongside it. The agony was beyond description, a torment surpassing the pain of 1,000 cuts. A horrifying scene unfolded before Elder Nya and Patriarch Fulong, who watched in shock and terror as the vice-governor, once brimming with vitality, rapidly withered before their eyes in less than half a stick of incense. He had been reduced to a desiccated corpse. Of course, Chunlai, having promised Elder Nya to leave him one last breath, allowed the vice-governor to linger, withholding his immediate demise. You fiend. What sorcery have you employed? What dark arts have you used against Sword Absolute?" At this juncture, Patriarch Fulong was no longer particularly fearful of death, yet he could hardly fathom that Chunlai had resorted to dark arts to drain the vice-governor into a husk. Even in death, Fulong did not wish to meet such a fate, a thought that filled him with indignation. At this moment, he was utterly horrified. "What does it matter to me what methods I have employed? What matters is that it is now your turn, Patriarch Fulong. You have lived long enough. Allow me to utilize your cultivation for my own gain. After all, this is the greatest value you can still provide. Should you find yourself in the underworld, remember to express your gratitude to me." Patriarch Fulong glared at Chunlai with venomous eyes. "To absorb the cultivation of others, you have embraced such vile techniques. You tread a treacherous path, and one day, you shall reap the consequences. I shall await you in the afterlife." Before Patriarch Fulong could finish his declaration, Chunlai had already pressed his palm against the man's forehead. Half a stick of incense later, yet another near-lifeless husk lay before him. "Very well. I have granted both of you a final breath. How to dispose of you next is a matter for Elder Nya to decide." Seeing that Chunlai had afforded him the opportunity for personal vengeance, Elder Nya's eyes glimmered with gratitude. "Thank you, ancestor. Regardless of whether you can cure Qingzhu in the future, I am willing to devote my life to your service." Having uttered these words, The elder Nye immediately brandished his knife and advanced towards the revered Master Fulong. Old dog, you have annihilated my Taiwan sect. Today, this old man comes to seek justice from you. Rest assured, you shall not be the first, for one day, I shall repay you 100-fold for the atrocities inflicted upon my Taiwan sect upon your Xintian sword sect. Chapter 55. The innocent Nye Qingzhu upon witnessing the elder Nye's desire to vent his frustrations upon Master Fulong. Chen Lai refrained from further interrupting him and chose instead to depart the dungeon alone. Naturally, upon leaving the dungeon, he did not return to his secluded cultivation, but instead meandered along the sect's winding paths until he arrived at a picturesque garden. There, he beheld a stunning young woman clad in a white dress, quietly seated at the flower-bed's edge, gazing at the blossoms. Her beautiful eyes were momentarily lost in thought, uncertain whether she was admiring the flowers or preoccupied with her own concerns. Does Miss Qingzhu have something on her mind? Chen Lai's voice startled Nye Qingzhu from her reverie. Upon realizing someone was speaking to her, she reacted like a startled deer, instinctively rising to her feet. Only when she recognized Chen Lai did she exhale with relief and shyly perform a courteous bow, saying, "Si Chen Gongzi." There is no need for such formalities, Miss Qingzhu. There is no requirement for elaborate greetings in my presence. You are not a disciple of the Wuji sect and need not adhere to so many sect rules. Noticing Nye Qingzhu standing there, somewhat bewildered and with a hint of confusion in her eyes, Chen Lai chuckled and remarked, "I am not a fearsome beast. Why is Miss Qingzhu so anxious?" I am not anxious." Yet, despite her protestations, Nye Qingzhu's voice grew increasingly faint in Chen Lai's presence, and she even dared not meet his gaze. Observing her state, Chen Lai found himself both amused and exasperated. "If you are not anxious, then why stand so far from me? Do you not enjoy my company?" I do not dislike it. I merely," perhaps fearing that Chen Lai might misunderstand her, Nye Qingzhu earnestly attempted to explain, but being naturally reserved, she struggled to articulate her thoughts coherently, stammering for what felt like an eternity without conveying her true feelings. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Chen Lai decided to cease his teasing, smiling gently as he said, "All right. I know Miss Qingzhu does not harbor any ill feelings towards me. There is a pavilion nearby. Why don't you accompany me there to sit for a while? The view should be even more delightful, and we can chat together." As Chen Lai walked ahead, Nye Qingzhu gently bit her lower lip, seemingly lost in thought, yet ultimately resolved to follow him with delicate steps. Once they settled in the pavilion, observing Nye Qingzhu's lingering shyness, Chen Lai broke the silence with a smile. "Miss Qingzhu? Do you still see me as a fearsome beast?" I do not. Chen Gongzi. I am a bit." Before Nye Qingzhu could complete her disjointed thoughts, Chen Lai interjected with a smile. "I understand that you are still adapting to this entirely unfamiliar environment, causing you to feel a bit out of sorts. There is no need for elaborate explanations. I believe in your heart, you do not view me as some monstrous entity." Indeed, Chen Lai possessed a profound understanding of a young lady's sentiments. Despite her background, Nye Qingzhu had grown up in a small town, having seen and interacted with too few people. Suddenly uprooted from the quaint Liang city to the opulent Wuji sect, it was only natural for her to take time to adjust. Realizing that Chen Lai seemed to genuinely empathize with her, Nye Qingzhu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet before she could express her thoughts, Chen Lai spoke again. "Miss Qingzhu? You have been residing in the Wuji sect for several days now. I have been somewhat preoccupied and did not make it a priority to visit you at first. I hope you will not hold it against me." Chen Lai was indeed her savior, as well as the object of her affections. Had he not rescued her, she might well have become a lifeless corpse in the chaotic graveyard of Liang City. Thus, Nye Qingzhu quickly replied, "It is of no consequence. Qingzhu understands that you are a person of great importance, always busy with numerous matters. Just the fact that you are willing to shelter me and my grandfather fills me with immense gratitude. Had it not been for your assistance, Qingzhu and grandfather might have already become corpses in that graveyard. That is not entirely true. Even if I had not intervened, according to the original storyline, Yi Tian would have ensured your safe escape. However, your grandfather would certainly have perished, self-destructing without leaving a trace. Yet, such thoughts are not for me to share with you." With a slight smile, Chen Lai continued, "It is but a trivial matter. There is no need for you to dwell on it. How can a life-saving grace be considered trivial? I am truly grateful to you, Chen Gongzi, Nie Qingzhu whispered. But the next moment, seemingly lost in thought, she gently bit her lip and continued in a soft voice, Chen Gongzi, has Qingzhu been somewhat disrespectful in your presence all along? Disrespectful? What do you mean? Observing Chen Lai's puzzled expression, Nie Qingzhu spoke softly, Chen Gongzi, you are a venerable senior, a revered ancestor of the Wuji sect. Yet, I have always treated you as an equal, even addressing you simply as Chen Gongzi. My grandfather. They have scolded me for this. Perhaps in the future, I should refer to you as ancestor like everyone else. Chen Lai found himself both bemused and amused, realizing that Nie Qingzhu had been fretting over how to address him. Were you truly lost in thought by the flower bed, contemplating such a matter? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Nie Qingzhu nodded slightly, confirming her earlier preoccupation with the issue of how to address him. Chapter 56. Strike while the iron is hot. Never did Chen Lai expect that this young lady would be troubled by such a simple matter. After a gentle smile, he said, those who cultivate do not measure time or rank their relationships by age. Thus, Miss Qingzhu, as long as you are comfortable, you may address me however you wish. I assure you. I do not concern myself with trifles, however. Noticing Chen Lai's sudden pause, Nie Qingzhu quickly inquired, however, what? See Chen Gongzi, feel free to speak your mind. Feel free to speak my mind, you say? A mysterious smile crept upon Chen Lai's face as he continued. However, if Miss Qingzhu does not mind, I would quite prefer you address me by a different title for Chen Gongzi? At that moment, Nie Qingzhu was still processing his words, blinking her beautiful eyes in curiosity as she asked, what title? Well, I would certainly appreciate being addressed as husband or my lord. Chen Lai chose to be candid, and upon hearing his words, Nie Qingzhu stood there, utterly stunned. To address Chen Gongzi as husband or my lord? How could this be? Could it be that Chen Gongzi truly has feelings for her? Yet, would this not be moving far too quickly? Seeing Nie Qingzhu's fair, delicate face flush with crimson, her entire being at a loss, Chen Lai understood that his forthrightness had taken her aback. Yet, this was precisely the reaction he sought. Why did he choose to confess his feelings to Nie Qingzhu directly? There are indeed reasons for this. In Chen Lai's perspective, Nie Qingzhu and Su Qingyan are entirely different types of girls. Although Nie Qingzhu may appear delicate on the outside, she possesses an inner strength and gentleness. Thus, employing the same approach used to pursue Su Qingyan would undoubtedly fail with her. Tio successfully win Nie Qingzhu's heart and ensure her genuine devotion. He must first earn her affection. This is precisely why Chen Lai devised so many intricate plans involving her. His initial strategy was to orchestrate a heroic rescue to garner her favor, followed by relentlessly visiting her stall for several consecutive days, engaging in conversation and companionship to gradually deepen her affection. Although she is one of the destined female leads, it is worth noting that Nie Qingzhu has yet to experience the events described in the original story. At this moment, she is merely an innocent girl who has not seen much of the world, and with some careful guidance, winning her over should not prove overly challenging. It must be acknowledged that Chen Lai possesses a profound understanding of Nie Qingzhu's character. Perhaps his admirable image and mature demeanor contributed significantly to his appeal. However, what truly matters is that throughout their interactions over those days, he successfully cultivated feelings of affection in Nie Qingzhu. As for the next steps, is there really any need for deep contemplation? In the original narrative, Yi Tian and Nie Qingzhu share a profound bond, but initially, their relationship was merely sibling-like it. Seems to be a common trope in online literature that the male protagonist must exhibit hesitance in matters of the heart. Without enduring countless hardships, the story would not bring the male and female leads together. Indeed, the plot of the original tale follows this trajectory, with the revelation of the elder Nie's secrets prompting Yi Tian to disregard everything and flee with Nie Qingzhu. This, however, is not the entirety of their bond. It is through enduring countless crises together that they ultimately find the courage to confess their feelings. How does this compare in Chen Lai's eyes? In modern society, such hesitance would seem to blatantly provide opportunities for others. Faced with a woman of whom he holds fond feelings, to hesitate is utterly unacceptable. Such indecisiveness only merits a place among the less worthy. Who would have imagined that so many childhood friends ultimately ended up with others? Chunlai would not make such a blunder. When feelings of affection are present, the only correct course of action is to seize the moment. Truthfully, if he were to find himself in the shoes of the destined male lead, he would be confident enough to have Nie Qingzhu expecting a child within half a year, of course. For someone like him, who has transmigrated into the body of a villainous ancestor, identity matters little. Affection is established, so why dither further? Having rescued Nie Qingzhu, who currently has nowhere else to go, and having taken her in, he cannot simply support her without reciprocation, can he? When the time comes to act, one must do so decisively. Chunlai not only thinks this way but also acts accordingly in reality. Observing Nie Qingzhu, her face flushed with embarrassment, standing there in a daze, he did not grant her the opportunity to ponder or react. Instead, he directly grasped her delicate wrist and pulled her into his embrace. He traveled countless miles to Liang City, and it is only natural that Miss Qingzhu should have sensed his intentions long ago. Admittedly, he may have been somewhat straightforward, yet he does not deny his original intentions. Indeed, he can confidently assert that his journey to Liang City was solely for the purpose of pursuing Miss Qingzhu. While the treasures of Tai Wangzong may tempt others greatly, in his eyes, only Miss Qingzhu is the most precious treasure, worth far more than 100 times that of the Tai Wangzong's hidden treasures. He harbors feelings for Miss Qingzhu and desires to remain by her side. After spending so many days together, he believes she should have developed some feelings for him as well. Therefore, he wishes to earnestly inquire, Miss Qingzhu, would you be willing to become my woman? Whether it is the first time being held so intimately by a man or hearing such a bold confession, as Chunlai embraces her slender waist and expresses his passionate feelings. In that moment, Nie Qingzhu's mind is utterly blank. Sichen Gongzi, there is no resistance, no struggle, only a face flushed with crimson and shyness. Is this not the most splendid response? Chunlai would not allow her time to react. In the next moment, he lowered his head and captured her petite, rosy lips in a kiss. Do not be anxious. I am already aware of your feelings, Miss Qingzhu. From now on, you and Qingyin shall both be the revered matriarchs of my Wuji sect. Rest assured, even if I must risk everything, I will ensure that any issues concerning your body are resolved, Miss Qingzhu. You need only remain by my side. Together, we shall embark on the path to greatness. Chapter 57. Another destined female lead captured. Ding, congratulations, you have received a reward. 100-fold increase in cultivation speed. Since he has already taken action, he must continue to forge ahead without hesitation, right? After expressing his feelings to Nie Qingzhu in the garden yesterday, Chunlai promptly lifted her into his arms and carried her back to his chamber, where he took care of the subsequent matters. With a slender waist and long legs, her skin like delicate jade. It must be said that to be one of the destined female leads in the original story, Nie Qingzhu possesses considerable merit. Not only is she blessed with stunning beauty, but her figure is also perfectly proportioned. However, all of her attributes now belong entirely to him. Upon awakening, he initially intended to review the rewards he had obtained. Yet before he could focus on the system, he noticed that Nie Qingzhu had already roused from her slumber. She gazed at him with a pair of beautiful, bashful eyes. Sichen Gongzi, Nie Qingzhu and Su Qingyin possess starkly contrasting personalities. If Su Qingyin initially represented the vain and naive young lady type, then Nie Qingzhu can be classified as the gentle and submissive girl, lacking initiative in her actions. Such a girl requires little concern. Once she is entirely possessed, she will be utterly devoted, of course. Chunlai is not worried about this. After all, even Su Qingyin, who was initially oblivious, has been completely obedient to him. With someone like Nie Qingzhu, he need not invest excessive worry. Perhaps he acted too swiftly yesterday. Yet regardless, Nie Qingzhu has undeniably become his woman. Seeing her still addressing him as Chen Gongzi, he smiled gently and pinched her petite face. Now that we share such a connection, must you still call me Chen Gongzi? Instantly, Nie Qingzhu's fair and delicate face flushed with warmth, yet her naturally gentle and compliant nature led her to acquiesce to Chen Lai's wishes. In the next moment, she shyly lowered her head. Her voice barely audible as she called him once more. Master. Exactly. Now that is obedient. Observing Nie Qingzhu's adorably bashful demeanor, Chunlai felt an immense sense of comfort and pulled her into his embrace once more. From now on, I shall simply call you Qingzhu. Qingzhu, you are now my wife, so there is no need for you to worry any longer. Reside here in my Wuji sect, and no matter what challenges arise, I will shield you from harm. To be honest, throughout her life, Nie Qingzhu had imagined countless times what her future husband would look like and what type he would be. However, she never anticipated that her future spouse would be a Grand Sect's ancestor. This unexpected turn of events left her somewhat taken aback, yet it also felt miraculous. Despite this, she harbored not a trace of regret. Perhaps it was fate. Feeling the ancestors' kindness toward her at this moment, Nie Qingzhu felt a sweetness in her heart. Upon hearing Chun Lai's authoritative declaration of possession, she obediently responded, Qingzhu, will do as master wishes, master. Would you like to rise? Qingzhu will assist you in dressing. Chun Lai, of course, would not refuse Nie Qingzhu's service. Soon, he was dressed with her assistance, and together they left the room. Disciple Chen Huio pays respects to the ancestors' lady. Disciple Zhou Shun pays respects to the ancestors' lady. Disciple Zhang Tian pays respects to the ancestors' lady. As they strolled from the inner palace to the outer hall, with Chun Lai's arm linked with hers, Nie Qingzhu was suddenly taken aback. The outer hall was teeming with a multitude of individuals. Upon spotting her, those who could easily be her fathers or even grandfathers were all bowing in reverence. Having grown up in Liang City, Nie Qingzhu had never witnessed such a grand display. This unexpected scene left her momentarily flustered. Old master, what is this? Before Chun Lai could respond, a figure clad in a resplendent red dress approached. Her enchanting beauty captivating all, Su Qingyin, wearing a gentle smile, greeted her. Sister Qingzhu, these esteemed elders from both the inner and outer sects of our Wuzhizong have come to pay their respects upon learning that you have become the ancestors' consort. Wuzhizong, founded solely by Chun Lai, considered every member, whether the sect master or elder, as his disciple. The tradition of respecting one's teacher is taken with utmost seriousness in any realm. With someone having become the ancestors' favored consort, it was only customary for them to pay their respects to the new matriarch, was it not? Perhaps noticing Nie Qingzhu's unease, Su Qingyin smiled reassuringly. Sister may still need some time to adjust, but it will get easier with time. Hearing her words and witnessing the numerous individuals bowing to both herself and Nie Qingzhu, Chun Lai took his seat at the head of the hall, declaring, no need for such formalities. All right, everyone, please rise. Perhaps due to Chun Lai's recent acquisition of a new consort, the atmosphere in the hall was filled with joy, except for old Master Nie, who wore a hint of displeasure. After spending days with them, he had sensed that his granddaughter's heart was completely captured by Chun Lai, an inevitability he had come to accept. However, he never anticipated that just after seeking vengeance in the dungeons yesterday, his granddaughter would find herself in the ancestors' chambers on the very same day. Of course, his displeasure stemmed merely from the swiftness of the ancestors' actions. Deep down, old Master Nie had already lessened his opposition to Nie Qingzhu marrying the ancestor. After all, had it not been for Chun Lai's intervention, both he and Qingzhu would have perished long ago. Regardless of the ancestor's initial intentions, he treated Qingzhu with genuine care and had even gained the acknowledgement of the sect's elders regarding her position as the sect master's wife. What more could he desire? Thus, after the formalities had concluded and the elders departed, old Master Nie couldn't help but speak. Ancestor, I have no other requests, but I implore you to treat Qingzhu kindly in the future. Ever since our clan's downfall, I have harbored no dreams, merely wishing for Qingzhu to live a peaceful life. Chapter 58. The Remarkable Woman, Su Xiangshui's grandfather. Upon hearing old Master Nie's heartfelt words, Nie Qingzhu was so moved that she could hardly articulate a response. In the next moment, Chun Lai promptly agreed to the request put forth by old Master Nie. Senior Nie, since Qingzhu has chosen to follow me, I shall naturally protect her. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall harm her in the slightest. I will also endeavor to resolve her physical issues as swiftly as possible. As the leader of a formidable faction, Chun Lai's promises were beyond reproach, leaving old Master Nie with no further grievances. After taking a deep breath, he turned to Nie Qingzhu. Qingzhu, in the future, as you remain by the ancestor's side, you must heed his words diligently. Understood? Understood, grandfather. You need not worry. I shall serve the ancestor well. After conversing with old Master Nye, Chunlai shifted his focus away, for there was little to discuss with an old man. He had far weightier matters at hand. With this in mind, Chunlai entrusted Su Qingyin with a task. Qingyin, I shall be entering seclusion for a while. Since Qingzhu is new to the sect and joined later than you, she may find many aspects unfamiliar. During my absence, I ask that you help her acclimatize to our Wuzhizong environment and guide her through anything she does not understand. Upon hearing Chunlai's arrangement, Su Qingyin promptly responded, Ancestor, you may focus on your seclusion and cultivation. Sister Qingzhu is now family, and I will ensure she is well taken care of, sparing her any discomfort. Just after consummating their union, Chunlai was already delegating Nye Qingzhu to the side, a move that even he felt was somewhat excessive. Yet, he had no choice. There were indeed more pressing matters to attend to. Having absorbed the powers of two formidable beings utilizing the devouring force of the Supreme Bone, he needed to take the time to digest it, did he not? Additionally, he must carefully assess the rewards he had recently obtained. Therefore, after arranging for Nye Qingzhu to be with Su Qingyin, Chunlai promptly retreated to his secluded space. Embarking on the path of cultivation, little did he expect that this seclusion would stretch into the passage of half a year. In Qingming Prefecture, there exist 4 forbidden grounds, known as the Tianqian Ruins, the Void Sea, the 10,000 Beasts Forest, and the Endless Desert. Among these 4, it is difficult to rank their perilousness. However, when it comes to legendary status, the overwhelming majority of cultivators in Qingming Prefecture would undoubtedly place the Tianqian Ruins at the pinnacle. Legend has it that tens of thousands of years before the rise of the Great Yin Empire, another empire, the Tianqian Empire, once flourished on the lands of Qingming Prefecture. The exact duration of this empire's existence remains unknown. Yet, at its zenith, it boasted thousands of powerful beings at the Tianyuan realm, showcasing its terrifying strength. The reasons behind the decline of the Tianqian Empire and its transformation into the present-day forbidden Tianqian ruins are shrouded in various narratives. At this very moment, within the city of Shunfeng, located at the outskirts of the Tianqian ruins, a storyteller regaled the patrons of a tavern with tales of the Tianqian ruins. It is said that the last emperor of the Tianqian Empire was named Emperor Fu Qiong. This Emperor Fu Qiong was truly a prodigy. He established his foundation at 18, achieved the Spirit Pill Realm at 25, forged the Spirit Infant at 50, and before reaching the age of 100, successfully stepped into the legendary Tianyuan realm. Recognizing his exceptional talents, the old emperor promptly passed the throne to him. At that time, the entire Tianqian Empire, from the highest-ranking officials to the millions of subjects, believed that under Emperor Fu Qiong's leadership, the empire would usher in an unprecedented era of glory. Alas, what does it matter if one possesses unmatched talent and brilliance? As long as Emperor Fu Qiong remained mortal, he could not escape the whims of human emotions. Ultimately, he fell victim to the charms of a beautiful woman, much like the legendary heroes of old. Though the Tianqian Empire ruled over all of Qingming Prefecture, it still had some peripheral small nations unwilling to submit to its command. Seeing their defiance, Emperor Fu Qiong dispatched the imperial army to obliterate these nations. Among the countless kingdoms that fell to the empire, there was an inconspicuous little country named the Tinglu Ancient Nation. This nation was home to a remarkable woman named Su Xiangxue. Princess Su Xiangxue was renowned for her breathtaking beauty, revered by her subjects as the reincarnation of a celestial maiden. While traveling abroad, she narrowly escaped the impending doom, and upon returning to her homeland, she discovered that her beloved Tinglu had been reduced to rubble by the Tianqian Empire. In her sorrow and fury, Su Xiangxue vowed to the heavens that she would exact vengeance upon the empire, no matter the cost. Subsequently, she transformed her appearance and stealthily infiltrated the imperial capital of the empire. Despite her extraordinary talents, having achieved the Spirit Pill Realm in just a few decades, how could she possibly approach the Emperor Fu Qiong residing within the palace? Wishing for revenge, yet unable to breach the palace gates, Su Xiangxue devised a plan. That year coincided with the selection year for Emperor Fu Qiong's consorts. Su Xiangxue entered the selection under a different name, and as she was hailed as the reincarnation of a celestial maiden, one can only imagine the extent of her beauty. Thus, the results of the selection process need no elaboration. Su Xiangxue, With her unparalleled beauty that could captivate even the heavens, skillfully navigated through challenges and ultimately achieved first place in the selection, allowing her to meet the illustrious Emperor Fuyong in the royal court. At first sight, the beauty ensnared him for life. Upon witnessing Su Xiangshua's breathtaking allure, Emperor Fuyong found himself irresistibly captivated. In this lifetime, only this woman could become my one true love. These were the words spoken by Emperor Fuyong upon gazing at Su Xiangxue. However, at that moment, he could never have imagined that beneath Su Xiangshue's gentle and submissive demeanor lay an ocean of deep-seated hatred towards him. Chapter 59. The Secret of the Tianqin Ruins. Upon meeting Su Xiangxue, Emperor Fuyong fell prostrate beneath her enchanting presence. Subsequently, disregarding the vehement opposition of his ministers, he desired to crown her as empress. Yet, on the day of joyous celebration, what awaited Emperor Fuyong was not tenderness and affection, but rather Su Xiangshue's meticulously plotted assassination. Perhaps it was the storyteller reaching a climax that caused a sudden halt, leading many patrons in the tavern to inquire eagerly, "Mr. Liu, and then what happened?" Well, as the storyteller noted the heightened interest of the audience, he quickly replied with a smile, although Su Xiangxue had indeed laced the ceremonial wine with a deadly poison. Her cultivation was still too rudimentary to rival the astonishingly powerful Emperor Fuyong. Thus, even while afflicted by the poison, Su Xiangxue was unable to breach the emperor's protective aura. Subsequently, she was swiftly apprehended by the imperial guards who arrived in haste. Perhaps having genuinely fallen for Su Xiangxue, Emperor Fuyong could not bear to harm her, offering comfort in hopes of swaying her heart. However, before the blood-soaked enmity, how could Su Xiangxue submit to her foe? Witnessing her revenge hopes vanish, she cursed the empire and Emperor Fuyong before taking her own life in prison. Upon hearing the storyteller's account, some listeners were left puzzled. "Excuse me, storyteller. Did you not mention earlier that you would recount how the Tianqin Empire transformed into the present-day Tianqin ruins? Why have you only told us tales of Emperor Fuyong's love and hatred?" Upon hearing this, the storyteller promptly chuckled. "Dear patrons, do not be impatient. Allow me to unfold the tale at my own pace. It is not my intention to dwell solely on matters of love and enmity, but the origin of the Tianqin ruins is intricately connected to this narrative. Although their acquaintance was brief, Emperor Fuyong truly loved Su Xiangxue to his very core. After her demise, he embraced her lifeless body and sat alone in the inner palace for 3 days and nights. Many ministers urged him to move on, yet none realized that the agony of Su Xiangxue's death drove Emperor Fuyong into madness. At that moment, a wandering Taoist priest arrived, bearing a mysterious artifact. This artifact was known as the Qian Kuan Pearl. The wandering Taoist informed Emperor Fuyong that if he used this artifact as the core to establish the Qian Kuan formation, he could overturn life and death, perhaps even resurrect Su Xiangxue. Ignoring the vehement protests of countless subjects, Emperor Fuyong appointed this wandering Taoist as his national master and, at any cost, entrusted the empire's resources to him. With the aid of this Taoist, after 3 arduous years, he successfully established the Qian Kuan formation in the imperial capital. The Qian Kuan formation, with its immense and inscrutable power, bolstered by the Qian Kuan Pearl, indeed possessed the ability to defy life and death. However, Emperor Fuyong could never have anticipated that this endeavor was merely part of the wandering Taoist's sinister plot. The wandering Taoist was, in fact, Su Xiangxue's childhood companion, who had grown up alongside her. With the fall of their nation and the loss of his beloved, how could he simply let it go? Acting on Su Xiangxue's dying request, the wandering Taoist, upon activating the Qian Kuan formation, did not summon life energy but instead unleashed an endless tide of deathly energy from the depths of the 9 netherworlds. Calamity struck, as the boundless deathly energy surged forth, transforming the land within 100,000 miles of the imperial capital into a barren wasteland in a mere day. Within this realm, all living beings were consumed by the deathly energy, morphing into a peculiar existence that was neither human nor ghost. These are the very spirits that now roam the Tianqin ruins. As the deathly energy spread relentlessly, it was predicted that within 10 years, the entire Qingming continent would be utterly devoured. At this critical juncture of life and death, a mysterious being, unable to bear the suffering of the people, intervened with righteous fury. This enigmatic figure was a great cultivator who sacrificed his entire life's cultivation to establish the Tianxian Divine Wind Formation. This formation sealed away the endless deathly energy and countless spirits within the Tianxian ruins, allowing the beings beyond 100,000 miles to survive. As you can see, the city beneath our feet is named Shuntian City in honor of that extraordinarily mysterious Master Shunfeng. Were it not for Master Shunfeng's timely intervention, the Shuntian City we know today would not exist. In the tavern, there were a pair of remarkable patrons, a grandfather with silver hair and his adorable, clever granddaughter. Perhaps captivated by the storyteller's tale, the little girl couldn't help but ask curiously, "Grandpa, if the Tianxian ruins are so perilous, why do so many people still wish to enter?" "Because everyone seeks treasures within," the grandfather replied with a smile. Seemingly hearing the elder's words, the storyteller immediately chimed in. "The old gentleman speaks true. Although perilous, the Tianxian ruins are also rife with opportunities. Given the former splendor of the Tianxian Empire, not to mention the countless treasures buried therein, even the myriad spirits wandering in the forbidden grounds are of great value. If one can hunt these spirits, they may acquire a precious item known as the soul crystal, which enhances soul power and cultivates one's abilities. It is precisely due to the unique effects of the soul crystal that countless individuals are drawn to venture here. Unfortunately, the soul crystal can only be consumed within the forbidden grounds. Once outside, without the nourishing deathly energy, it will dissipate in no time." Observing the many patrons present, it seemed clear that many were eager to explore the Tianxian ruins in search of treasures and soul crystals. At this juncture, I must caution you all. Regardless of whether you wish to enter the Tianxian ruins for treasure hunting or soul crystal harvesting, you must prepare two essential items in advance. One is a type of pill called the Hualian Dan, which, when taken beforehand, will protect you from being corrupted by the endless deathly energy upon entering the Tianxian ruins. It is affordable and readily available in many shops within Shuntian City. However, merely preparing the Hualian Dan is insufficient. You must also find an excellent guide. Upon hearing this, many patrons in the tavern looked bewildered. If we buy the Hualian Dan, can we safely enter and exit the Tianxian ruins? Why do we still need to find a guide? The next moment, the storyteller smiled and replied, "Purchasing the Hualian Dan merely ensures protection from the endless deathly energy, but it does not guarantee your safety once inside the Tianxian ruins." Chapter 60, A Sudden Surge in Cultivation, Chun Lai's Astonishing Gains. The Tianxian ruins harbor not only boundless deathly energy but also countless spirits wandering about, without a knowledgeable guide to navigate the environment. Encountering a powerful spirit could leave you with no opportunity for regret. After all, it is one of the four great forbidden lands of Qingming continent, is it not? The level of danger is quite high. So I must advise everyone here to exercise caution. Hiring a guide may require a significant expense, but in the end, the value of your life far outweighs any cost, would it not? Upon hearing the storyteller's words, the exquisitely crafted little girl turned to her grandfather. "Grandpa, are we also going to the Tianxian ruins to hunt spirits? Shouldn't we hire a guide as the gentleman mentioned?" Hearing his granddaughter's inquiry, the old man nodded with a smile. Of course, we should hire one initially. The grandfather intended to engage in further conversation with his granddaughter, but as they spoke, he gradually noticed something amiss. His granddaughter's gaze kept drifting toward the back. Instinctively turning to follow her line of sight, the old man found himself both amused and bewildered. His granddaughter was secretly admiring a strikingly handsome young man. Upon glancing at the table behind the grandfather and grandson, one could discern a strikingly handsome man clad in white attire, exuding an extraordinary presence akin to that of an ethereal being. His demeanor was indeed remarkable, captivating even the well-traveled elder, who found himself unable to resist stealing glances at the man. In fact, it was not only the elder's granddaughter who was drawn to him. Within this bustling tavern, countless young ladies and female practitioners were surreptitiously observing the man. Although Shunfeng City thrived in prosperity, individuals of such celestial grace were a rare sight. Indeed, this man, who had garnered the attention of numerous young women, including even the innocent gazes of young girls, was none other than Chen Lai. Time had flown by swiftly. As Chen Lai emerged from his seclusion, he realized that nearly 6 months had passed. While the duration of his retreat was substantial, the rewards he reaped were immense. A 100-fold increase in his cultivation speed. Qinlai was at a loss for words to adequately express his exhilaration. Just over half a year ago, he had successfully taken Ye Qingzhu as his woman, never having dreamed that he would receive such a remarkable reward from the system, the higher one's realm. The more arduous the path to advancement, particularly upon reaching the Tianyuan realm. Go put it simply, with his prior innate talent, it might take a century of cultivation to ascend merely one minor realm. And that would require a stroke of good fortune. Those formidable beings at the 5th and 6th levels of the Tianyuan realm often cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years after entering it to achieve their current prowess. Yet Qinlai, since his arrival in this world, he had managed to elevate his cultivation from the 1st to the 7th level of the Tianyuan realm in less than a year. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly terrify countless individuals. By devouring the essence of the revered Funyo ancestor and the vice-master of the Shensha Pavilion, Qinlai had ascended to the 4th level of the Tianyuan realm. The subsequent 3 levels were attained through 6 months of dedicated training. Moreover, he was not merely benefiting from a 100-fold cultivation speed. He also possessed the enhancements of the holy body and supreme bone. In the original narrative, it seemed that the destined protagonist, Yi Tian, took a century to cultivate from the 1st level of the Tianyuan realm to its great perfection. However, with his current cultivation speed, Qinlai was confident that he could reach the great perfection of the Tianyuan realm within 3 years. His speed was indeed formidable, verging on invincible. Yet, what delighted Qinlai even more than this was the enhancement of his combat prowess. With the great chaos Yin-Yang holy body at his disposal and the supreme bone granting him the power of devouring, he felt confident that he could easily suppress even 10 experts at the great perfection of the Tianyuan realm. If he were to employ the secret technique, the 3 transformations of the infinite profound arts, he could scarcely fathom how terrifying his combat ability would become. He even believed he could contend with, if not defeat, beings beyond the Tianyuan realm with a probability exceeding 70%. He was practically invincible. In the absence of certain hidden forces, it seemed that no one in the entire Qingming prefecture could rival him. Indeed, after breaking through to the 7th level of the Tianyuan realm, Qinlai had initially intended to continue his seclusion and strive for the great perfection of the Tianyuan realm or even a higher realm. However, an unforeseen event compelled him to emerge prematurely. Ye Qingzhu, his second wife, possessed the great Zhou Tian Yin-Yang body. Although the Yin-Yang transformation pill ensured her safety for 3 years, she had to endure the torment of Yin-Yang energy surging within her for several days each month. Being his beloved, Qinlai was deeply concerned for her well-being, prompting him to change his mind and leave seclusion to retrieve the Qingkuan pearl from the Tianqian ruins. Perhaps he might even stumble upon unexpected treasures within the ruins. Well-versed in the original tale, Qinlai understood the reasons behind the transformation of the Tianqian ruins into a forbidden zone. His visit to the tavern was not solely for storytelling, but rather to partake of the exquisite wine renowned throughout Xinfeng City. The divine brew was indeed a testament to the city's fame, rivaling any fine wine from Qingming Prefecture. After savoring the last drops of the exquisite liquor, Qinlai rose from his seat, inadvertently drawing the attention of numerous female practitioners once more. This distinguished young man, with his unfamiliar yet captivating presence, seemed to be interested in exploring the Tianqian ruins as well, perhaps sensing Qinlai's extraordinary aura. Even the storyteller could not refrain from engaging him in conversation. Upon noticing the storyteller addressing him, Qinlai responded, "Indeed, the Tianqian ruins hold many treasures. I am inclined to test my luck. Is there an issue?" Chapter 61. This damn charm. Observing Qinlai's gaze upon him, the storyteller quickly smiled and replied, "There is no issue at all. I presume you heard everything I just mentioned. Indeed, for your safety and to maximize your gains, it would be wise to hire a guide before venturing to the Tianqian ruins. If you head east from our tavern, you will find a large square where many guides make their living. Whether you are a nobleman or anyone else, you can inquire there about hiring a guide." Acknowledging the storyteller's well-meaning advice, Qinlai refrained from further remarks, offering a grateful smile before departing the tavern. As Qinlai exited, his granddaughter remained fixated on the direction he had gone, prompting the elder to sigh in exasperation. Stop staring. The man has left. It's time to regain your composure. The little girl, around 12 or 13 years of age, perhaps at the cusp of her romantic inclinations, flushed with embarrassment at her grandfather's remark. "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" I wasn't looking at anything," despite her protestations. Her lingering gaze betrayed her. The elder, choosing not to confront her dishonesty, inquired, "Well then, Yin Yin, are you full? If so, we can attend to our business." "Attend to our business?" the little girl asked curiously. "Are we going to find a guide?" "Indeed, we must find a guide. What if we encounter danger?" While the powerful specters surrounding the Tianjin ruins are few, a horde of them presents a significant threat. But does Grandpa have enough spirit stones to hire a guide? Didn't the storyteller mention they are quite expensive? Expensive or not, we must hire one. The storyteller also said that life is more valuable than anything else, right? Now, Yin Yin, this is not something you should worry about. Grandpa will ensure everything is arranged. I hope we can gather enough soul crystals to resolve the issues with your constitution. As they conversed, the grandfather and granddaughter swiftly exited the tavern, while the storyteller resumed his narrative within the establishment. "Young sir, are you visiting Shinfeng City to explore the Tianjin ruins? Would you like to hire a guide? I have been in this profession for over a decade and am intimately familiar with the outskirts of the Tianjin ruins. If you choose to hire me, it will only cost you 20 low-grade spirit stones per day. Sir, perhaps you should consider me. I am a practitioner of the innate realm, having reached great perfection. I can guide you within a radius of 200,000 kilometers of the Tianjin ruins for only 50 low-grade spirit stones per day, sir. You might also consider hiring me. I am also a practitioner of the innate realm, and my usual fee is 100 spirit stones per day. However, for you, I could offer an 80% discount, or even 50%. Sir, perhaps you could hire me. Not only can I guide you, but I can also keep you company along the way." In Shinfeng City, these guides were also known as mercenaries. The Tianjin ruins were vast, spanning millions of kilometers, making it highly advisable to hire a mercenary familiar with the terrain. Perhaps it was due to Chen Lai's remarkable appearance and otherworldly charm that numerous mercenaries immediately approached him upon his arrival at the square dedicated to hiring guides. Indeed, being well versed in the original tale, Chen Lai was acutely aware of the expenses associated with hiring a mercenary for guidance. To put it plainly, the remuneration is commensurate with the capabilities of the guide in the realm of body refinement. One ought not to even mention it. Even at the periphery of the Tianjin ruins, one risks encountering peril at any moment. Hence, among the mercenaries present, the minimum cultivation level is at least that of the innate realm. Typically, mercenaries of the innate realm charge a daily guiding fee ranging from 10 to 100 lower-grade spirit stones, while those at the Foundation Establishment realm charge approximately 500 to 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones. As for those at the Spirit Pill realm, the price escalates further, with some who have attained great perfection demanding as much as 50,000 to 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Naturally, the higher the cultivation level of the hired mercenary, the greater the likelihood of self-preservation. However, one must be cautious of a subtle trap in hiring mercenaries. Regardless of the mercenary's cultivation level, their fee is merely a guiding fee. Should one require their assistance within the Tianjin ruins, additional cost will be incurred. These details must be thoroughly discussed before entering the Tianjin ruins. Otherwise, it is the employer who will suffer the consequences. In any world, there will be numerous enchanting ladies who leverage their physical allure for profit. Presently, a beautiful female cultivator, adorned in a flowing gown and possessing a beauty rating of around 85, persistently promotes herself before Chen Lai. He smiles and gently declines, saying, "I think I shall observe a while longer." This lady cultivator is at the third level of the innate realm, and her guiding fee should not exceed 20 to 30 lower-grade spirit stones per day. Why then does she boldly ask for 100? If she accompanies one for entertainment, it is crucial to be discerning. Chen Lai's purpose for being here is to retrieve the Qinkuan pearl, not to indulge in leisure. Moreover, even if one wished for companionship, not everyone is entitled to recline upon his bed. It is primarily Chen Lai's impeccable image and striking charisma that captivates. Even after being rejected, the beautiful lady cultivator remains undeterred. It has been long since she encountered such an extraordinarily handsome and ethereal silver-haired gentleman. If she could deepen their connection, she would not mind forgoing spirit stones. With this thought in mind, she promptly attempts to persuade Chenlai further. Young master, could you not give it a thought? Although my cultivation is modest, I am quite familiar with the periphery of the Tianqian ruins. I can guide you and provide companionship if you choose to hire me, should any danger arise within the ruins. I shall not charge you extra for my assistance. How does that sound? Ah, is this the allure of the former first on the Junzi list of Qingming Prefecture? Chenlai never anticipated that seeking a guide would lead to such persistent advances from the ladies. Not only was this particular lady promoting herself, but many other female cultivators nearby cast curious glances, evidently eager to make their own introductions. Faced with this scene, Chenlai could only chuckle in disbelief. In the next moment, he uttered but a single sentence. I require someone to guide me deep into the Tianqian ruins for a distance of 1,000,000 miles. Is there anyone willing to accompany me? Chapter 62. 1,000,000 Spirit Stones? The shocked mercenaries, upon Chenlai's declaration, a hush fell over the crowd. Just moments ago, what had this customer said? He wishes to venture 1,000,000 miles into the Tianqian ruins? Upon hearing his words, before considering the reactions of others, the beautiful lady cultivator, who had been so eager to promote herself, stood there dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, did you all hear what this person just said? He actually expressed a desire to delve 1,000,000 miles into the Tianqian ruins. How utterly absurd. Is there something wrong with his mind? 1,000,000 miles into the Tianqian ruins. Do you comprehend the gravity of such a place? It is a veritable zone of death, this young man. If he seeks to court danger, this is not the way to go about it. He possesses a respectable appearance and demeanor, yet here he is, merely jesting with us, truly a bore. Let us disperse. Such reactions from the surrounding individuals are not entirely unexpected. When it comes to hiring mercenaries for guidance, the fees are not solely based on the individual's cultivation level. Familiarity with the Tianqian ruins is equally pivotal. Before entering the forbidden zone, it is customary to clarify with the client. Tio put it simply, the fee for safely guiding you 10,000 kilometers into the forbidden zone differs from that of guiding you 20,000 kilometers. The same mercenary may charge only dozens to hundreds of spirit stones for a journey of about 10,000 kilometers. Yet if you request a journey of 20 or even 30,000 kilometers, the price will escalate exponentially. Many times, even if one offers a high price, there may not be anyone willing to accompany you. Thus, the mercenaries present are no fools. They all understand that the deeper one ventures into the Tianqian ruins, the greater the likelihood of encountering danger, and the level of peril far surpasses that of the forbidden zone's periphery. Among the mercenaries here, the most capable among them would only have the confidence to guide you 30,000 kilometers deep. 1,000,000 miles, do you grasp what this entails? It signifies a distance that nears the core of the Tianqian ruins, which was once the royal court of the Tianqian Empire. The most formidable phantoms congregate there. And guiding someone to that location is akin to inviting death. It is precisely for this reason that many mercenaries misconstrue Chenlai's intentions as mere jest. Does this young master truly wish to find someone to guide him 1,000,000 miles into the forbidden zone? Young master, this must be your first time visiting the Tianqian ruins, correct? Are you aware of the implications of venturing 1,000,000 miles into the forbidden zone? That is nearly adjacent to the royal capital of the Tianqian Empire, the innermost region of the forbidden zone. Surely, young master does not intend to enter the core area of the Tianqian ruins? The beautiful lady cultivator, having regained her composure, finds herself at a loss for how to articulate her feelings. Such a strikingly handsome male cultivator. Could he truly be a fool? However, she remains enchanted by his visage and does not depart immediately. Instead, she kindly warns Chenlai in response. Chenlai finds himself both amused and exasperated. Was his statement truly so difficult to comprehend? At that moment, he could not be bothered with further trivialities. Standing in the center of the square, he promptly retrieved a table from his storage ring and placed an item upon it. I require someone to guide me. Whoever can lead me to the royal court of the Tianqian Empire shall receive this reward. Originally, the beautiful lady cultivator intended to say something more, but in the next instant, upon seeing the item on the table, she was utterly taken aback. Spirit stones. An abundance of spirit stones. Strictly speaking, The number of spirit stones Qinlai displayed on the table was not excessively large, merely 100. However, at this moment, the quantity was not the focal point. One must consider the quality. What grade were the spirit stones Qinlai presented? They were all upper-grade spirit stones. 100 lower-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 middle-grade spirit stone, and 100 middle-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 upper-grade spirit stone. 100 upper-grade spirit stones. What does that signify? When converted to lower-grade spirit stones, the total reaches a staggering 1 million. To state it bluntly, since the establishment of Xinfeng City nearly 10,000 years ago, no one has ever offered such a sum to hire a guide. After all, even for a formidable being of the spirit infant realm, the hiring fee would usually not exceed 200,000 to 300,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Never before has anyone produced a full 100 upper-grade spirit stones to employ a guide, and in this moment, every single person present was left speechless in astonishment. Miss, now that you have seen my offer, do you still believe I am jesting? At this point, the beautiful lady cultivator was utterly at a loss for words. 100 upper-grade spirit stones equate to 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. What kind of international joke is this? A person capable of presenting such a substantial sum would surely have no interest in trivial jesting. A hint of embarrassment crossed her features as she took a few steps back in silence. Observing this scene, Qinlai paid her no further mind and shifted his attention to the throng of mercenaries surrounding him. Greed, envy, astonishment. Almost every mercenary displayed a similar glimmer in their eyes. This was a fortune. 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. Who would not wish to earn such a sum? Yet, even with Qinlai laying the hiring fee bare before them, not a single soul dared to step forward. There is no way around it. The sentiment remains the same. No amount of wealth can rival the value of one's life. The Tianqian ruins are renowned as one of the 4 forbidden zones of Qingming Prefecture, a perilous locale beyond description. The price of 1 million low-grade spirit stones might entice some daring souls to venture 50,000 kilometers into the forbidden territory, but a journey of 100,000 kilometers is no longer a matter of mere survival. It is akin to courting death. Standing in the square for a full half-hour, Qinlai found no takers for his proposal. Observing this, he remarked with a hint of disdain, "Many have spoken highly of the mercenaries in Xinfeng City, claiming they possess audacity to undertake any task for the right price. Yet, it appears that is merely a facade." His words incensed several mercenaries present. While they were purportedly guides, every one of them had navigated countless challenges within the Tianqian ruins, living lives on the edge. How could they tolerate such disparagement? One particularly aggrieved mercenary stepped forward, indignation evident in his voice. On what grounds does the young master make such assertions? Who does not desire wealth? Yet, to earn it, one must also be alive to spend it. Venturing 1 million miles into the heart of the Tianqian ruins is tantamount to a death sentence. Even a journey of 50,000 miles, how many can return unscathed? If you are unaware of the lurking dangers within, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so lightly. As this mercenary voiced his grievances, Qinlai paid him little mind. Having set a price of 1 million spirit stones, he remained confident that someone would accept the order. The question was whether the individual would meet his expectations. Among the mercenaries present, there were indeed some willing to risk their lives for wealth. Before long, a burly man clad in armor approached, flanked by a group of followers. 1 million low-grade spirit stones for the journey into the Forbidden Zone. Is that correct? I'll take the job. However, the young master should be well aware of our industry's rules. Upon hearing someone was willing to accept his order, Qinlai smiled faintly. I am indeed familiar with the rules. 1 million low-grade spirit stones is merely the fee for guidance. Should the guide need to take action, that will incur an additional charge, correct? Precisely. This fee is strictly for guidance. If any dangers arise and the young master is unwilling to pay for our intervention, we reserve the right to withdraw. At this declaration, the expressions of the surrounding mercenaries shifted ominously. It's Han who? Why has he come? The Tiger Brigade must be courting death to accept a job into the Forbidden Zone. Brother, are you daft? You have been in Xinfeng City long enough to know Han Hu's reputation. Are you suggesting he has set his sights on this young master? Well, what do you think? 1 million spirit stones. What a tempting prize. Who wouldn't he have designs on it? It's unfortunate that Han Hu acted so swiftly. Now others will likely think twice before making any ill-conceived plans. Yet, pity for this young master was misplaced. What is there to pity? You know what Shinfeng City is like. Carrying such wealth and coming alone is merely inviting trouble. Although their murmurs were hushed, Chun Lai's keen hearing captured every word. He posed a question. If I were to employ your services, what would the cost be for your assistance should danger arise? Given that the guidance fee is 100 high-grade spirit stones, the cost for intervention cannot be less than that, correct? Chunlai nodded. That price seems reasonable. But can you truly guarantee my safe passage to the inner region of the Forbidden Zone? To the gates of the royal court? Naturally. We adhere strictly to our principles. We will deliver on what we are paid for. Furthermore, I can confidently state that only our Tiger Brigade possesses the capability to guide individuals into the inner Forbidden Zone. As for others, before Han Hu could finish, a melodious female voice interrupted. If you wish to see tomorrow's sun, you might want to consider entrusting this order to them. The voice, clear and sweet, echoed like the song of a lark. Upon hearing it, Han Hu's expression soured drastically, and he glared at the source of the voice, gritting his teeth. Li Muling, what do you mean by that? Are you intent on undermining our industry's rules? The speaker was a stunning woman, her skin as fair as snow, with a delicate oval face, tall stature, and long legs, clad in a striking red and white outfit. Her hair tied in a high ponytail, wielding a long sword with an air of grace. Unfazed by Han Hu's furious glare, Li Muling calmly responded. It is common knowledge who has been tarnishing the reputation of our profession. Han Brigade Leader, there is no need for you to make a fool of yourself. Without waiting for Han Hu's reaction, she approached Chunlai, her demeanor unbothered by his looks or the 100 high-grade spirit stones on the table, which she regarded with disinterest. She then addressed Chunlai. Do not think for a moment that even 1,000 or 10,000 high-grade spirit stones would ensure your safe passage to the inner Forbidden Zone. If you wish to avoid calamity, young master, it would be prudent to take your spirit stones and depart Shinfeng City as soon as possible. Li Muling's words effectively dismantled Han Hu's intentions. Leaving his face clouded with rage, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Li Muling, you must understand that some in Shinfeng City have grown weary of your antics. Are you truly seeking your own demise? Li Muling regarded Han Hu coldly, showing no desire to engage further. Yet, at that moment, others stepped forward to support her. Han Hu, what do you mean by that? Are you attempting to intimidate our brigade leader? Shinfeng City is not your Tiger Brigade's domain. Let me make it clear. While others may fear you, we of the Lingquan sect do not. With fierce expressions, they confronted Han Hu. Are you looking for a fight? If so, let us settle it here. We have nothing to lose. If the city lord intervenes, we shall see who bears the greater cost. Several cultivators, evidently Li Muling's fellow disciples, emerged from the crowd, standing resolutely beside her. One of them, after chastising Han Hu, turned to Chunlai. Shinfeng City maintains strict order. While incidents may be rare within the city, once outside, the situation can turn perilous. With so many spirit stones, you risk attracting covetous eyes, particularly from groups like the Little Cat Brigade or the Elephant Brigade, who have committed countless heinous acts over the years. The mass graves beyond Shinfeng City hold many secrets. If you wish to avoid joining them, heed our senior sister's advice. Return whence you came. Delaying even a moment could cost you your life. This warning from the disciple of the Lingquan sect was a sincere gesture of caution. However, as Han Hu's intentions were laid bare before the crowd, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Very well. The Lingquan sect has chosen to meddle, have they? We shall remember this debt. The mountains may not shift, but the waters will surely flow. We shall see how this unfolds. Do not think that the protection of the city lord renders you invulnerable. Do not give Han a chance, or else, before Han Hu could finish his threatening words, Li Muling cast a calm glance at him and stated, There is no need for such bravado here. We, the disciples of Lingquan sect, prefer to avoid trouble, yet we are certainly not afraid of it. If Captain Han possesses any remarkable strategies, we are ready to hear them. After delivering her words, Li Muling chose to disregard Han Hu and redirected her attention to Chunlai. Regardless of which prominent sect you belong to, your elders must have advised you that wealth should not be flaunted. You ought to be more cautious in the future. As a naive lamb wandering the outside world, a moment's carelessness could lead to your utter ruin. Wealth should not be flaunted. A wandering lamb. To be honest, Chunlai never imagined he would be described in such a manner, and he found himself both amused and exasperated. As he observed Li Muling's admonition. Preparing to depart with his fellow disciples, he suddenly felt a curious impulse and called out to her, "Might I inquire, fair lady, are you also mercenaries residing in Shinfeng City? You seem quite amiable. Would you consider taking on a task I have?" Li Muling was taken aback. She had made her warnings so explicit, yet this naive lamb still contemplated venturing into the forbidden depths and even sought to hire her. She halted, turned to face Chunlai, and said, "Was my previous statement not clear enough? No one in Shinfeng City will accept your task, not out of cowardice, but due to a lack of capability. Those willing to take on your task have ulterior motives. If one truly had the strength to traverse the forbidden depths, would they stoop to mercenary work? Is such a simple matter beyond your comprehension?" Upon hearing Li Muling's words, Chunlai smiled slightly and replied, "If I can ensure your safety, all I require is your assistance in guiding me. Ensure our safety, while merely needing us to guide you." Before Li Muling could respond, her fellow disciples burst into laughter. "Young master, do you even know where you intend to go? Even formidable elders at the Lingying and Tianyuan realms have perished in the ruins of Tianshan. We, who are seasoned mercenaries, dare not venture too deeply, yet you speak of safety. I still believe what my senior sister said is correct. Judging by your attire, you must hail from a significant power. I am genuinely curious. How did your elders permit you to wander the cultivation world alone? To arrive safely in Shinfeng City is a miracle." In response to this question, Chunlai answered earnestly, "I have encountered some blind fools along the way, but I simply dealt with them." Deal with them? His fellow disciples were once again amused, but before they could react, Chunlai's figure suddenly vanished. When they next beheld him, he had inexplicably appeared before Han Hu and his entourage. Having been exposed, Han Hu and his companions could no longer deceive Chunlai. However, they were not about to let this unsuspecting lamb, laden with riches, slip away. Shinfeng City had its rules. Violence within the city was prohibited, lest the city's guards intervene. Yet, this outsider could not hide indefinitely within the city. Han Hu had resolved to have someone shadow Chunlai, intending to strike once he left the city. As for Li Muling and her companions, they would certainly face retribution when the opportunity arose. Yet, Han Hu could never have anticipated that, before he could even depart, Chunlai would suddenly appear before him. "Why you?" Han Hu was momentarily taken aback, and in his shock, he instinctively attempted to utter something. However, before he could form a complete sentence, Chunlai seized his head. "No!" A horrific scream erupted, but in the next instant, Han Hu fell silent. The devouring force relentlessly consumed Han Hu's cultivation and vitality, and within mere breaths, he was transformed into a lifeless husk. Of course, Chunlai did not spare any of Han Hu's subordinates. After a few more breaths, when he finally released his grip, the last body crumpled to the ground. With a smile, Chunlai turned to the disciples of Linghuan sect. "Now do you understand how I arrived safely in Shinfeng City?" No one dared to respond, for in that moment, they were utterly paralyzed by the spectacle before them. With Chunlai's prowess and his understanding of the Tianshan forbidden grounds, he faced the venture into the depths without a hint of concern. Seeking mercenaries was merely a means to save time and minimize detours, enabling him to reach the depths as swiftly as possible. Yet, considering Chunlai's strength, was it truly a challenge for him to find someone to guide him? Whoever he wished to accompany him would have to comply, or face dire consequences. Most would undoubtedly make the wise choice in such circumstances, yet one must ponder why Chunlai would venture into the square to hire mercenaries with spirit stones. Did he truly have nothing better to do? Seeking mercenaries was merely an afterthought. Chunlai's true objective was to pursue exquisite beauty. Chapter 65. Following the protagonist, one may endure beatings. Li Muling, one of the destined female leads, possessed breathtaking beauty and an enchanting aura. As the master sister of Linghuan sect, she bore the exceedingly rare heavenly spirit physique and received a commendable score of 90 from the system. With unparalleled talent, One would expect such a gifted young woman to be cherished and nurtured within her sect. However, one must delve back over a decade to understand why Li Muling chose to become a lowly mercenary in Xinfeng City. Linghuan sect was nestled in a picturesque locale not far from Xinfeng City. Though few in number, the disciples were reasonably powerful, barely qualifying as a second-tier force in the vicinity of Xinfeng City. They were considered quite respectable. With strength came respect. Thus, no one dared to provoke them easily. Consequently, Linghuan sect had enjoyed a peaceful existence since its founding. However, a decade ago, disaster suddenly befell them. While exploring a secret realm, the current sect leader and several elders encountered a terrifying entity in that battle. 5 of the 6 elders at the Lingdan realm perished, and even the sect leader, who had reached the Lingying realm, suffered severe injuries. Both body and soul were damaged, leaving him with only a fraction of his former strength. A physician had diagnosed him, revealing that his injuries were grave, and that even a 5th-grade healing elixir could only provide temporary relief. Not a cure. To fully heal, at least a 6th-grade healing elixir would be necessary. Previously, in Liang City, Chunlai had saved Nie Qingzhu by administering a yin-yang transformation pill, a 5th-grade elixir. At that time, it was noted that such elixirs were exceedingly rare even in the entirety of Qingming Prefecture, as only a handful of 5th-grade alchemists existed. Securing 5th-grade elixirs was challenging enough, let alone 6th-grade ones. There were only 3 6th-grade alchemists across Qingming Prefecture, each holding significant power and influence. Furthermore, the materials required to concoct 6th-grade elixirs were incredibly difficult to gather. While 6th-grade healing elixirs certainly existed, they were far beyond the financial reach of a mere second-tier force like Linghuan sect. Therefore, upon receiving this diagnosis, the disciples of Linghuan sect were utterly devastated. To put it bluntly, even if the entirety of Linghuan sect were sold, it would not suffice to purchase a single 6th-grade healing elixir. Such elixirs were treasured even by those at the Tianyuan realm, exerting a potent allure even for superior forces. Acquiring a 6th-grade healing elixir was no simple feat, especially since the sect was in a state of severe loss. Following this diagnosis, Linghuan sect disbanded. Many of the higher-ups departed, as did numerous disciples, for what was the purpose of remaining in such a dire situation? It was futile to waste time. Nevertheless, in this world, there still exist numerous individuals who are deeply sentimental. The Linghuan sect has over 20 disciples who have chosen not to depart, all led by the esteemed senior Sister Li Muling. In their quest to earn spiritual stones to heal their sect leader, they ventured to Xinfeng City, transforming from exalted disciples of a prestigious sect into mere mercenaries, looked down upon by all. In the original narrative, the fated protagonist Yi Tian, after leading Nie Qingzhu to escape from Liang City, finds her in a state of unconsciousness. However, Yanji possesses notable skills. As a proficient alchemist, she imparts her knowledge to Yi Tian, enabling him to concoct several elixirs that temporarily preserve Nie Qingzhu's life. Yet, as previously stated, due to Nie Qingzhu's unique constitution, these potions can only offer temporary relief, not a cure. Upon inadvertently learning that the Qinkuan Pearl is likely to be found at the ruins of Tianqin, Yi Tian embarks on a journey there to save Nie Qingzhu. As the destined protagonist, he encounters a continuous stream of fortuitous events. Li Muling, a girl of unwavering justice, leads her fellow disciples as mercenaries and, after repeatedly exposing the nefarious deeds of unscrupulous mercenaries, becomes a target of their disdain. Subsequently, in a bid for revenge, the Tiger Brigade, led by Han Hu, ambushes the disciples of Linghuan sect outside Xinfeng City. In this critical moment, with Yanji's assistance, Yi Tian executes a covert rescue, successfully saving these disciples. The disciples of Linghuan sect, being people of deep loyalty, upon learning that Yi Tian requires assistance to retrieve a treasure from the depths of a forbidden land to save his childhood friend, Li Muling resolutely decides to guide him. As the story unfolds, it takes a rather cliched turn. Those who follow the destined protagonist are seldom rewarded with a favorable fate. They often find themselves embroiled in conflict and peril, especially when venturing into the treacherous Tianqin ruins. Throughout their perilous journey, they face countless dangers, and tragically, one by one, Li Muling's fellow disciples perish in the Forbidden Land. Despite her profound sorrow, driven by a sense of gratitude, She steadfastly continues to guide Yi Tian, fostering a bond of mutual support amidst numerous life-threatening crises. Ultimately, Yi Tian triumphs in acquiring the Qinkuan Pearl, saving Niet Qingzhu's life, and simultaneously winning Li Muling's heart. Truth be told, while this narrative may follow a formulaic approach, the original text reveals that the author himself expressed frustration over the fate of the Lingquan sect disciples, who were portrayed as loyal and righteous individuals, only to be sacrificed to enhance the romantic subplot between Li Muling and Yi Tian. Nevertheless, it matters little how the original plot is structured. Yi Tian's childhood friend, Qingzhu, is now wholly devoted to him, ensuring that he will not return to the Tianqian ruins, thus sparing the Lingquan sect disciples from further melodramatic misfortunes. Why Yi Tian's presence is inconsequential. What truly matters is that the beautiful women are all his. With their fair skin, exquisite features, and graceful forms, it is only fitting that, having traveled such a distance to Shunfeng City, he should claim Li Muling as his own, just as he has with Su Qingyan and others. Chapter 66. The senior turns out to be the ancestor of Wu Zhizong, possessing a forthright disposition and a strong sense of justice, coupled with her breathtaking beauty. It would indeed be a pity not to cherish and pamper such a remarkable woman. Were it not for his desire to win Li Muling's affections, Qinlai would have indiscriminately chosen any mercenary to lead him. Yet now, witnessing Li Muling, the destined heroine, standing before him, his mind is filled with one thought. This heroine embodies the same profound sense of justice as described in the original text. Should you wish to see tomorrow's sun, I suggest you entrust this order to them. The Tiger Brigade, led by Han Hu, is notorious for their murderous pursuits. Countless innocent lives have been lost at their hands. It is precisely for this reason that Li Muling boldly warns Qinlai. While it may not concern him personally, Qinlai acknowledges her goodwill and is willing to accept her counsel. In the original narrative, the ambush against the Lingquan sect disciples was orchestrated by Han Hu's followers. Qinlai, uninterested in idle chatter, swiftly eliminates them on the spot. He has no desire to wait until they leave the city, only to be ambushed later. Moreover, by decisively taking down Han Hu and his crew within Shunfeng City, Qinlai aims to send a clear message to all mercenaries present. Not everyone can be trifled with. As demonstrated, his ruthless efficiency successfully instills a sense of dread among those gathered. Han Hu, the leader of the Tiger Brigade, has reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Pill realm. Yet, as previously noted, very few cultivators at the Spirit Infant stage would stoop to mercenary work. Thus, Han Hu stands as a prominent figure within the mercenary ranks of Shunfeng City. Regardless of his character, his prowess places him at the forefront among countless mercenaries. However, even Han Hu meets his demise at Qinlai's hands before anyone can comprehend the nature of the attack, leaving all present in shock and terror, at least at the Spirit Infant level. How could they have initially perceived him as a mere lamb? Witnessing Han Hu's fall, many mercenaries who had harbored ulterior motives towards Qinlai instinctively swallowed hard, their bodies retreating several steps, too intimidated even to glance at him again. Qinlai's swift elimination of Han Hu has effectively subdued the mercenaries. This silver-haired beauty is no mere lamb. He is undoubtedly a seasoned expert with Spirit Infant cultivation. Yet, at that moment, Li Muling's thoughts do not dwell on Qinlai's formidable power, but rather on how this young man dares to act so boldly within Shunfeng City, in the next instant. Perhaps due to a sudden realization or a benevolent impulse, Li Muling anxiously urges, this young man, how dare you take action in Shunfeng City? What is the matter? These individuals harbored ill intentions towards me. Am I not entitled to teach them a lesson? Teach them a lesson? You, sir, are an outsider and may not be aware of the rules of Shunfeng City. There are regulations in place. Cultivators are prohibited from engaging in combat within the city, let alone inflicting harm or killing. Otherwise, you will face severe penalties according to the city's laws. You must hurry, while there is still time, and before the enforcement team and the city lord discover your presence. You must leave now. Han Hu and the Tiger Brigade are notorious for their greed and violence, corrupting the mercenary culture within Shunfeng City. In Li Muling's eyes, such individuals deserve no sympathy, and Qinlai's decisive actions serve to rid the city of their menace. However, it is utterly unacceptable to engage in violence in broad daylight within Shunfeng City. Observing Qinlai's demeanor, it seems he is not a villain. Hence, Li Muling urges him to depart swiftly. Yet, her timely warning comes too late. As her words leave her lips, a terrifying aura envelopes the entire square. In the next moment, a middle-aged man descends from the sky. Who dares defy my orders and harm others within Shunfeng City? The imposing presence radiating from the middle-aged man suggests he is at least of spirit infant cultivation. He is none other than the city lord of Shunfeng, Shi Jingtian. Perhaps due to his acquaintance with Li Muling. He lands and inquires, "Little Ling, what brings you here?" The city lord, Shi Jingtian, received assistance from Lingquan sect in his youth. This connection has afforded Li Muling and her companions considerable privileges within Shunfeng City. Otherwise, the mercenaries with nefarious intentions would not have dared to act against them until their patience wore thin. Clearly, Li Muling is well acquainted with Shi Jingtian, and having sensed the fluctuations in Chun Lai's cultivation earlier, he arrives post-haste. After all, Chun Lai's actions can be seen as a service to the public eye in the next moment. Upon seeing Shi Jingtian, Li Muling hastily calls out, "Uncle Shi, just a moment ago." The members of the Tiger Regiment sought to conspire against this young master, inciting him to act in fury and eliminate Han Hu and his companions. This young master, being an outsider, is unfamiliar with the customs of Wind Spirit City. I implore Uncle Shi to discern this matter clearly. Upon hearing Li Muling's words, Shi Jingtian began to grasp the situation. So, Han Hu has been killed. This complicates matters significantly. As the city lord, it would be permissible for him to show leniency. Yet Han Hu is not merely the leader of the Tiger Regiment. He is also a scion of the Han family, one of the two prominent clans in Wind Spirit City. The Han family is protected by an ancestral spirit in the infant realm. If leniency is granted, will the Han family, which has already been disloyal to him, seize the opportunity to create trouble? In the blink of an eye, Shi Jingtian contemplated numerous scenarios. However, upon recognizing Chun Lai's true identity, he was momentarily stunned. This visage, it seemed so familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Indeed, practitioners possess an innate ability for memorization. In the next instant, Shi Jingtian's expression drastically changed, his voice trembling. You are a senior of the Wuji sect? Ancestor Chun, how is it that you have come to visit our Wind Spirit City? Chapter 67. The complex emotions of Li Muling. In his youth, Shi Jingtian had traveled far and wide, and by fortunate chance, he had once beheld Chun Lai's true form. As an esteemed ancestor, it was only natural that he would remember such a countenance. Yet, he never anticipated that he would encounter the individual again in Wind Spirit City under his jurisdiction. It was equally unexpected that the city lord would recognize him. Chun Lai, however, was disinclined to dwell on this. Instead, upon witnessing Shi Jingtian's astonished gaze, he merely smiled and remarked, "Is it so strange for me to visit Wind Spirit City? No. Please, ancestor, do not misunderstand. It is an honor for our Wind Spirit City to host you. I, Shi Jingtian, pay my respects to the ancestor." Witnessing even the city lord bowing in reverence to Chun Lai, the vast square fell into an utter silence. I, Li Muling, pay my respects to the ancestor. I, Li Chengfeng, pay my respects to the ancestor. I, Jiang Xian, pay my respects to the ancestor. I, Yun Na, pay my respects to the ancestor. Upon recognizing Chun Lai's identity, Shi Jingtian promptly invited him to the city lord's residence. Due to Chun Lai's request, Shi Jingtian also brought along the disciples of Lingquan sect. At that moment, the emotions of these disciples were overwhelmingly complex. They could hardly fathom that the dashing young master they had unwittingly assisted at the mercenary square was, in fact, the legendary supreme figure of the Wuji sect, Ancestor Chun Lai, positioned at such a height. As an esteemed ancestor with a cultivation level in the Tianyuan realm, his reputation resonated throughout Qingming Prefecture. Such a formidable presence had been mistakenly perceived as an inexperienced young master by these disciples, and now, summoned to the city lord's residence, several of the Lingquan sect disciples began to feel a gnawing anxiety, fearing that the ancestor might, in a fit of rage, eliminate them for their lack of discernment. Undoubtedly, among those present, the one with the most intricate feelings was Li Muling. Like the others, she had never imagined that her act of kindness today would lead her to assist a being of such celestial stature. While she felt a tinge of embarrassment, her predominant emotion was one of astonishment. Regardless of how convoluted her feelings were, The proper etiquette must still be observed. After Shi Jingtian invited Chenlai to take the seat of honor in the city lord's residence, Li Muling guided her fellow disciples to kneel in respect before Chen Li do not stand on ceremony. Rise. Chenlai's calm words broke the tension, and after expressing gratitude to the ancestor, Li Muling felt emboldened to lead her companions back to their feet. Chenlai then turned to Shi Jingtian and said, City Lord Shi, I have matters to discuss privately with them. May I ask you to excuse us? Shi Jingtian would not dare to voice any objections. Seeing Chenlai wish to converse with Li Muling and her companions, he quickly declared, I shall take my leave. He promptly exited the grand hall, leaving only Chenlai and the Lingquan sect disciples within. Perhaps it was their first time encountering an ancestor of the Tianyuan realm in person. The disciples found themselves tense, with some even holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. Chenlai remained silent, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward as the disciples became more anxious, none daring to break the silence. Ultimately, it was Chenlai who initiated the conversation, dispelling the stillness. I have heard that the Lingquan sect enjoys a stellar reputation in Wind Spirit City, and today, it seems well-deserved. I am grateful for your kind warnings on the square. Leading the group, Li Muling understood that it was her turn to respond. In a soft voice, she replied, Ancestor, please do not jest. We were entirely unaware of your esteemed identity as the ancestor of the Wuji sect, and if there were any breaches of etiquette, we hope you will not take offense. Take offense? Chenlai smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Instead, he curiously inquired, How has Yuner fared these past years? Yuner, initially perplexed by this unexpected question, Li Muling soon had a realization. Her expression shifting dramatically. Ancestor, do you know our sect master? Indeed, that was many years ago, Chenlai replied, providing little elaboration. Li Muling, not daring to pry further, conveyed the current condition of their sect master. The sect master has been injured and is in poor condition. The apothecary states that only a 6th grade healing elixir can restore him fully. I have already heard of this from others. After the Lingquan sect disbanded, those disciples unwilling to leave sought work as mercenaries in Wind Spirit City, earning spirit stones through guiding others to save their sect master's life. Remarkable, Yuner has truly gathered a commendable group of disciples who understand gratitude. This matter was not a secret. Many in Wind Spirit City were aware of the Lingquan sect's plight. Thus, Li Muling felt no suspicion upon hearing Chenlai's words. She softly responded, The nurturing of parents and the imparting of knowledge are the greatest debts of gratitude in this world. If one can forget such kindness, is it not akin to being a beast? Chenlai nodded thoughtfully. Well said. If one can easily dismiss the gratitude of their mentors, they are indeed lesser than beasts. You have done well in this regard, particularly in comparison to many senior members of your Lingquan sect. Receiving Chenlai's praise, Li Muling and her companions felt no need to elaborate further. Yet, in the next moment, Chenlai appeared to have recalled something and spoke directly. It is quite fortuitous that I possess several 6th grade healing elixirs. I require you to undertake a task for me, and upon its completion, I shall bestow one upon you. Are you willing to assist me? The 6th grade healing elixir was precisely what Li Muling and her companions yearned for. Yet, at that moment, she did not allow Chenlai's words to cloud her judgment. She had already surmised what task he sought. After a slight bow, Li Muling gently spoke. If Ancestor wishes for us to guide you to the depths of the Tiansong ruins, I fear we may not be able to fulfill that request. It is not due to a lack of trust in the Ancestor, but the depths of the Forbidden Zone are perilously dangerous, and we lack confidence in ensuring your safe passage to the gates of the royal court. Chapter 68. Mere perils, handily overcome. Li Muling possessed a commendable self-awareness. No matter how high the reward, she would not accept a task she could not complete. This was not only a matter of responsibility towards her fellow disciples, but also a duty to her guest. Chenlai, understanding her concerns, interjected before she could finish. No matter, I reiterate my earlier statement. Once we enter the Forbidden Zone, all matters of your safety and so forth shall be my responsibility. Your only task is to lead the way. How could Miss Li possibly believe that with my cultivation, I would be unable to safeguard a few individuals within this desolate site? Noticing that Chenlai seemed to misunderstand something and fearing to provoke him, Li Muling hastily clarified, I beg your pardon, Ancestor. I did not mean it that way. It is just, Just that, originally, Li Muling merely intended to inform Chen Lai of the terrifying nature of the Tianqian ruins, where countless beings, even those of the Tianyuan realm, had perished. However, at that moment, Chen Lai had little patience for her incessant prattling. He swiftly interrupted her. If that is not the case, it implies that you, Miss Li, have faith in my abilities. Thus, the task of leading the way shall be entrusted to you disciples of the Lingquan sect. I am not one to dilly-dally. You have one day to prepare what is necessary. Tomorrow morning, you shall accompany me to the Tianqian ruins. But, ancestor, Li Muling seemed inclined to say more, but upon receiving a mere glance from Chen Lai, she understood his resolute intent, to avoid incurring his wrath. She ultimately swallowed her words and replied, since the ancestor trusts us disciples of the Lingquan sect, then we shall accept this task. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Within the central area of the Tianqian ruins, extending 50,000 miles, a ghost of unparalleled strength, having reached the pinnacle of the spirit-infant realm, was fleeing in a frenzy. The Tianqian ruins are deemed a forbidden zone precisely because they are inhabited by a species known as ghosts, beings that, having lost their intellect due to the encroaching death energy, feed on the living. Countless cultivators have perished at their hands each year. Yet now, it was astonishing to witness a ghost, which would typically instill terror. Retreating in fear that if outsiders were to witness this scene, they would surely be left agape. In truth, many are unaware that ghosts are a unique form of life. Although they have lost their sentience, as their strength grows, they gradually awaken primal instincts. Sensing a formidable presence, they instinctively choose to evade. However, such instinctive reactions only manifest when one's cultivation reaches the spirit-infant stage. Thus, why was this ghost of such formidable prowess now in a state of panic? It was because it sensed an imminent threat, an entity capable of endangering its very existence. Despite its remarkable strength, this ghost found itself outmatched. Before it could escape far, a colossal hand woven from divine essence descended from the heavens, slamming the ghost into the ground. The earth trembled, and a massive crater formed where the ghost fell, cracking the ground for miles around. Under such a terrifying assault, could this unfortunate ghost possibly resist? It was swiftly subdued. Well, this ghost has been vanquished, however, the soul crystal within it still holds considerable value. Retrieve it. A figure clad in white, exuding an ethereal presence akin to an immortal, descended upon the shattered earth. Upon hearing his command, several agile cultivators promptly set about retrieving the soul crystal. One exquisite female cultivator respectfully presented the soul crystal to the white-clad man. Ancestor, the soul crystal has been retrieved. Ah, since it has been obtained, I bestow this soul crystal upon you. I shall protect you here. Linger, make haste and refine it. Due to the pervasive death energy in the Tianqian ruins, even flight speed is significantly reduced. In the outside world, Chen Lai could traverse 1,000,000 miles in no time at all, yet here, after 3 days, he had only covered 50,000 kilometers, with still half the journey remaining to the core of the ruins. Of course, this slow pace was not solely due to the death energy. It was also influenced by some trivial matters that had consumed his time during the journey. The Tianqian ruins are replete with ghosts, and the soul crystals within them are exceptional treasures that can enhance cultivation. For someone of Chen Lai's caliber, traversing the Tianqian ruins was merely a matter of dominance. Thus, he vanquished every ghost that appeared before him. Claiming their soul crystals as rewards, 3 days may not seem long, yet it was sufficient for Chen Lai to become thoroughly acquainted with the Lingquan sect disciples he had compelled to accompany him. Initially, they may have harbored some reluctance, having been drawn into this perilous expedition by Chen Lai's formidable presence. However, that sentiment had swiftly transformed into boundless excitement and joy. Why did their emotions shift so rapidly? Simply put, it was an exhilarating experience to follow the ancestor. To illustrate the distinction, one could compare it to the earlier adventures of Li Muling and her companions guiding Yi Tian. Before entering the Tianqian ruins, they were targeted by nefarious mercenaries, and once inside, they were relentlessly pursued by powerful ghosts. This entire ordeal could be summarized in one phrase: perpetually under siege. For the disciples of the Lingquan sect, this sentiment was vividly manifested. Their lives had been fraught with hardship ever since they encountered the destined protagonist, Etion. They had never known a peaceful night asleep, with their lives hanging by a thread. Ultimately, most met unfortunate ends, save for the destined heroine, Li Mu Ling. Now, however, serving as guides for Qianlai, they were experiencing an entirely different reality. They no longer needed to engage in life-and-death battles. With a mere wave of the ancestor's hand, all ghosts within hundreds of miles were obliterated. They had never anticipated feeling such a profound sense of security within the ominous Tianqian ruins. And the most delightful aspect, the ancestor treated them generously, not wielding his overwhelming power to subjugate them but rather bestowing upon them the soul crystals after vanquishing countless ghosts. In just 3 days, the disciples of the Lingquan sect had significantly increased their cultivation through refining the soul crystals. Can one blame them for feeling elated? Can one fault them for harboring fondness and gratitude towards Qianlai? Although their acquaintance had been brief, the disciples of the Lingquan sect were beginning to regard him with the reverence one might reserve for a father figure. Today, clad in a striking red dress and sporting a high ponytail, Li Mu Ling remained as enchanting and graceful as ever. Prior to entering the Tianqian ruins, her cultivation stood at the 9th level of the spirit pill realm. Yet, through the refinement of soul crystals over the past 3 days, she had ascended to the pinnacle of the spirit pill realm, mere steps away from the spirit infant realm. Her innate talent for cultivation was exceptional. Under normal circumstances, it would take her 1 to 2 years to reach such heights. But now, achieving such a breakthrough in just 3 days was no small feat. Whose merit was this, if not the ancestors? Thus, filled with immense gratitude, much like her fellow disciples, Li Mu Ling regarded Qianlai with deep appreciation. Over the course of 3 days, she had consumed 2 soul crystals from spirit infant realm ghosts, resulting in her rapid advancement. Although she could not take them with her, their worth was undeniable. Hiring a powerful spirit infant to hunt such ghosts would cost at least several 100,000 spirit stones. By consuming 2, she had, in a sense, received a boon valued at hundreds of thousands of spirit stones from the ancestor. Such is the situation. Li Mu Ling finds herself at a loss on how to repay Qianlai's kindness. In this moment, witnessing Qianlai bestow upon her a crystal of a ghostly essence, perfected to the pinnacle of the spirit infant realm, how could she possibly accept it without feeling a sense of shame? Ancestor, one should not receive rewards without merit. I truly feel unworthy to take the soul crystal you have obtained. In the past 3 days, you have already gifted me 2 soul crystals of the spirit infant realm. And for such generosity, I am utterly at a loss on how to express my gratitude to you, ancestor. The original text describes Li Mu Ling's character as being bold and possessing a strong sense of justice. She is indeed a straightforward girl, never exhibiting any signs of being coy, yet now, before him, she bites her lip in a manner that reveals an unprecedented vulnerability, leaving Qianlai momentarily astonished. Has he given too much? To the point of overwhelming this naturally generous and forthright destined protagonist? After a brief smile, Qianlai spoke directly. No matter. You ought to understand that at my current level, soul crystals of the spirit infant realm have long since lost their utility for me. Furthermore, these items cannot be taken outside. If I do not provide them for you to absorb, would it not be a waste? However, while acknowledging the wisdom in Qianlai's words, she still feels as if she is unjustly benefiting from his generosity. Noticing Li Mu Ling's continued biting of her lip, as if she wished to express something, before she could utter a word, Qianlai gently reached out and stroked her head. Did I not mention before? I have an old connection with your sect leader. You are considered my juniors, so let this be a favor I grant in light of your sect leader's past kindness. There is no need for you to feel embarrassed. Mu Ling, your cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the spirit pill realm. Refining this soul crystal should allow you to successfully break through to the spirit infant realm. I am in a hurry to venture deeper into the forbidden zone. So do not delay. Hurry and refine this soul crystal, and then we shall continue our journey. If Qianlai's system could discern levels of affection, it would undoubtedly reveal that Li Mu Ling's admiration for him had reached an extraordinary peak. Of course, this affection does not pertain to romantic love, but rather the respect and admiration of a junior for a senior. Nonetheless, it matters little. Even if Li Mu Ling currently feels only gratitude towards him as an elder, Chen Lai possesses the means to swiftly transform her sentiments. Observing his senior sister hesitating, a young female cultivator could no longer restrain herself and approached her. Senior sister, ancestor has treated you so well. What are you hesitating for? The soul crystal cannot be taken outside. If you do not consume it, would it not simply go to waste? Should you not promptly express your gratitude to the ancestor? Once you have elevated your cultivation in the future, you can find ways to repay the ancestor. The speaker was Yun Na, Li Muling's younger junior sister, the only other female disciple of the Lingquan sect besides Li Muling. She was quite attractive, rated around 85 points, but when compared to Li Muling, she fell short. Nevertheless, this girl had a pleasant disposition, and in recent days, Chunlai had gifted her several soul crystals as well, leading her to harbor feelings of gratitude and admiration for him, just like her fellow disciples. Seeing that even her junior sister urged her to quickly refine the soul crystal, Li Muling found herself at a loss for words. As she continued to bite her lip, a thought seemed to strike her. Gripping the soul crystal, she knelt before Chunlai. "Thank you, ancestor, for bestowing upon Linger this soul crystal. Your great kindness over these past few days leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. Should you ever have need of me, I, Li Muling, shall not hesitate to plunge into fire and water for your sake." Chapter 70. Without a hitch, how could I have this opportunity? Li Muling was genuinely grateful to Chunlai. Hence her heartfelt vow at this moment. Yet, the ancestor's unparalleled power and esteemed status left her doubting whether she would ever truly be able to repay him. She had little confidence in this regard, as the disparity between them was indeed vast. As the supreme ancestor of the Wuji sect, would he truly require the assistance of a mere spirit pill realm cultivator? Such a notion would only serve to make her a laughingstock. Yet, at this juncture, aside from making such a promise, she had no other means to express her gratitude to the ancestor. Of course, there was one thing Li Muling could not yet conceive, that she indeed possessed a way to repay Chunlai. And not only could she repay him well, but the speed at which she could do so was remarkably swift. Time flew, and 2 days later, within a certain temple of the Tiansuan ruins, Li Muling's junior sister Yun Na rushed in urgently. "Ancestor, senior sister has encountered a predicament. I implore you, ancestor, please help save her." Guided by this young sister, Chunlai soon arrived in a chamber of the temple, where he found the previously spirited Li Muling now lying on a bed, her complexion flushed, trapped in a state of unconsciousness. At last, it has arrived. The reason for Li Muling's condition was clear to Chunlai, though he chose to remain discreet at that moment and merely inquired, "What has Linger done today to end up like this?" Perhaps startled by the sudden circumstances, Yun Na was at a loss for how to explain to Chunlai. Instead, a male disciple of the Lingquan sect hurriedly recounted the events. "Ancestor, were we not supposed to rest here in this temple tonight and continue our journey tomorrow? We noticed that the scale of this temple ruin was quite large, resembling that of a grand sect, so we decided to explore it in hopes of discovering some treasures. In the innermost part of the ruin, we found a red orb. Judging by its placement, senior sister believed it to be a precious item and picked it up for closer inspection. However, as soon as she touched the orb, a surge of red mist engulfed her, and thereafter, she fell into her current state." With that, the male disciple produced a box. "Ancestor, this is the orb." Chunlai glanced at the orb and remarked coolly, "You all possess quite the courage, daring to casually meddle with items within the Tiansuan ruins. Did I not specifically caution you before entering this temple that it was not to be trifled with, and that the items inside should not be disturbed lightly? We were merely resting here for one night before departing. Why did you not heed my words? Did the ancestor mention such a thing before entering?" The Lingquan sect disciples present were momentarily taken aback, but the very next moment, they dismissed this as irrelevant, their concern for Li Muling's safety taking precedence. Young sister Yun Na quickly spoke up, "Ancestor, we were in the wrong. We should not have disturbed the items within this temple. What has happened to senior sister? Why did merely touching this orb lead to such a state?" Seeing the anxiety and restlessness among them, Chunlai decided to be direct, explaining the origin of the red orb. "If I am not mistaken, this red orb should be the wind dust pearl recorded in ancient texts. During the era of the Tiansuan Empire, The Wind Dust sect was a demonic sect known for enhancing their cultivation through dual cultivation methods. It is said that the Wind Dust sect possesses a treasure named the Wind Dust Pearl, which, when activated through a special secret method, can bewitch the minds of female cultivators, causing them to willingly offer their entire cultivation to the practitioner during the dual cultivation process, thus maximizing the benefits for the practitioner. If I am correct, your senior sister has been ensnared by this item. The appearance of such an object suggests that this temple is indeed the demonic sect recorded in ancient texts. The Wind Dust sect. What? Senior sister's current state is a result of being ensnared by a treasure of a demonic sect. This only heightened the urgency for Yun Na and the others, ancestor. Is there a way to resolve this matter? Naturally, there is a solution, yet, Chunlai paused, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead instructed. The Wind Dust Pearl has always been cultivated using the purine energy of innocent maidens as offerings. To completely eliminate its negative effects is a troublesome task, and I cannot guarantee success. I can only say that I will attempt it. You all should leave for now. I will see if I can awaken Linger from her stupor. Chunlai had spoken to such an extent that the individuals present naturally had no objections. After Yun Na and the others departed, in the next moment, Chunlai directly invoked a spell, completely sealing off the room. Subsequently, he placed one hand upon Li Mu Ling's forehead, allowing a thread of energy to permeate through his palm into her mind. Perhaps it was due to the nourishing power of Chen Lai that Li Mu Ling gradually awakened from her state of unconsciousness. Her eyes fluttering open. Ancestor, what is happening to me? Though she was conscious, Li Mu Ling's face remained flushed, and upon noticing her slight return to awareness, Chunlai let out a cold snort. How dare you touch the Wind Dust Pearl? A vile and wicked item? The Wind Dust Pearl? A hint of confusion passed through Li Mu Ling's beautiful eyes, but she quickly realized that the ancestor was referring to the red orb. I am sorry, ancestor. I did not intend to touch anything here, but, at this point, Li Mu Ling found herself at a loss for words. What could she say that wouldn't imply intent? Hadn't she touched the items here in search of valuable treasures to bolster her sex strength? Thus, in the end, she could only murmur, it was wrong of Linger to indiscriminately touch things here. Please punish me, ancestor. The matter was no longer one of punishment. Linger, do you not realize that your body and spirit have already been eroded by the Wind Dust Pearl? Do you not feel an overwhelming discomfort? Discomfort? Indeed, she felt an intense sensation of unease, as if a fire were raging within her being. The momentary clarity she had regained seemed on the verge of being extinguished once more. Not understanding her condition, she mustered the strength to ask softly, Ancestor, what is happening to me? Is the erosion from the Wind Dust Pearl serious? Chapter 71. Li Mu Ling. How could the situation be anything less than grave? The Wind Dust Pearl is a secret treasure utilized exclusively by practitioners of dark arts for their insidious purposes. Once tainted by it, one finds oneself engulfed in a state of insatiable desire. I have only managed to forcefully awaken a sliver of your consciousness through my considerable cultivation, yet soon, the boundless flames of desire will consume your spirit anew, if we do not find a remedy. You risk succumbing to madness and becoming a vessel for the Wind Dust Pearl. Now, you must grasp the severity of the situation. Chunlai had elucidated the matter with such clarity that if Li Mu Ling still failed to comprehend its gravity, she ought to abandon her aspirations in the realm of cultivation altogether. Thus, in this moment of realization, her heart swelled with bitterness. Why had a mere pearl she had carelessly touched turned out to be a tool of dark sorcery? Faced with such a predicament, Li Mu Ling found herself at a loss for words. Was this truly a stroke of good fortune or misfortune? Regrettably, there was one thing Li Mu Ling would never have anticipated. Her encounter with the Wind Dust Pearl was no mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate arrangement. The Wind Dust sect is situated within an area extending 800,000 miles from the ruins of Tianjin, perilously close to a forbidden zone. In the original narrative, the destined protagonist Yi Tian and Li Mu Ling were pursued by a ghost of the 8th level of the nascent soul realm, and in their desperate flight, they inadvertently stumbled upon the remnants of the Wind Dust sect. It was not Li Mu Ling who sought the Wind Dust Pearl. Rather, it appeared as if the pearl had sought her out. As one of the fated heroines, Li Mu Ling possessed an extraordinarily unique constitution known as the celestial spirit body. While it may not confer significant advantages in combat, those with such a physique exhibit an astonishingly rapid cultivation speed. To describe it, the celestial spirit body is a manifestation of heaven's favor, allowing its bearer to absorb spiritual energy from the universe at a pace surpassing that of others of similar caliber. Yet, this remarkable attribute comes with a drawback. Not only does it attract spiritual energy, but it also easily draws the attention of malevolent spirits. The practitioners of the wind dust sect utilize the pure energy of innocent maidens to cultivate the wind dust pearl. Having harmed countless women in the process, this treasure is steeped in the resentment of those countless victims. It is not an aphrodisiac, so how could it incite such insatiable desires? Li Mu Ling's current predicament is essentially the result of the resentment clinging to this wicked artifact. The moment one steps into the realm of the wind dust pearl, its lingering malice is drawn to the celestial spirit body, automatically seeking out Li Mu Ling. This serves to rationalize why others remain unscathed while she alone falls victim. With Chun Lai's understanding of the original tale, it could have been avoided entirely, simply bypass the wind dust sect. Yet, returning to the crux of the matter, why would he? What enjoyment would there be in employing any means to ensure that the fated heroine willingly lay in his embrace? The admonition against carelessly touching items here was a sentiment he had never expressed. Even if she refrained from touching anything, her unique constitution would have led her to fall prey regardless. It must be said that many protagonists in such exhilarating tales possess a rather lackluster masculinity. To resolve the affliction plaguing Li Mu Ling, there are two viable methods. One is through dual cultivation, which would alleviate the resentment by breaking her physical state, and the other is through medicinal remedies. Tian opted for the latter, for where there is poison, there must be an antidote. Within the treasure vault of the wind dust sect lies a concoction specifically designed to dispel the influence of resentment. By a stroke of fortune, Tian stumbled upon this place and, under the guidance of Yin Ji, discerned the antidote among countless elixirs, ultimately curing Li Mu Ling. A model of virtuous conduct indeed. And in return, Tian received a heartfelt, "Thank you, young Master Yi." Chun Lai was well aware of the location of the treasure vault. For him, it was a place he had no intention of visiting. Why should he extend gratitude? What he sought was to possess Li Mu Ling today. Why should he offer the soul crystal he had obtained to her? Did he truly appear to be a benevolent stranger? His intent was merely to enhance the strength of his own beloved. In truth, there existed a third method to resolve the predicament faced by Li Mu Ling, which was to directly suppress the resentment with his profound cultivation. A mere flick of his hand could easily obliterate such a minor grievance. Yet, he had no intention of employing the second method, let alone the third. At this moment, Li Mu Ling had transformed in his eyes into a delectable treat to be savored. Perhaps due to the torment of desire, Li Mu Ling found it increasingly difficult to breathe and, mustering her strength, began to inquire of Chun Lai, "Ancestor, I do not wish to succumb to the flames of desire and become a furnace. Is there a way to resolve this?" "There is indeed a solution." At this moment, Chun Lai ceased to beat around the bush. "There is only one way, and that is through dual cultivation. I possess a secret technique that can dispel this resentment, but doing so would compromise your purity as a woman." What do you mean? Dual cultivation? Stunned, Li Mu Ling was utterly taken aback by Chun Lai's response. She had never imagined that the only solution to her predicament would involve dual cultivation. On the verge of tears, she lamented her reckless choice to touch that cursed wind dust pearl. Having never even experienced love, where would she find a partner for such an endeavor? Perhaps overwhelmed by embarrassment, her clarity of mind surged beyond what it had been moments before. Her fair, delicate visage flushed crimson, nearly as if it might bleed. Naturally, she was a spirited and open-hearted individual, yet standing before an elder discussing matters of dual cultivation was enough to make any girl feel shy. "Ancestor, is there truly no other way?" "There is none. With my cultivation, I could temporarily suppress it, but not for long. You would soon revert to this state. Without a partner, it is undoubtedly impossible to find someone to cultivate together, even in her distress." Li Muling never considered asking Chun-Lai for assistance. After all, Chun-Lai had helped her so much and treated her with such kindness. In her heart, Li Muling sincerely regarded Chun-Lai as an esteemed elder. Given the circumstances, she could only implore the ancestor to utilize their profound cultivation to help her suppress the raging desire within her. With the last shred of clarity, Li Muling quickly made a decision in her heart. She would ask the ancestor to assist her in suppressing these. Initially, Li Muling intended to request Chun-Lai's help in restraining these feelings, but before she could finish her sentence, Chun-Lai suddenly grasped her delicate hands. Given the urgency of the situation, there is no other choice. I understand your feelings, Linger. Allow me to use the secret method of dual cultivation to help you resolve this issue once and for all, Li Muling. Chapter 72. With a maiden, captured on the spot, O ancestor. That is not what I meant. I merely, in her flustered state, Li Muling desperately attempted to explain herself to Chun-Lai. However, before she could complete her thoughts, Chun-Lai had already drawn her into his embrace. Their lips meeting. At that moment, everything Li Muling wished to say was forcefully silenced by Chun-Lai's assertive actions. Not only was Chun-Lai's cultivation formidable, but he was also adept at understanding others' feelings. As they held each other closely, one hand swiftly transformed Li Muling into a little lamb. Given that matters had escalated to this extent, was there any need to elaborate on the subsequent outcomes? After more than an hour had passed and the storm had finally ceased, Li Muling, draped in a thin blanket, bore a complexion so flushed it seemed as though she might bleed. It must be said that Chun-Lai was indeed a man of decisive action. Why had he so swiftly taken advantage of Li Muling, the destined female protagonist? In truth, there was much contemplation behind Chun-Lai's actions. It was a simple truth. Do not assume everyone is a fool. Perhaps in the original narrative, certain destined female protagonists might act foolishly in the presence of Yi Tian, but one must remember that Yi Tian was the destined protagonist. As for Chun-Lai, he was merely a villainous ancestor, and he would never naively believe that such foolishness would occur in his presence. Thus, when capturing these destined female protagonists, not only must his methods be resolute, but a certain degree of strategy must also be employed. Under normal circumstances, if an ancestor suddenly engaged in relations with a destined female protagonist, she would undoubtedly harbor suspicions regarding whether it was all part of the ancestor's scheme. Therefore, Chun-Lai had never acted particularly conspicuously. He had simply stumbled upon the old site of the Fengchen sect by chance. The Fengchen pearl had been touched by her own volition, and whatever issues arose could not be attributed to him. Could they? As for possessing her through forceful means, that was solely to save her. Did she truly think that his previously bestowed valuable soul crystals were given without reason, by greatly enhancing their rapport? He aimed to dispel any doubts lingering in Li Muling's heart at this moment. The outcome proved that Chun-Lai's strategy was, indeed, remarkably effective. Why had such an occurrence transpired? Why had something so absurd happened to her? How had she so inexplicably lost her virtue? Moreover, the one she lost it to was an ancestor. Her emotions were complex, a whirlwind of feelings coursing through her. Yet, even at this moment, Li Muling, having regained her composure, did not question whether this was an ancestor's scheme. What plagued her instead was how to face Chun-Lai and her fellow disciples waiting outside. Wrapped in a thin blanket, her face as crimson as if about to bleed. Li Muling curled up, nearly burying her head in her knees. Chun-Lai immediately began his next phase of persuasion. Linger, the situation was urgent, and I resorted to this course of action to save you. I hope you do not hold it against me. Chun-Lai's assessment was accurate. Even though he had raised Li Muling's favorability to a considerable extent, she only harbored respect for him. The disparity in their statuses was too vast. She could only regard the ancestor as an elder and could not entertain thoughts of anything beyond that. However, once the two had crossed that final threshold, her feelings had undeniably shifted. Her emotions were intricate, yet there was no resentment, only uncertainty about how to face Chun-Lai. At that moment, hearing Chun-Lai's words and seeing his expression filled with guilt, it took Li Muling a long while before she gently bit her lip and spoke a few words. O ancestor. It was to save me that you resorted to this. Linger understands and will not blame you. Ancestor. Let us consider today's events as an unfortunate accident. It is imperative that my fellow disciples remain unaware of this. So may I implore you to help me keep this matter concealed. Conceal? Conceal what? The next moment, Chunlai smiled slightly and replied, Linger, do you perceive me as an irresponsible man? Irresponsible? What do you mean? Li Muling's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Chunlai, confusion apparent on her face. At this moment, Chunlai did not mince words. He drew her closer, whispering in her ear. Now that this has occurred, it is irreversible. However, I will certainly take responsibility. Since Linger has lost her virtue to me, I shall no longer regard you as merely a junior. I believe that in your heart, you do not harbor any aversion toward me, therefore, I wish to marry you. Would you consent to become my wife? What? The ancestor actually wishes for me to marry him. Upon hearing Chunlai's words, Li Muling was momentarily stunned. However, in the next second, she stammered, that this is impossible, ancestor. I am merely a junior. Before Li Muling could finish her sentence, Chunlai once again silenced her with a kiss. At this moment, he pressed his lips against hers once more, saying, What does that matter? Do you look down upon me? No, ancestor. I only... Struggling to speak, Li Muling seemed to wish to convey something further, but unexpectedly, Chunlai swiftly embraced her again. Do not concern yourself with other matters. Even if outsiders fail to understand, what does it matter? From now on, I shall shield you from all storms and ensure you never endure such a pitiable existence again. Ding, congratulations. You have received the reward, affinity with the heavenly Tao. In the blink of an eye, the second day arrived. Through a somewhat forceful courtship and the blossoming of their relationship, Chunlai ultimately secured Li Muling's heart. Indeed, engaging in intimacy was the quickest route to transforming feelings. The previous day, amidst their joy, Chunlai had once more asked Li Muling if she would marry him. Regardless of the complex emotions she experienced at that moment, she ultimately responded with a shy affirmation, thus allowing Chunlai to fully possess her. Chapter 73. Upon awakening, the senior sister is already engaged. After a brief moment, Chunlai emerged from the room with Li Muling, who had changed back into her clothes. As they stepped into the outer hall of the Fengchen sect's old site, Li Muling's fellow disciples eagerly surrounded them. Senior sister, are you feeling better now? Have you fully recovered? It is all my fault. I should not have suggested searching for treasures here. I am truly sorry, senior sister. If it weren't for our impulsiveness, you would not have been harmed by that cursed demonic artifact. Although the Lingquan sect had fallen into decline, with Li Muling at the helm, the atmosphere within the sect remained harmonious, and her fellow disciples shared a strong bond. Yesterday, when the senior sister inadvertently fell victim, their concern was entirely understandable. Some inquired about her health, while others expressed remorse over their decision to treasure hunt here. Seeing her fellow disciples so concerned for her well-being touched Li Muling's heart. However, just as she prepared to reassure them that she had fully recovered, it seemed that something felt amiss. The young disciple Yunna suddenly exclaimed, Senior sister, why do I feel like something is a bit off about you today? Huh? Off? What do you mean? Li Muling felt a tightening in her heart. Could it be that the little junior sister had discovered something? The next moment, Yunna spoke up. I don't know why, but it just feels like after the events of yesterday, the senior sister seems even more beautiful and graceful today. At that moment, observant individuals had already noticed that Li Muling, who usually favored a high ponytail, had unexpectedly styled her long, dark hair into an exquisite casual bun today. Due to her innocence, the little junior sister was unaware that this transformation in Li Muling was simply the normal transition from girlhood to womanhood. Just as Li Muling felt an overwhelming nervousness and was unsure how to respond to this remark, Chunlai stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. From today onward, Linger shall be my cherished concubine. Suddenly embraced by Chunlai, Li Muling's body instinctively trembled slightly. However, the situation had escalated to this point, and the elder had previously mentioned there was no need to hide anything. How could she oppose it now? After that brief shudder, Li Muling bit her lip and refrained from any further movements, choosing instead to lean gently against Chunlai, surrendering her delicate waist entirely to his embrace. Upon hearing Chunlai's declaration and witnessing the senior sister being tenderly held by the elder, the disciples of Lingquan sect were left utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? How had the senior sister become the elder's concubine? What had transpired last night? In their confusion, the little junior sister Yun-na instinctively inquired. A senior sister. What does this mean with the elder? Perhaps due to her overwhelming embarrassment, Li Muling was at a loss for words regarding the events of the previous night. Before she could gather her thoughts, Chun-Li took the initiative to explain succinctly. Last night, in an effort to completely eradicate the issues within Linger, I inadvertently made physical contact with her while employing my techniques. As a responsible man, I could not bear to tarnish her purity and thus decided to take her as my concubine. Though it was merely a few casually spoken sentences, they were sufficient for the others to deduce what had transpired the previous night. The unexpected turn of events regarding the senior sister left the disciples of Lingquan's sect at a loss for how to react. Regardless of their thoughts, the situation had progressed to this point and could not be altered. Biting her lip, seemingly lost in thought, the little junior sister couldn't help but murmur, "So, can I still call you senior sister?" Yesterday she was everyone's senior sister, and today she had transformed into the elder's cherished concubine. Observing her junior brothers and sisters struggling to face her, Li Muling felt profoundly shy. She cherished these disciples and did not wish for this incident to affect their bond. Thus, upon hearing the little junior sister's words, Li Muling lowered her head and softly replied, No matter what I have become, as long as you are willing to call me senior sister, I will always be your senior sister." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. After accepting Li Muling, Chun-Li and his group finally arrived at the core area of the former Tianqian Empire after 2 days of travel. Was this truly the capital of the Tianqian Empire? It was indeed magnificent. A male disciple of Lingquan's sect gazed in awe at the walls of the imperial capital, and Li Muling softly responded. Before the Tianqian Empire became a forbidden ground, it once ruled over the entire Qingming prefecture. Thus, it is not surprising that the capital is so grand and imposing. After saying this, Li Muling seemed to recall something and couldn't help but glance at Chun-Li. "My lord, are you seeking something in the imperial capital? If so, allow me to accompany you inside." According to their prior agreement, Li Muling and the others were only responsible for guiding him to the gates of the Tianqian Empire's capital. After all, crossing through those gates would mean stepping into the very heart of the forbidden ground, where personal safety could not be guaranteed. However, the situation had drastically changed. Previously, Chun-Li had merely been a client hiring her as a guide. But now, he had become her man. Even if the forbidden ground was perilous, Li Muling wished to accompany Chun-Li inside. Although her strength was limited, she believed that every additional person contributed to their strength, didn't it? Chun-Li had not only helped her improve her cultivation, but had also saved her life. She was more than willing to face danger alongside him. Before Chun-Li could respond to Li Muling's words, the little junior sister Yun-Na interjected anxiously. "Senior sister, you want to accompany the elder inside. That won't do. Crossing through the city gates means entering the innermost area of the forbidden ground. It is extremely dangerous. What if we encounter peril?" Chapter 74. Invincible Stance, Sweeping Through the Forbidden Zone. Yun-Na's words stemmed from her concern for the senior sister's safety, but Li Muling had already made up her mind. "It's all right. Little junior sister, I have married my husband. It is precisely because of the danger that I should face it alongside him. As for you all, there is no need to venture into the core area of the forbidden ground. Perhaps you should wait for us outside. If we do not return within 7 days, it would indicate that something unfortunate has befallen us, and at that point, you should leave this place. What do you think?" Having said this, before her junior brothers and sisters could respond, Li Muling sought Chun-Li's opinion. "My lord, do you think my arrangement is acceptable?" Truly, she was deserving of being the destined female lead in the original story, as such a willingness to accompany him into danger was rare to find. Chun-Li, understanding Li Muling's intentions, smiled gently before responding. "No worries. In fact, there is no need to keep anyone waiting outside. Linger, you and your junior brothers and sisters can accompany me inside." Upon hearing that Chun-Li wanted to bring her junior brothers and sisters along, Li Muling instinctively attempted to voice her concerns. But before she could speak, Chun-Li playfully pinched her delicate face. "What, do you not trust your husband's unmatched prowess? Do you think I cannot protect your junior brothers and sisters? No, my lord. Linger did not mean that. It's just, Just Li Muling stammered, trying to clarify that was not her intention, but before she could finish her sentence, her junior brothers and sisters chimed in. Senior sister, the elder is right. Let us accompany you and the elder inside. Although our cultivation is lacking, having more people might provide some support. Senior sister, with the elder's extraordinary strength, you need not worry about us. Furthermore, when we decided to become mercenaries, we agreed to face any danger together. Seeing the unwavering determination in her junior brothers and sisters' eyes, Li Muling found herself at a loss for words. The little junior sister Yun Na, fearing her disapproval, couldn't help but tease Chenlai. Elder, if we really encounter danger in the forbidden ground, you won't only look after the senior sister and neglect us, will you? Hearing this, Chenlai couldn't help but chuckle. Is that how you perceive me? Absolutely not. If even the senior sister has come to like the elder, I know he must be a good man. Yun Na, seemingly recalling something, added with a grin. Senior sister marrying the elder is truly a stroke of luck. Who would have thought we would benefit as well? Elder, with this relationship, we, the seemingly insignificant disciples of Lingquan sect, will be able to walk boldly through the cultivation world. Understanding that they were merely joking, Chenlai couldn't help but laugh. Boldly walk? Do you think you are a crab? However, there is a saying that holds some truth. For the sake of Linger's reputation, I shall lend my assistance in your future endeavors. Moreover, within this forbidden land, rest assured, Linger, your concerns shall not come to pass. With your husband by your side, I shall ensure that all of you are returned safely, none shall be left behind. Initially, I hesitated to allow my junior disciples to enter, wishing to preserve the legacy of Lingquan's sect, but now, witnessing everyone's resolve and the words of our ancestor, what is there left to ponder? With this thought, a radiant smile blossomed on Li Muling's exquisitely delicate face. If that is the case, let us proceed together. Oh yes, thank you, senior sister, for your kindness. While I may not be of much help in other matters, serving tea and performing menial tasks for you and our ancestor is certainly within my capabilities. The imperial capital of the Tianqian Empire truly deserves its reputation as the heart of the Forbidden Land. Just as Chenlai entered the city with his newly acquired wife and her fellow disciples, they were beset by over a dozen heedless specters in the spirit infant realm, eager to devour their flesh and blood. Having attained the 7th level of the heavenly origin realm, and possessing the formidable great chaos yin-yang sacred body and supreme bone, Chenlai's combat prowess was already unmatched in the heavenly origin realm. Even practitioners of the celestial wheel realm above him could only engage him in a contest. Thus, vanquishing a few spirit infant specters was mere child's play. With a single swipe of his hand, he reduced them to dust, having decisively slain countless spirit infant specters, and even overpowering a dozen heavenly origin specters encountered along the way with his invincible might. Within less than a day, Chenlai traversed a significant portion of the imperial capital, arriving at the very core of the Forbidden Land. The Imperial Palace. Who dares to intrude upon the Imperial Palace and disturb my rest? Perhaps it was due to the commotion caused by Chenlai's relentless onslaught that an invincible being, slumbering deep within the palace, began to awaken. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted, locking onto all intruders. This awakened being was none other than the legendary last emperor of the Tianqian Empire, Emperor Fu Qiong, whose cultivation had reached the threshold of the celestial wheel realm, making him the sovereign of this forbidden zone. Due to his overwhelming power, even after being eroded by endless death energy, he retained a semblance of consciousness. Not only did Emperor Fu Qiong detect traces of Chenlai's actions, but the moment he awoke, Chenlai too discerned his presence. In an instant, Chenlai appeared before Emperor Fu Qiong, observing his half-human, half-ghostly state, and could not help but exclaim. In the heyday of the Tianqian Empire, who could have foreseen that the illustrious Fu Qiong, coveted by countless subjects, would end up in such a wretched state? Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, and fate can be cruel. Chapter 75. The deal with Emperor Fu Qiong confronted by the sudden appearance of Chenlai. The withered visage of Emperor Fu Qiong revealed little emotion, though a flicker of gravity and surprise could be seen in his eyes. Perhaps he sensed the extraordinary nature of Chenlai's cultivation. Could he be a possessor of a sacred body? It has been many years since I have encountered such a gifted prodigy. Yet, being a man of great experience in life, Emperor Fu Qiong quickly reined in his emotions and regarded Qin Lai with a calm demeanor. Inquiring, "Who are you, and why have you intruded upon my inner sanctum?" In response to Emperor Fu Qiong's question, Qin Lai replied nonchalantly, "To outsiders, my name is but a fleeting whisper. However, I may divulge my purpose for being here. Theo, be candid. I have come in search of the Qinkuan Pearl." This revelation did not exceed Emperor Fu Qiong's expectations. During his countless years of dwelling here, he had encountered numerous individuals who coveted the Qinkuan Pearl. After all, within the remnants of the Tianqian Empire, only the Qinkuan Pearl holds such allure for powerful beings on the verge of transformation. After a moment of silence, Emperor Fu Qiong spoke. "The Qinkuan Pearl is indeed in my possession. If you wish for me to part with it, there is a condition. You must assist me with a task." Before Emperor Fu Qiong could finish his sentence, Qin Lai interjected. "If I am not mistaken, you seek my aid to jointly break the Qinkuan Great Array." Upon hearing Qin Lai's words, Emperor Fu Qiong was genuinely taken aback. "How did you come to know my thoughts?" "That is simply because I have read the original text. In the original narrative, the fated protagonist endured countless trials to ultimately find himself before Emperor Fu Qiong, who stated, 'I can grant you the Qinkuan Pearl, but in return, you must help me dismantle the Qinkuan Great Array.' However, there is no need to share details of the original text with Emperor Fu Qiong, for he would not comprehend it." Thus, observing the astonishment on Emperor Fu Qiong's face, Qin Lai refrained from elaborating further, merely stating, "Although the Tianqian Empire has long since fallen, some of your experiences have indeed been passed down in tales. When the Qinkuan Great Array was activated, and the endless death energy surged forth from its core, you realized something was amiss. You attempted to seize control of the Great Array, but ultimately failed, leading you to seek my assistance in dismantling it. Am I correct? Your desire to have me dismantle the Great Array is because only the living can interact with its core, and you wish to reclaim Su Xiangshue's remains. Do you not?" Years ago, to revive Su Xiangxue, Emperor Fu Qiong spared no effort in employing a wandering Taoist to establish the Qinkuan Great Array within the capital. However, upon its activation, when it became clear that the energy emanating was not life-giving but rather endless death, Emperor Fu Qiong realized he had been deceived. Enraged, he rushed into the array, attempting to wrest control, only to find that the Taoist's cultivation was not inferior to his own. With equal cultivation and the advantage of the array's control, the Taoist ultimately expelled Emperor Fu Qiong from the formation. Of course, despite being an unparalleled genius, Emperor Fu Qiong did not leave empty-handed. In the final moments before expulsion, he managed to seize the Qinkuan Pearl from the heart of the array. Alas, reclaiming the Qinkuan Pearl proved of little consequence, for Su Xiangshue's beloved remains remained ensnared within the array. His desire to dismantle the Qinkuan Great Array was solely to retrieve her body. Yet it seems this outsider possesses considerable knowledge of the Tianqian Empire. As he has discerned my thoughts, Emperor Fu Qiong decided to abandon his reticence. "You speak truly. I do wish to dismantle the Qinkuan Great Array and reclaim Xuere's body." Perhaps it was the sorrow of reminiscing that caused his expression to twist into one of rage. That wretched Luo Chengfeng. I believed I treated him well, yet he dared to mock me so. Not only did he fail to fulfill his promise to save Xuer, but he has reduced me and my empire to this ghastly state. Should I ever capture him, I shall ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. To assuage my heart's resentment, however, as Luo Chengfeng is the architect of the Qinkuan Great Array, he had the upper hand. Even with my invincible cultivation, I ultimately could not reclaim control of the array. To prevent my resurgence, he fortified the array with protective measures, and now, as a spectral being, I am utterly unable to approach it. Only the living can delve into the core of the array and dismantle it. Upon concluding his statement, Emperor Fu Qiong directly spoke. "Luo Chengfeng, like myself, possesses the cultivation of a half-step heavenly wheel. Under normal circumstances, breaching the grand formation beneath his watchful gaze would not be a trivial endeavor. One must wait for the night of the full moon, when Luo Chengfeng is in seclusion, to have the opportunity to stealthily infiltrate. However, if it is you, I trust that you need not go to such lengths to deliberately await the full moon." You need not worry about my fickleness. I can solemnly vow by my true fate that should you assist me in breaking this grand formation, allowing me to reclaim Schwerer's remains, I shall bestow upon you this Qinkuan pearl. Luo Qingfeng, too, is a master of this forbidden zone, possessing cultivation equal to Emperor Fuqiong's, both being half-step heavenly will cultivators. If an outsider lacks sufficient power, it would be nearly impossible to breach the grand formation under Luo Qingfeng's vigilant gaze. One must wait until the full moon night during his seclusion to have a chance of slipping in unnoticed. It must be said that Emperor Fuqiong has a discerning eye. In the original tale, Yi Tian is but a minor character, forced to bide his time until the full moon to take action. In contrast, Qin Lai, with his unmatched cultivation, need not wait for any moonlit night. Thus, after a slight smile, Qin Lai boldly proclaimed, "So, if I dismantle this grand formation, the emperor will indeed hand over the Qinkuan pearl to me? Very well, I accept this transaction." Chapter 76. The most beautiful woman of Listening Tower Ancient Kingdom having successfully negotiated the deal with Emperor Fuqiong, Qin Lai swiftly exited the imperial palace. He leisurely strolled down the main thoroughfare of the imperial capital. Li Muling hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Husband, do you truly intend to engage in this transaction with Emperor Fuqiong? Could there be any peril lurking behind this matter? Having been a mercenary for many years and witnessed much, Li Muling is not one to easily place her trust in others. From her perspective, Qin Lai seems to have insufficient understanding of Emperor Fuqiong, and hastily entering into a deal with him could potentially harbor hidden dangers. After all, even if he has transformed into a specter, he is still the legendary Emperor Fuqiong, renowned for hundreds of thousands of years. What if he employs some devious scheme? Understanding that Li Muling's caution stems from concern for his well-being, Qin Lai could not help but chuckle, gently pinching her tender cheek. "Is my dear worried that Emperor Fuqiong might conspire against me? There is no need for such concern. Have you not heard the saying? In the face of absolute power, all machinations are but paper tigers. Regardless of what intentions Emperor Fuqiong harbors, should he dare to act against me, it would merely add another soul to my collection." Li Muling seemed poised to say more, but in the next moment, she felt herself lifted as Qin Lai embraced her. "I know my dear is worried about me, but rest assured, I maintain that saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware that the oriole lurks behind. Yet, who will be the last to laugh remains uncertain. If you cannot trust Emperor Fuqiong, do you not have faith in my abilities?" At this point, Li Muling fully grasped Qin Lai's intentions. Indeed, she realized she had misjudged the situation. Regardless of cultivation levels, her husband is no novice in the realm of cultivation. He is the ancestral master of a great sect, having experienced far more than she has. If she feels unease, how could he not perceive something amiss? With this thought, Li Muling felt a weight lift from her heart and chose not to inquire further. If my husband has his own plans, then I shall refrain from asking more, and I beg your pardon for my prattling. What do you mean by prattling? Is my dear not merely expressing concern for me? Qin Lai replied playfully. Well, in light of your thoughtful intentions, I must reward you adequately. Reward? Before Li Muling could react, she felt her feet lift, her delicate chin being playfully tilted up, and mem. She had not anticipated that Qin Lai's reward would manifest in such a manner. Though the imperial capital was devoid of living souls, it was still in public, and how could her husband engage in such brazen displays of affection in broad daylight? After a brief moment of dazedness, an overwhelming sense of shyness surged within her, prompting her to instinctively struggle. Yet, could her sheep-like resistance prove effective? After futile attempts to escape his embrace, she found herself drawn even closer into Qin Lai's arms. How thrilling! How audacious! Is this indeed the manner of an ancestral master? Little did she expect, the ancestral master would take advantage of the senior sister in public. Witnessing this scene, the junior sister Yun Na felt her heart racing. Nearly overwhelmed by the sight, her nose almost bleeding from excitement. What are you staring at? The ancestral master dotes on the senior sister. Is this something you all can gawk at? Close your eyes at once. In her eagerness to shield her gaze, Yun Na did not forget to direct her fellow disciples to avert their eyes. In truth, she was overly concerned. Long before Qin Lai captured Li Muling's enticing lips, He had already sealed the vision of all the male onlookers present, rendering their sight a mere blur. As for Yun Na being a girl, it mattered little. She was not at a disadvantage. Was she? She considered that learning from this would not be amiss. After all, it would serve her well in marriage one day. The more Chenlai pondered, the more he felt his thoughtfulness was commendable. After exiting the imperial palace and walking several dozen miles eastward, they arrived at a majestic temple atop a mountain, known as Tianxing Palace. Indeed, this Tianxing Palace is the domain of another master of the Forbidden Zone, Luo Chengfeng, and it also serves as the very core of the Qinkuan Grand Formation. Here lies a grand altar, at the center of which rests a crystal coffin, quietly cradling its occupant. Truly, she is the legendary beauty of Listening Tower ancient kingdom from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Indeed, she possesses a beauty that can captivate even the illustrious Emperor Fuqiong, who has been enamored with her for eons. This Su Xiangxue undoubtedly has the allure to enchant the masses. The identity of the woman lying within the crystal coffin is unmistakable. There can be no other than Su Xiangxue herself, the only beauty capable of gracing the core of the Qinkuan Grand Formation. Standing before the crystal coffin, Chenlai meticulously examined Su Xiangxue's exquisite visage. He could not help but feel utterly entranced. To have ensnared the heart of Emperor Fuqiong speaks volumes of her captivating charm. Her skin, as smooth as jade, her willow-like brows gracefully arched, her features a masterpiece. Seemingly birthed from the very fabric of poetry and artistry, exuding an ethereal elegance. Even after so many years in repose, her beauty continues to ensnare all who behold her. Not too tall, approximately 1.6 meters by Chenlai's estimation, her proportions are nothing short of perfection, radiating an irresistible allure. Husband, is this truly the legendary beauty Su Xiangxue of Listening Tower ancient kingdom? Li Muling mused, having thought such tales mere folklore. Never anticipating that a woman could possess such breathtaking beauty. Seeing Su Xiangxue's enchanting visage, it was not only Chenlai who was captivated. Even Li Muling, standing beside him, momentarily fell under her spell. It is understandable, given that her beauty is rated at a staggering 96 points. Among all the women Chenlai has encountered, only the unveiled scion of the Jiang family could rival her in splendor. Chapter 77. Who is the Oriole? It remains uncertain. Chenlai naturally noticed the flicker of astonishment in Li Muling's eyes. Observing that even she was captivated, he smiled gently and remarked, "It is only natural. If she lacked charm, how could she have ensnared the heart of Emperor Fuqiong? However, my dear need not dwell too much on this. In my eyes, you are hardly inferior to her." Li Muling, possessing a sense of self-awareness, acknowledged that while she is celebrated as the most beautiful woman of Shenfeng City, there remains a considerable gap compared to Su Xiangxue. The latter's extraordinary aura lingers even after years of death, evoking a sense of wonder. This is the essence of Su Xiangxue's so-called icy skin and jade bones in full effect. After sharing a few words with Li Muling, Chenlai's gaze shifted to another presence in the vicinity. Do I merely need to move the crystal coffin to dismantle this Qinkuan Grand Formation? The disciples of Linghuan sect were not permitted by Chenlai to accompany him. Instead, they were instructed to wait outside the gates of Tianxing Palace. Among those present, apart from Chenlai and Li Muling, only a frail elder resembling a desiccated corpse remained. Indeed, this elder was the illustrious lord of another forbidden zone, Luo Chengfeng. Furthermore, he bore another identity, Su Xiangxue's childhood companion and the imperial master of the Tianxin Empire. The catastrophic Qiankuan array, which wreaked havoc upon the entire Tianxin Empire, was laid out by none other than Luo Chengfeng himself. When intruders dared to breach the Qiankuan array, Luo Chengfeng undoubtedly intervened to thwart them. However, as the Emperor Fuqiong had surmised, Chenlai's cultivation was exceedingly high, rendering the notion of waiting for a full moon night utterly unnecessary. Thus, Luo Chengfeng's attempts to obstruct him proved utterly futile. What was a mere half-step into the heavenly wheel realm? As long as one had not fully entered that domain, in the presence of Chenlai, who possessed a perfected holy body and supreme bone, he was but a larger insect, insignificant and easily captured in the span of mere moments. Now, Luo Chengfeng had already realized Chenlai's intentions. Upon witnessing him approach the crystal coffin, Luo Chengfeng let out a furious roar. You brat! Keep your distance from that crystal coffin. Do not disturb it. Do you comprehend the dire consequences of shattering this grand array? Are you intent on committing an unforgivable sin? An unforgivable sin? Qinlai chuckled at this remark. To shatter a mere Qian-Kuan array constitutes an unforgivable sin. If that is the case, I am all the more inclined to give it a try. Do not. A desperate cry erupted from Luo Chengfeng's lips. But his warnings came too late. In the blink of an eye, Qinlai had shifted the crystal coffin from its core within the array. In the next moment, the air resonated with a cacophony akin to shattering mirrors. And at that instant, the Qian-Kuan array was irrevocably dismantled. After enduring a prolonged wait, I have finally succeeded in reaching this day. I owe you my gratitude, outsider. Your assistance in dismantling this Qian-Kuan array shall not be forgotten when I establish my eternal legacy. As the array crumbled, the figure of Emperor Fu Qiong silently emerged from the void. The sight of him sent Luo Chengfeng into a state of utter despair. It is over. Everything is finished. In the next moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, Luo Chengfeng glared at Qinlai with a fierce expression. Do you not see that you have fallen into a trap? Did that old rogue Fu Qiong not tell you that dismantling this Qian-Kuan array was merely to retrieve Xiangshua's corpse? His true intention is far from that. He seeks to break the old and establish a new. Using this place as the core to lay out a new Qian-Kuan array, he aims to sacrifice the countless souls of Tianqin's former site, transforming death energy into vitality to resurrect himself. Outsider, how could you be so foolish? Qinlai, however, paid no heed to Luo Chengfeng's words, but instead directed his gaze towards Emperor Fu Qiong. The Qian-Kuan array has been dismantled. According to our agreement, should the emperor not now present the Qian-Kuan pearl to me? Present the Qian-Kuan pearl to you? Emperor Fu Qiong laughed heartily. Did you not hear the words of that little thief Luo Chengfeng? The Qian-Kuan pearl is the sole artifact capable of ensuring my successful resurrection. Do you truly believe I would hand it over to you? As for the oath of true destiny, that contraption is only effective against the living. You cannot possibly be naive enough to think it could restrain one who has already entered a ghostly state like myself. Nevertheless, it matters not. Countless individuals have met their doom due to greed, and I shall remember your contributions today. You shall become nourishment for my rebirth alongside the innumerable souls of this land. Emperor Fu Qiong ascended to the center of the altar, where he beheld Su Xiangshua's lifeless form. That moment, a profound hatred flickered in his eyes. This wretched woman met her end too soon. Had she lived, I would have subjected her to 1,000 tortures. Having been a spirit for over 100,000 years, such a duration was ample to alter any individual's disposition. It was all due to Su Xiangxue that he had been reduced to this ghastly state. A fact that filled Emperor Fu Qiong with resentment towards her. Indeed, his true objective was to resurrect himself. The Qian-Kuan array had the power to invert the cycles of life and death, transforming the living into spirits and conversely, spirits back into the living, provided there were sufficient sacrificial materials. The land was replete with boundless souls, ripe for absorption. As the opportunity for resurrection drew near, Emperor Fu Qiong hesitated not for a moment. Summoning the Qian-Kuan pearl. In the next instant, a new Qian-Kuan array began to materialize, sustained by the countless souls of Tianqin's former site. The mantis stalks the cicada, oblivious to the oriole behind. Akin to what Qinlai had previously stated, the identity of the oriole remained uncertain. Well versed in the original text, Qinlai was far from ignorant of Emperor Fu Qiong's true intentions. He had been awaiting this very moment. Thus, as Emperor Fu Qiong produced the Qian-Kuan pearl and commenced the arrangement of the new Qian-Kuan array, Qinlai acted decisively. Do you intend to snatch the Qian-Kuan pearl from my grasp? Do you truly believe I would be caught unawares? Acknowledging your complexity, I am well aware that even hasty action on my part does not guarantee victory. Thus, appearing before you, I am thoroughly prepared. I have proclaimed that no one can thwart my resurrection plans. All of you shall perish here today. In the next moment, under Emperor Fu Qiong's command, the Qian-Kuan pearl, which had been absorbing boundless death energy, suddenly expelled that very energy towards Qinlai. This maneuver was a lethal strike meticulously prepared for Qinlai. Chapter 78. Supreme Bone Invincible, devouring Emperor Fu Qiong. Those who wish to enter the Tianqian ruins in search of treasures must consume a special elixir known as the Hua Yin Dan before entry. This elixir has but one effect: to shield practitioners from the pervasive death energy that permeates the Tianqian ruins. Prior to his arrival, Chunlai had also ingested this elixir. Whether the boundless death energy could pose a threat to him depended on the circumstances. The death energy floating through the air was merely in a suspended state. The Hua Yin Dan's function, rather than dispelling, was more akin to evasion. However, the situation had now changed. The boundless death energy that enveloped the entire Tianqian ruins surged forth at the beckoning of the Qian Kuan Pearl. It was precisely because Emperor Fu Qiong lacked absolute confidence in defeating Chunlai that he resorted to this tactic.